Good evening, everyone. We're going to call the City Commission meeting for the City of Deltona for Monday, September 19th, 2022 to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Bradford? Here. Commissioner King? Here. Commissioner McCool?
Here.
Commissioner Ramos?
Present.
Commissioner Sosa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bill Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Hersberg?
Here. So now we will turn the meeting over to Commissioner McCool for the invocation, pledge, and national anthem. Commissioner?
Hi there. This evening, I would like for us all to stand. Remove your lids, please. We will observe a couple of moments of silence so that we may all pray for wisdom and peace for the evening. Amen. We will now have Commissioner King. I will ask him to lead us in the pledge, followed by our national anthem, sang by Isabel Rios from Daytona State College. Pledge.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, Saint, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. So we'll begin our business meeting. Item 4A is approval of the minutes of the regular commission meeting of September 7th, 2022, and 2 executive sessions held on September 14th, 2022.
So move.
Properly moved by Commissioner King. Is there a second?
Madam Mayor,
Seconded by,
I will second that, but
okay.
this is what I'm noticing on the meetings. We don't have meeting minutes. Our meeting minutes are basically, this person made a motion, this person seconded it. We had voted a while back that we wanted more detailed minutes, and all of a sudden, if you look at our meeting minutes, they're no longer meeting minutes. So we have nothing to reference back to. I would like to make a motion, I'll second this, but we need to go back to where we made a motion that we have a little bit more detail back in our meeting minutes. So I don't know when this changed, but this is ours for records. And when we can't go back to our meeting minutes and read them, there's a problem.
Well, let's go ahead, since there's a motion by Commissioner King and you've seconded that, let's go ahead and vote on the minutes first, and then in your special reports and requests, if you'll bring that back up, please. May we vote, please? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Next, we go to the fun part of our evening, presentations, awards, and reports.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Can I please offer an additional item to the agenda under attorney's items?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a settlement agreement that's in front of all of you. We received it today, and it was signed by the individual. Skip wanted to put it on the agenda. I put some copies of it in the back. It is up to, so I'm asking to put it under city attorney items.
Perfect.
And if you all feel like you haven't had enough time to consider it or whatever, then we can move it to the next meeting.
Okay.
But I just wanted to put it out there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, presentations, awards, and reports. First item on the agenda is a proclamation for National Family Day. Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I wanted to ask if I don't think that we had anyone here to accept this, correct? So if it pleases everyone, I will read the proclamation from here. Proclamation is as follows. Whereas on the fourth Monday in September, National Family Day encourages everyone to gather around the table, enjoy a meal together. And whereas the old saying goes, families who eat together stay together. But did you know they may also be reducing the risk of addiction? According to the National Center on Addiction, families who eat 3 or more meals a week together reduce a teen's risk of using tobacco, alcohol, and other drugs. Whereas families who eat together also learn healthy eating habits, eat smaller portions, and are less likely to stress about food. When parents engage with their children over a meal, their relationships are better. Children learn responsibility while helping to prepare the meal and cleaning up. They feel like they are part of a unit, a team. Parents become and remain the people they turn to when the significant problems crop up. And whereas look forward to conversation about grades, dating, borrowing the car, and moving away. Don't forget the debate about politics. Our children won't always agree with us, and that's okay. Why? Because we raise them to be independent thinkers and to express themselves effectively. These conversations start at a dinner table. They shouldn't begin when our children's world turns upside down. Therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 26, 2022 as National Family Day in the City of Deltona and urge all families to gather around the table and enjoy a meal together, talk to each other, discuss everyone's day, and then commit to having another meal together before the week is out. Executed this 19th day of September 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is going to be presentations of a certificate of recognition for our summer intern program. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to call Commissioner Bradford to come down with me since we were both mentors in this project. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. This is an honor for me to present these awards. And Commissioner Bradford and I were mentors in this organization of the youth. And this is the second year that the City of Deltona has sponsored 10 youth this year to be part of this summer leadership program. You know, I used to run an organization back for 15 years, and one of the quotes, my favorite quotes were, "The future of the world is dependent on the leadership quality of today's youth." And these youth are going to be the leaders of tomorrow, and they are coming high quality. So we're going to call up the youth members that were in the summer program here in the City of Deltona, and if you can come and stand in the back so that we can take a picture of the whole group. I also want to call up Dr. Felicia Benzo to join us up here as well, who is the director of this organization. Catalyst has been around for 12 years, but this summer program has been around for 2 years. You want to start with the first? It's kind of hard.
Okay, now I'm going to really apologize if I butcher any of these names. I have Moses Benavides. Thank you, Moses. Thank you, Rob. You want individuals or you want us all at one time? Okay. You come over here. They want us together too. Maritza.
Oh, at one time? Trishana Houston.
Khalif Brown. Thank you.
Christiana Wright.
Guyanese Cerez.
Suarez.
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 No.
Alex Sanchez.
I'm going to take a picture. Thank you. Derek Gomez.
Cassandra Gilbert.
Where we go? Melanie Gonzalez.
Okay. Masia, right? Kennard. And I just want to call up Dr. Benzo to just say very quickly, in a few words, about this program. And thank you so much for giving us, myself and Commissioner Bradford, the opportunity to be part of this mentoring group.
Thank you. You're so awesome. Let me take a picture of my wonderful young people. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so very much for recognizing, Mayor and Commissioners, these young people in your community that worked this summer instead of doing nothing. The whole purpose of this is the last step for our Catalyst program is to prepare them to be adults, earning income, being responsible for that. Because you know we have the mentoring and other things going on, especially the summer program, which is the Literacy and Leadership Academy. Please, as a community, to make things better for all of us, we must engage these children in productive activity. Go to our website, Catalyst Global Youth Initiatives. Become a mentor, sponsor, put up all the money that's necessary for us to do what we're doing. You might not be there to do it. Find friends that can do that. Be a speaker. Thank you so very much. And last group I'd like to thank, but most importantly, the parents that for 6 weeks took these children to the job site and then picked them up. Parents, can you please stand? Thank you. Could you please come up and take pictures with us? Come and take a picture with us. Come, quick, quick, quick. Thank you for your dedication.
Okay, now we'll move on to ordinances and public hearings. Item 6A is a public hearing, resolution number 2022-35, adopting the final millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2022-2023. I'm now going to open the public hearing. This is a public hearing to hear and consider comments and questions regarding the city's final millage rate and final annual budget for the coming fiscal year 2022-2023. The City of Deltona hereby proposes a millage rate of 7.65. The millage rate reflects a 12.27% increase from the rolled back rate of 6.8141 mils. The millage rate is higher than the rolled back rate of 6.8141 in order to cover increased operating costs. The floor is now open to hear public comments and take any comments and questions from the public. Liz, has anyone signed up to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? This is item 6A, public hearing. Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name and address to the podium. There you go.
Gentlemen, I guess that covered everybody. I'm not sure nowadays. My taxes are already 3 times what they were at my last house in Canton, Georgia, and it was 3 times bigger than this house. I'm not sure what we're doing with the money we're getting already, because Deltona has absolutely nothing attractive for the public. And I apologize if I'm offending anyone. I'm trying to be as truthful as possible. Whenever we increase taxes, just like the federal government, and I'll keep this local, when we increase the taxes for those of us on a fixed income, all it does is diminish our disposable cash. So we have less to spend on food, groceries, lawn care, permits, or whatever in Deltona. So you get less revenue from that. So what do? You raise the taxes more, which drops down our disposable cash even more. And it's a vicious cycle. I know that there's expenditures and you have to apply the revenue to those, but there's got to be a city manager or someone I ran I don't talk about myself, but I have an MBA, I'm retired Navy. I ran a successful business for 20 years that I owned. I know finances, and I don't see where all the money that Deltona is taking in, if I had it, I guarantee you I could balance the budget and have money to burn. But of course, I don't know what those expenditures are, but from what I've seen, I'm not sure. But what I would like for you to consider is that we don't have, a lot of people don't have a paycheck like you guys do. They can't draw from that for any increases. We're already increased to the limit, especially with the real estate economy the way it is, with everything going up, inflation going up. And again, I'll leave it non-political, but it's just we need cash on our side to spend and develop Deltona and do things and support the small businesses. It's just we don't have the big bucks that Deltona, Volusia County, Florida, the United States has. We are individual people trying to make a living. I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir. Okay, yes, sir. Please come forth and state your name. Can you please set the timer?
So my name is Randy Bizzle, and I live in Crystal Lake Estates here in Deltona. Just moved here in February. And when I look at this millage rate and everything going up in this part of I moved here because I thought things were going to be much less expensive in a different place to live. And what Mr. Arney was trying to say, I know, was that we are not a tourist-attracted area here in Deltona. Nobody comes here to go to parks. They go to Daytona, maybe. That's why we're in Volusia County. But they don't here. And for our taxes to keep going up and up and up, and I'm just going to give you a quick example. Mine are going up 92%, and I need to know why. The Deltona, what I paid last year to what you guys are going to want me to pay next year, 92%. That's just absolutely uncalled for. I don't understand it. I want to be able to live here, and I want to be able to afford to live here. And he's right about the economy. It's terrible. So what you guys put back on us isn't making it any easier. And all I can see moving forward is a mass exodus out of Deltona if this keeps happening. And if you want to keep people here, you're going to have to do things to keep people here. And I don't know what that's going to take, but the money that's in Deltona needs to be spent correctly. And I would rather see a sales tax increase than my property taxes going up. Because basically, you guys own my house. That's the skin of it. Anybody that owns a house here, Deltona, Volusia County, they own your house because you're going to pay those till you die. And we've got to have some relief in some of those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Bellick.
Why are there so many food banks in Deltona? So many people looking for food. Gas is high. Everything's high. The people want to get a break. They're not getting a break. I think the problem in Deltona is people don't mind that much to pay taxes that can afford it. Some of the seniors can't. But they want to see something for their money. They're not getting nothing for their tax money. What are they getting? They get nothing. Bumpy roads, floods. Come on. There's nothing. There's nothing for people in Deltona. I mean, when a citizen sees a center losing $1.3 million a year, see so many projects, so much in parks every year, so much here, so much there. I mean, don't the people have some common sense, and some of them can count? And they say, well, what's going on here? I mean, if you gave them something where they seen their tax money, which they haven't seen anything in years, and anything they have seen has been a flop, let's face it. 1.3 million a year on a center. Never paid itself, never even could pay their salary. And people that are getting Social Security that maybe don't have a pension, they're struggling. I see it every day. I hear more stories than all 70 used together. I see more people asking for $5 bills for gas. I mean, I feel like a friggin' a bank now. I mean, you want to help people. You want to do something. You can't sit up there and be smug. These people are telling you from their hearts what the problem is. If you just want to sit there and stare down at them, well, good luck. I mean, but remember, why there's so many food banks? There's lines. People even run out of gas on those lines waiting for food. I mean, we're talking about the youth before. I've been talking about something for the youth in Deltona since 2016. And every time I come up here and talked about it, people looked at me like I was some kind of robot or something. I didn't know what I'm talking about. The people do not get nothing for their tax money. They get zero. I mean, I know you sit up there, you just talk about your small check. All right, but that's a check. Donate your small checks to a few of them. Help them out. Do something. Give them something for their tax money. That's all. It's simple.
Thank you, sir. Did you want to speak on this item, sir? Then come up to the podium.
My name is Billy Fowler. I'm originally from Florence, South Carolina. I became a residential home builder in 1970. All you could hear is, you must get your license, They fix and come out with an international building code. So in 1994, South Carolina finally adopted it. And I got up and spoke. Once y'all adopt this international building code, your taxes are going to go up and everything. But the disadvantage is, when the international building code was adopted, that means you kept having different things going in houses to protect storm. You can't beat God. But that's what the world was trying to do with the codes. All right? When they adopted that international building code, a house built prior to adoption, I believe y'all adopted in, 1995 or 6? Okay. That means a house that built before that don't meet code. That house should depreciate each year they adopt a code, but your house don't good. Shouldn't be considered nothing to go forward with. But talking about the property taxes on that, what's happening is you got a millage rate and you got an assessment rate. What the group does is, the way I see it here in Florida, the county only does the appraisals. Each municipality, city does a millage rate. I contested my property values last year with the county. When I went to the county with all my documentation I got here, showed it to them, they says, well, we go by the market value. I said, yeah, y'all go by the market value, which is screwing the people with older homes. I said, what you need to do is appraise the house as an old house that was built. Then new house is separate. But they didn't choose to do that. So on the millage rate, the way it works is the county sets the appraisal, well, the assessment. Y'all set a millage, which county got a millage too. But you can't go up on the assessment and the millage all in 1 year. So what they do is they sit around and wait to see what the appraisal is going to be. Then they say, well, if we just leave the millage rate like it is, we'll get more money by rolling it back and going with assessment on appraisal. That's what I totally disagree. That's the reason our taxes going up, and up. I renovated my house here in 2017 when I bought it. My house is done went up over $55,000 since 2017. Same square footage. All I've added is 2 storage buildings. But we got problems with the way it's being done and handled until the people in Deltona here understands that the problem going to exist on this later on is the city has started allowing people take crushed concrete. Concrete consists of asbestos. I'm heavily exposed to it. But yet they're allowing crushed up concrete to be put in driveways extensions. And concrete is heavily consists of asbestos. As long as it is concealed, it's no harm. But once you start crushing it up, then it becomes a problem. I brought it up to the city manager.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I timed it right up here. Was less, excuse me, I set the timer. It was less than 4 minutes that they had. I set a timer when she forgot to set it. Thank you, sir. Okay, that closes the public participation period. Commissioners, do you have any comments and questions? Commissioner McCool.
I'll jump in. I wanted to speak on adopting the millage rate. I have voted twice now to adopt the millage rate presented based on factors of things that we have to pay for with our millage rate. We are a bedroom community, that is true, and we have a very low commercial base here in Deltona. With that being said, if you want to look at the fact that if you look at 100% capacity that we have, 100% of the houses that are in Deltona, we have a tax base of about 45% that does not pay out 100% of what everyone else pays. Okay, so you have only, and there is legislation to allow firefighters, teachers, police officers, and a couple of other protected classes now that will equal another 6% that we will lose in full value of our millage rate. So what we have here is we have a community, people that have earned through exemptions not to pay at 100% of the taxable value. If 100% of residents in Deltona were paying 100% of the taxable value, I would understand that. But as it stands now, we still have to provide services for 100% of the people with about 50% of the full taxable money that we could have here. Okay? So that's why it feels horrible. That's why it looks horrible. That's why it sounds horrible. That's why it is horrible. And I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Okay? But we've had budget workshops. We have budget workbooks. I believe that within my voting here that I have done the very best that I can, sitting up here representing you, to trim out what we do not need, what we cannot do without, and I do not want my residents to be without services, and that's basically what we're providing. So with that, I thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? No more questions or comments from the commission. I just have one. In the state of Florida, if you're homesteaded, by law, your assessed value cannot go up more than 3%. If you're not homesteaded, then it's a free-for-all, whatever the property appraiser sets the market value assessment is. But if it's a homesteaded piece of property, the state sets the percentage that it goes up. Last year, it was 1.4%. It's part of our Save Our Homes that was passed years ago. Like I said, 3% assessed value is the maximum by state law that it can go up. So if there was a piece of property that was homesteaded, it's sold, and someone else bought it, it resets to the assessed value because the homestead is gone. When you sell your piece of property and somebody else buys it, it's a complete reset of your value because for so long, The people that have had long-term homesteaded properties, their assessed value only went up 1.4% last year. Several years ago, it was 2.1. It was 2.3. That's all it goes up. The problem is, again, when there's a reset, when you purchase another home or you purchase an existing home and look at their property taxes, in this age of super assessed values going up 10, 12, 14% every year, it's going to increase on a non-homesteaded home. That is the way the state of Florida has their property tax. The city has nothing to do with, we set the number, the millage rate, we set the multiplier, but we don't set the assessed value for any of the properties. That's done through the property appraiser. That is number one. Number two, for those people that spoke, and if you would leave, if you so desire, leave your name and address with the clerk, and we would be happy to get in touch with you, get you a budget book, take a look at your property tax bill, and see what's really going on there. Because I would be interested to know that huge jump and that huge assessment, what you have. So if you'd like to leave that information with the clerk, that would be great. I will be happy to look into that. So, all right, commissioners, we're through with commission comments, public comment. We need a motion and a second for this item.
Madam Mayor,
Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-35, adopting the final millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2022-2023. Upon approval of this item, authorizes any and all necessary actions, documents, or budget transfers to facilitate commission approval, and further authorizes the acting city manager to sign any documents necessary to further commission approval of this item.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner McCool, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner McCool, in your motion, will you please, Joyce, if you need that, the amount, it says the final millage rate, but please add that in, 7.65.
Certainly. Would you like me to redo that or just add it in?
Just add it in for the record.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradford, you're okay with knowing the number? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Marcia, will you please read the resolution?
Resolution number 2022-35, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, adopting an ad valorem millage rate for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Joyce, will you reread the motion and let us vote, please?
I move to approve resolution number 2022-35, adopting the final millage rate of 7.65 for the levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2022/2023. Upon approval of this item, authorizes any and all necessary actions, documents, or budget transfers to facilitate commission approval, and further authorizes the acting city manager to sign any documents necessary to further commission approval of this item.
Thank you, and may we vote, please? And the motion passes 5-2. The City of Deltona has adopted a final ad valorem millage rate of 7.65 mils for fiscal year 2022-2023. The final ad valorem millage rate reflects a 12.27% increase from the rolled back rate of 6.8141 mils. This is the second part of the public hearing. The proposed annual budget is summarized as follows. The general fund, $104,239,933. Special revenue funds, $36,151,308. Enterprise funds, $65,601,354. Capital projects funds, $8,804,613. The total citywide budget is $214,797,208. The floor is now open to hear public comments on the budget and to take any questions. Liz, has anyone signed up for public comment on the budget?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak concerning the budget item? Is there anyone that would like to speak on the budget? Seeing none, we will close the public participation period. Commissioners, Commissioner Sosa, you're on the board.
All right. Question for the city manager. On the line items, John O'Grady's listed on here for another $174,000 for next budget year. I would like to know why a contract wasn't presented before, like the previous 2 years.
Mr. O'Grady had a contract that was presented to be part of the firefighter negotiations. It's part of the accreditation for the fire department and part of the accreditation for Parks and Recreation. Those are the three primary functions. As part of the firefighter negotiation, his team includes a retired fire chief from Southwest Florida that is part of that negotiation team. The fire accreditation process is right now, they're doing the evaluation of response times so that we can make determinations that if there is a need for additional fire stations or relocation of an existing fire station. That work will be done shortly. And from that information, they will proceed with the balance of the fire accreditation process.
So normally we get a contract form each year. Why didn't we get that this year?
Mr. Sosa, I'll be glad to bring the contract back to the commission for reconsideration if you so desire.
Yes, thank you. My second point is going to the budget and the folks who got to pay the taxes is our legal fees. When I got on this commission, our attorneys made $450,000. Last year, this commission voted to approve $720,000. This year, you're asking me to approve over $1 million for our attorneys, and I'm sorry, with that in this budget, I will not approve this budget. At this point, I think if the rates are going to keep going through the roof, I mean, they've more than doubled. I mean, we're looking at about 2.5, 3 times higher than what they were. You know, I think at the end of the night here, we're going to be looking for a new city manager. I think we, as a commission, should probably start looking for new legal representation at the same time.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford.
Well, since you did bring it up, you know, I was going through this too. Mr. O'Grady also came up. That was one of the things that I noticed. He started off going into one department, and now we're looking at him in all these other departments. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, when I had something come up and I'm told that he drafted something that our city attorney should have drafted, I just go back to, I think we've put him in over a scope. I don't remember saying anything about having him in firefighter negotiations. I don't ever remember requesting that. So, and then there's all these other departments. So I personally think, based on our last line, our item tonight, that this should be tabled for another meeting. I understand we just did what we had to do to approve the millage that's required, but I honestly, I'd like to see this be tabled for another meeting.
Commissioner Bradford, we're not allowed to do that by law. We have to approve a budget. I understand your frustration, but here's the reality of it. I spent a good part of yesterday and today going over our entire line item budget from last year and comparing it to this year. and maybe somebody can help me from finance or Mr. Peters, but I don't find the $174,000 contract for Mr. O'Grady in this year's budget. I went over line item by line item to find that dollar amount that's done as a purchase order.
Mr. O'Grady's contract is not in the 2023 budget.
But it is a purchase order at our second to last item under new business. It is a purchase order. It is number 19. If you do it financially, it is for $174,000, and the code, the budget code is 121 for contractual services. 121 is the code for the city manager's budget.
Yep.
And it's not in there. So the budget, ladies and gentlemen, can be approved because that contract is nowhere in that budget, is it?
It's not in the budget, no.
Okay, but it's on a purchase order, so we will deal with that when we get to
Right.
the purchase order item.
That's fine.
Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner Sosa, are you okay with that comment on the contract for Mr. O'Grady? Because I went in,
Oh, I looked through.
I went through the entire budget,
Right.
line by line, for this amount of money, and it's nowhere to be found in the budget,
Okay.
but it's in a purchase order. So purchase orders come up under new business, I believe, 8C. So we can move forward on the budget. I know, Commissioner Sosa, that doesn't help your other issue with legal, but with this situation, it is not in the budget.
So what does that mean if we approve that, if we currently approve this and it's on here?
Don't
This
approve
can be
the,
obviously changed.
don't approve
with-
the purchase order then. Deal with it at the purchase
Okay.
order situation. You can do something else with that item, but this contract is not in the budget. So if that's going to be your reason for voting no on the budget, it's not in here. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to add that in our new business, we actually have a contract for $45,000 that we have to approve. And the fact that the non-consistency of a contract that large not to be in a separate item, it's a little disappointing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we have done public participation. We have city commission comments and questions. Now we need a motion from the commission for the budget. Somebody's on the board, Commissioner Bradford.
Obviously, nobody else will. I move to approve resolution number 2022-36, adopting the final budget for fiscal year 22-23, and upon approval of this item, authorize any and all necessary actions, documents, or budget transfers to facilitate commission approval, and further authorizes the acting city manager or interim city manager to sign any documents necessary to further commission approval of this item.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Marcia, will you read the resolution, please?
Yes, ma'am. Resolution number 2022-36, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, adopting the final annual general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise fund, and capital project funds budgets for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Joyce, will you please reread the motion and let us vote, please?
Motion reads, I move to approve resolution number 2022-36, adopting the final budget for fiscal year 2022-2023, and upon approval of this item, authorizes any and all necessary actions, documents, or budget transfers to facilitate commission approval, and further authorizes the acting city manager or interim city manager to sign any documents necessary to further commission approval of this item.
Thank you. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-1. So the budget has passed, the millage rate has passed, and now we will close this item. And we will now move to item C, a public hearing, ordinance number 17-2022, amendment to the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 5.3 acres of land from agricultural A and single-family R1 to business planned unit development, BPUD, at first reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Ron Paradise, City of Deltona, Community Services. For the record, ordinance number 17-22 is a request to rezone 5.3 acres of land within the City Activity Center from agriculture and R1 residential to business plan unit development. This is a rezoning. It is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to turn the floor over to City Attorney Marcia Siegel-George for swearing in and ex parte disclosure. But before I do that, please note that when you all vote on this item, please provide the rationale for your vote that is predicated on substantial and competent evidence. Marcia?
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. I will swear in all of the, we have two groups of folks, don't we, Ron? We have people that received notices.
Yes, a standing versus those that are interested parties.
Yes, that want to make a public comment.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to basically swear them into two groups, and then I'll turn it back to the mayor, and the mayor will ask all of you to basically, you know, if you have had any ex parte communications, including visiting the site. All right, so anyone who has standing in this case, they received a card or some kind of notice, is that, do we?
That's correct, within a 300-foot radius of this.
If you will stand and raise your right hand, please. Anybody else? Do you, are there consultants also? Thank you. Raising your right hand, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to this city commission this evening, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Now, if there are other people who want to speak in this matter but don't have standing, you have the choice. You may stand and be sworn, or you can just fill out a card to speak. So is there anyone who does not have standing but wants to be sworn? No? Didn't think anybody. It's not the favorite thing most people want to do in the evening, but anyway, otherwise, the rest of you who wish to speak have every right to speak, and if you'll fill out a card, then you'll be called upon. Thank you. Madam Mayor, now it's ex parte time.
Communication.
Yes.
Okay, we will go through alphabetically. Liz, if you will go ahead and read the name of every commissioner, please disclose if you have had any ex parte communication, who, when, and what regarding discussion involving this case. This includes site visits and any other communication.
Commissioner Bradford?
I've driven by the site, that's it.
Commissioner King?
I drive by there every day, so I've seen it. And I have had conversations with standing residents.
Commissioner McCool?
Site visit only.
Commissioner Ramos?
No ex parte, but I do drive by that area every day.
Commissioner Sosa?
No ex parte, but I do drive by it every day.
Vice Mayor Bill Vasquez?
No ex parte, but I do drive around the area.
And Mayor Hersberg?
No ex parte, but like everyone else, I drive by there and I'm aware of the site. Okay, now we'll go to Mr. Paradise for presentation of the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The property proposed to be rezoned is located north of Howland Boulevard, west of Forest Edge Drive, and east of the Wawa convenience store, near and north of Deltona High School. Since the property is located within the activity center, any development request, or just about any development request within the activity center, is required to be processed as a planned unit development, hence the rezoning request to business plan unit development. The Activity Center, as the title implies, is intended to represent an area of land use synergy, facilitating a high level of commerce and employment opportunity. As we know, this area is strategically located at the major I-4 interchange with 472 and Howland Boulevard. The project uses are retail and service commercial oriented. More specifically, there'll be 3 lots created, and there will be 3 restaurants here that will be drive-through oriented, and an opportunity for a retail and office space as well. The project consists of a landscape tract, which is located off of the Howland Boulevard corridor, and a stormwater tract. Along the northern margin of the property, there's also an area that is earmarked and labeled as a future development node. This area will not be developed under this plan. And any development of this area will require extra land area to be added to come up with a functional site that has utility to support a modern commercial development. When this property, if and when this property is developed, it will need to be processed as a major amendment to this BPUD, meaning that it will have to come through the process and be decided by the City Commission. Uses that will not be allowed include automotive repair garages, daycare centers, and nightclubs. The goal is to limit uses to lower intensity neighborhood commercial development compatible with nearby single-family development. The project is near established single-family neighborhoods, Arbor Ridge and Autumn Woods. The goal is to provide a level of separation from the commercial developed area and the existing the existing residential area by the strategic placement of stormwater and the appropriate use of buffers to provide that separation. As part of this application, the applicant has arranged and did purchase the nearest home and lot that is developed with a single-family dwelling unit to incorporate this area as a buffer and a stormwater site to serve the property. Residential property further to the north will be afforded a 25-foot landscape buffer, and there will be a 6-foot high masonry wall created to further provide separation between, or provide a level of protection for that dwelling unit with regard to this commercial development. Access to the site will be exclusively from Forest Edge Drive on the west, on the east, and Persimmon Street on the west. There will be no access to Howland Boulevard. It's too close from existing driveway cuts to facilitate access to Howland Boulevard. With regard to access on Forest Edge, the access may be located to plus up with local road box elder, or the access may be shifted to the north to intersect with Scenic Woods Drive. There's also been mention of managing these accesses and limiting the movements to maybe a right-in and right-out only. The anticipated main access point for this project will be off of Persimmon Street. Persimmon Street has a dedicated right turn lane from Howland, off of Howland onto Persimmon Street. There are 2 driveway cuts that are proposed as part of this project plan to access Persimmon, which also provides access to Wawa, by the way. The project will, as proposed, will generate a little over 1,900 trip-ins per day on the city's roadway network. To mitigate traffic impacts, the applicant will be constructing a dedicated right turn lane on Forest Edge onto Howland Boulevard. The applicant will also be paying about $160,000 in fair share traffic mitigation credited by Volusia County. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this case on August 17th, 2022, and the Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend the City Commission adopt this rezoning ordinance. However, the Planning and Zoning Board did express concerns about pedestrian safety. Staff does share those concerns, and the applicant is willing to work with staff and the city to facilitate more robust and safe pedestrian access to this facility, especially crossing Howland Boulevard. We need to work with the county because this is a county roadway, but staff, per the direction of the City Commission, is willing to work with the applicant to upgrade the language to the development agreement to address this very critical issue. With that being said, staff suggests that the City Commission approve the Howland Boulevard Marketplace BPUD for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The request furthers city economic development goals. There is infrastructure available, roadway, water, sewer, to serve the project. The project will be responsible for adding a right turn lane on Forest Edge Drive and will also be responsible for paying about $160,000 in mitigation credited by Volusia County. With that being said, I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this proposal.
Thank you, Ron. Commissioner McCool and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ron, I want to understand the fair share to Volusia County, and I want that to understand clearly that that's for any mitigation for any of those traffic impacts there.
Yes, yeah, it will be used locally to address traffic deficiencies in the area, and some of those traffic deficiencies may be outside of the immediate jurisdiction of this city.
Okay, and what I'm wanting to understand also, first and foremost, because it's a hard no for me if this is not if this is not followed. We are very high up there on pedestrian deaths. We're awful. And I want to make sure that the applicant understands that we take this safety, especially around, well, anywhere, but around our school kids. And I want to make sure that this is the most seriously considered, and I'm talking not just a pedestrian walkway, whether that be audible, whether that be flashing, whatever it is, the most best, highest, greatest pedestrian crossing there and ensuring safety measures there that we can. So I would like to understand that.
Yeah, I concur wholeheartedly. Keep in mind that this is a county road, and they're going to be very, very active in how that pedestrian crosswalk or whatever facility, how that's managed.
We have a lot of say in that, correct? Because it's the county road, but it's our city children, right? It's our city pedestrians, correct?
I believe wholeheartedly the county will work with the city to come up with the best
highest
solution
and
possible.
Best. Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I can jump in here. The FDOT standards provide for high-intensity LED lights. We have put in a number of them around the city in the last year. This is kind of going to what you're talking about. These are the strobes that are almost blinding at times, but they would definitely get the driver's attention that the pedestrians are entering into this area, and that would be part of what we would be proposing to the county, get that type of lighting.
And I appreciate that and understanding that this is by a high school, okay? And teenagers are not the best drivers. They're not the most aware drivers. I'm not saying they're bad drivers, but they're young yet still, okay? So whatever we have there, because I see it all the time, there's no stop and rock there at even pedestrian crossings at the lights, as it were in Deltona. There are a lot of people drive right through the pedestrian crossings there, and again, with it being kid drivers there and having our kids there and incentivizing more for people to use that area in pedestrian ways, I want it again made crystal clear that in the most highest and strongest voice that I can say that that is my expectation of the applicant for that to be taken care of.
Understood, and I remember those teenage driving years.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I needed a lot of improvement, there's no doubt
Exactly.
about it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Ron, on the Forest Edge Drive, that red line that divides the Scenic Wood Drive, Kings Ridge, Crestwood, is that a solid wall there, or is there exits on Forest Edge from those streets?
There would be a driveway cut on the Forest Edge. I'm kind of at a disadvantage. I'm trying to picture the graphic you're referring to in the red lines.
I see, so on the map, there is, I don't see any entrance or cutoff.
They have to be built?
So I'm wondering if that's a solid wall from one end to the other, or are there entrances to these streets?
No, there would only be one entrance off Forest Edge. It would either intersect or align with Box Elder. That's the way it's been designed. That's the depiction in the MDP that I believe that's being referred to here. And there is mention that perhaps that driveway cut should be shifted further north to move it further away from the intersection of Forest Edge and Howland. Another proposal is to limit that movement to right in and right out only.
Do we currently have traffic lights at that end of that Forest Edge?
Yes, that is a signalized intersection. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
Looking at the drawing, Vice Mayor, it shows it says modular retaining wall. So I believe where you're talking, they do have a retaining wall that's going down around that residential, because that was a big concern that I had, was privacy. It's usually the first question you get from them subdivisions. I'm going back to I'm going to beat the dead horse, and that is the kids. I'm more worried, they're going to be crossing the street. They're going to be not so much driving, but, walking over to the restaurants that are going in there. And not just for this one, but I know there's more developments going in this whole area. I don't know what the feasibility is of either a walkover or a underbridge tunnel, but with the amount of development that is hitting across the street from this corner, not just this subdivision, I want us to see what we can do for that walkover or under tunnel. Is there any way that we can get TPO or?
I think the TPO would be a logical place to start looking and talking about that. I'm not sure if that would require, it maybe would require a study up front to test the feasibility of that. I've also thought that maybe the ultimate solution to facilitating pedestrian access would be a flyover or a walkover or something along. I didn't think about the tunnel thing. That's certainly interesting as well.
Yeah, I know Altamont did it, and it works great over there. So, there's a lot going on that side, and this is just the first of many. I think the next few years you're going to be quite busy, so that's something we really need to heavily consider for this.
Again, the pedestrian safety thing, that is understood.
I got that. I got that 100%, and I do greatly appreciate it. I also want to thank them for putting up the block wall. Like I said, I know that's important. Madam Mayor, if there's nobody else, I'd like to make a motion.
You can go ahead and make a motion. There's no one else on the
read a book
board.
here.
And then we'll continue with the hearing.
Okay, I hereby move to approve ordinance number 17-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezoning question 5.3 acres of land from agricultural A and single-family R1 to business plan unit development, BPUD, at first reading, and schedule a second and final hearing for October 17, 2022. The following reason facts are hereby stated to support my approval. The BPUD rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and furthers the vision of the city activity center. The city can be supported by public infrastructure such as central water, sewer, and reclaim services. The BPUD is compatible with other land uses in the vicinity. The project is approximately designed to provide a high degree of separation from residential uses in the area through the strategic location of buffers and fencing and placement of stormwater infrastructure, and traffic will be managed through access improvements and a fair share payment of Volusia County. The interim city manager has the authority to make correction of Scrivener errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. So I just have one comment, Mr. Paradise, and can be addressed also by the applicant's attorney. There's a 6-foot, you stated a 6-foot masonry wall as a buffer to the residential, correct?
That is correct, yes.
As a buffer to the, and
Yeah,
at 20,
it would only go along that common property line.
and then the
again,
25-foot landscape buffer.
That's correct, yes.
So it sounds like a lot, but looking at some of the things that have gone on in terms of building, and looking at when you're looking at the landscape buffer, a couple of twigs and sticks aren't going to cut it, because it doesn't provide any type of closure around that. You can have a wall or a fence, but unless there's a more dense buffer and specific plantings, a couple of crepe myrtles isn't going to cut it, because that does not provide a sound buffer or a visual buffer or anything for the people that are living there. So I'd like to have that addressed in terms of being more specific in what type of a buffer we're going to require, not only for this situation. I'm talking in general. Residential, commercial, we have to do better with buffers for these people.
What I would suggest is using the native scrub vegetation that's pretty dense out there and just preserving that in situ. And I think that may get us where we need to go to have more robust buffers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Paradise. We'll move on now. There's no one else here to ask any questions from the commission, so the applicant can come forth, please, and any evidence presenters.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, Mark Watts with law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. And it's my distinct pleasure to be with you this evening, not only with the recommendation of approval from the planning board, but a unanimous recommendation of approval from the planning board. So, very much appreciated the input we received there. We did have a number of residents come out and speak at that meeting as well. I think they gave us valuable input. I'm going to talk about a couple of those points as I only have 2 or 3 slides for you that I just wanted to walk through. But, thanks as always to your staff. We've been working with them for, I think this project has been in queue for a little bit over 2.5 years, or closing in on 2.5 years. I've been working on it for about 1.5 years, a little bit more than that maybe. And I think we've made some significant improvements as we've gone through that process. So just to kind of orient everybody, and this will be relevant as we talk about that buffer question, Madam Mayor, that you just raised. The location, you can see the aerial on the left. The red outline shows the footprint of the property and the proposed development. The middle map there is the future land use map. You can see that the vast majority of the property, with the exception of the rights of way and everything, are within the activity center. And so this property has been planned since the activity center was adopted, which I think this was right around the time the city incorporated, that this was adopted as an activity center, kind of in conjunction with what the county and the city of DeLand and Orange City did on the other side of the interstate as well. So this is originally part of the Southwest Activity Center, and that whole concept of mixed use, commercial and residential and other kind of employment uses coming into this area is what we're advancing here. As required under that activity center designation, under the land use here, the development of the property is required to come before you as a PUD. So that's why we're here. We have to do a BPUD rezoning on the property in order to develop it. And so that brings us to you this evening. So just to, the proposed zoning map is on your left, and then, the primary points I want to walk through are just with the overall site that you see here. This is, again, the footprint of the property and the footprint of the proposed development. And we've talked about a couple of things. One of the things that when we first came in with the application, we actually did not include The property that you see largely as retention area and buffer on the eastern side, that was not part of the property. Based on several conversations with staff and discussions about how to appropriately serve the property with both stormwater and buffering from the adjacent residential, our clients actually went and about a year and a half ago got that property under contract to add it into the development as stormwater, an additional setback, and additional buffering from the adjacent residential. Madam Mayor, to your point, what we've spelled out is actually, instead of coming in and tearing out a bunch of trees in order to come back in and plant trees or crepe myrtles, the 25 feet that you've got that are along the roadway, and if you've driven by it, you know that that is, just looking back at the arrow, you can see thickly vegetated scrub. And so you'll note that on this plan, the 25 feet that's called out to remain along here and along the north is all natural vegetation being retained. So we're not tearing out the existing trees that are there just to come back in and plant some skinny crepe myrtles or something of that nature, but we're specifically calling out that we're preserving that existing natural vegetation that's along Forest Edge Drive there currently. As Ron also mentioned, we have access on Persimmon, which is the road to the west. You've got two driveways that are shown here. Wawa is the adjacent development to the west of that. But it's important that Forest Edge is included here because that's also where your signalized intersection is. And so that signal is going to be one of the things that, working with your staff and working with the county, is important for us to provide safe access into and out of the overall development. On the discussion of access, we heard not only from the planning P&Z board, your staff, some of the residents in the area about the importance of pedestrian safety. I think when we were at the planning board, it was the day or the week at least that the most recent report came out that designated our metropolitan region as the deadliest metropolitan region in the country for pedestrian safety. And so we absolutely recognize and are happy to include the commitment, that we'll work with the city and the county to make sure that not only the Howland crossing across from Deltona High School is highly coordinated with the county to make sure it provides a safe condition, but also that the crossing and the connection with Box Elder immediately to our east is emphasized pedestrian safety there. That was a point that was raised by some of the residents to our east, during the last meetings. And that we'll work on those designs. Again, we're getting into more engineering issues than the PUD issues, but we'll work to make sure that we're not creating issues with regard to cut-through traffic. That was another concern that was raised at the P&Z meeting. Let me just briefly speak to the alternative access that is referenced. Staff did bring that up kind of late, just before the P&Z meeting. We don't like that, and I think some of the neighbors up here are concerned about that as well. There was a lady that spoke at P&Z that I think owns the house right here on this corner that expressed concern about traffic coming in and coming all the way up here, to do a U-turn to come back down to, that access drive. And so the alternative language that staff had included as a potential recommendation would actually make the commercial driveway come in up here, which removes the buffer of the stormwater pond, removes the natural vegetation that, would be adjacent to those residential areas. So we really think the appropriate place to focus access is down here, but across from Box Elder, and we're more than happy to work on any of the engineering approach to make sure that access can be safely designed and constructed. With that, I think I've covered everything that I wanted to cover. Oh, let me just explain these couple little parcels that we've got that are kind of strange, right? You've got this parcel down here that's labeled as the master sign and landscaping tract, and you've got this future development tract. Some of the property is actually, the property is owned by multiple owners, and the existing parcels that exist out there are larger than what's in the footprint of the PUD, or at least what was originally in that footprint. And so, for example, this property is not part of what our client had under contract to acquire from one of the landowners. It was Frank DeMarsh, part of, I think, Howland Holdings with Frank DeMarsh. But we couldn't just divide an existing parcel in half and say, well, we're going to rezone this half of that piece, but not the north half of that piece. And so we brought it in. But really, to do anything with it, it ought to be, if you look at how that's configured, it's this little piece that's in here. It really ought to be coordinated with some of the Howland Crossings development to the north. And so we put it in, so that you can maintain uses and things of that nature. It has the same uses and everything associated with it that the PUD otherwise has, but it's not large enough to develop on its own. And so we just labeled it future development. We specifically called out in the development agreement that it needs to be aggregated with other properties and brought back for an amendment to the PD to deal with how and when it's developed in the future. So we've just tried to kind of put a pin in it, if you will, with a requirement that it comes back through your P&Z board and through this commission to decide how that should develop and when. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you may have a speaker or two as well, so happy to sit down and listen to them and get back up and respond to any of the comments they have as well. So.
Commissioner Bradford, are you still on the board?
Yeah, but I think mine's going to be more towards Ron for future, I don't know if it's so much for you, Mr. Watts, but, that Box Elder leads over to Loblolly, which when I requested a light at Loblolly, I was told that they can cut through and come down to Box Elder and go to Forest Edge. So I really need us to look at this light at Loblolly at this point, because this is going to change that flow as well. So now we're going to have more of a cut through going down there, cutting down Box Elder, right on Loblolly, and it's already a cluster down there. So I don't know if that's something you can add in your list of things to keep in mind, Ron, please. Thank you.
Commissioner King?
I guess my major concern is really with the traffic. And from the entrance where you are proposing on Forest Edge, from there to Howland, how far is that?
Ask my engineer to come up and give you the measurement on that. So Ron Henson with Avid Engineering is...
Give me a lawyer's estimate as to how far that is.
Oh, my God.
Okay. About 250, about 250 feet.
Okay. All right, 250 feet. All right. And tell me again why you don't want to put it back in the back?
Well, if you come up here with the access, number one, you had some residents that were concerned about bringing commercial traffic that far back into the residential neighborhood. The other concern is that, we've purchased this property. You've got a house right here. We purchased this property to try and create some separation from the commercial use. And so if you do bring this all the way up here, then you're bringing the commercial traffic up here, and either you're getting U-turn movements coming back down to a right in, right out, or you're coming up here and coming straight across, and now you have to, redesign the stormwater, and it may not work with the stormwater needs. But you're also then kind of taking this whole area now that serves as a buffer and separation from those uses, and you're bringing commercial traffic in right there. So you'll end up with a loss of the buffering in the back here, the driveway coming in, going back here, you're going to have the back of your development where your dumpsters and everything else are now more exposed to the adjacent residential areas. And so we do, this is not a guaranteed access point in that configuration. It's what certainly our preference is. We have to go through a full engineering review of that to make sure it's safe for those movements. We think it is, but we're not the ones that make that decision. It's ultimately the city and the county that say, here's what the safe access configuration looks like. But that's a site plan and engineering, detail typically. So we haven't fully engineered that whole site at this point in time.
Okay. So we're looking here at 3 restaurants and 3 offices, or 3 potential businesses.
That's correct. That's what our expectation is right now.
And tell me what the traffic is going to be in and out of that place.
Well, the interesting thing about, and you've got this detail in your TIA, but let me just give you the kind of summary version of it.
Yes, that's what I want.
Every one of you said today, I drive by that property every day, when you were talking about your ex parte disclosures. The reason that you see uses like this on this location is because every one of you and a whole lot of other people drive by the site on a daily basis. And so with that fact, what a use like this in a location like this does isn't necessarily increase traffic. It's capturing traffic that's already there. It's capturing the trips that are already on the road. Instead of going to a different location or making a longer drive to get to Starbucks to grab a coffee, and I'm not guaranteeing a Starbucks here, I'm just using that as an example. It could be Dunkin' or whatever. But instead of, I know, I'm not, sorry, bad example. How about Boston Coffee? Let's say Boston Coffee wants to have their first local, drive-through restaurant here. These are picking up customers that are already on the road network that are driving from point A to point B, and they want to detour and make a, that's what we refer to as pass-by, trips. So you'll have an increase in traffic as a result of this, but that increase is not as large, and I'm just going to give you, an example. It's not the one, I can't remember the number off the top of my head in the TIA, but let's say there's 2,000 trips a day associated with all of the development that occurs there, but half of those are pass-by. In other words, half of those aren't new trips. They're already passing by this site. They're just turning in because there's a new use there.
Okay. And how many do you anticipate are going to be new traffic that comes just because there's a certain Starbucks that they want to go to?
All right, let me see. I think our total estimate, and again, this is just based on an assumption of uses that are permissible under the C1 zoning classification, which is where we drew our uses, was 2,576 daily trips that are new trips within the network. I think the total was, if you look at the total amount of trips generated by, or that would be attracted by this type of use, it would be in the range of about 4,600. But again, that's the pass-by is the distinction there.
I am very concerned about the traffic. Because passing by there, as often as most of us do.
Right.
I get the passing by stuff. But let me tell you what happens when we have an accident at that traffic light or at the one at Wolfpack, and traffic has to turn off of, or we have a sinkhole, which we've already had.
Yep, I remember.
Right there.
Yep.
And when that traffic turns and goes through that community, trying to get out from Forest Edge onto Howland after we've driven through that neighborhood, traffic is backed up all the way back from Howland Boulevard, around the corner, and all the way back down practically all the way to, what's that street? Lobalolly? Whatever, that street.
Yep.
And it's a gridlock. It's terrible. And it is a bad area for accidents.
And I expect
we've had kids hit there. We've had accidents there, and we've had giant sinkhole there.
Right.
So I'm concerned about that.
Sure.
I'm wondering, I suppose you guys have taken all that into consideration, and you're telling us that, oh, it's okay, there's not going to be any backup of traffic, it's all going to go well, people are going to flow in and out of that area with no problems.
We have. So your process requires that we do that traffic impact analysis as we're coming through at the zoning stage. But keep in mind that when you approve a rezoning, you're not vesting the trips that are created by that rezoning. Right. Under your code, vesting, which means, right now the preliminary estimate is that we've got about $160,000 of proportionate share, which is to offset our share of any failure that's in the network, around us. And that's how the state law works with regard to concurrency. But our concurrency vesting under your code doesn't occur until we come through with site plan. Same thing with a subdivision. If you approving, residential lots doesn't mean all of those lots meet what's referred to as concurrency. We have to look at it again. So we've done the preliminary look. And the preliminary look is the materials that you have in your agenda packet saying, based on the preliminary look, there's capacity within the network. There are some places where there are some failures at intersections or segments that we don't cause. But since we're developing in the area, our responsibility is to contribute, a proportionate amount to solve those problems. And so we've got those calculations. We have to look at that again. We have to finalize that, when we come back through for site plan. And at that point in time, we have to specifically get into the conversation with both city and county staff about, okay, we've shown what we think is, the access configuration that makes the most sense. As we're modeling, kind of those ins and outs and how everything fits within the network and coming through the site plan process, we then finalize it. And then we finalize it with full engineering. In other words, what we're really vesting here is the uses that can be allowed. And we're vesting uses that are consistent with your comprehensive plan and that are consistent with the plan that's really been in place for this area since 1994. The technical, how does it connect? What's the actual design look like? What are the pedestrian improvements that come in? That's the next step once we leave here and go into the site plan approval.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, commissioners, no more questions from the commission. We will now move to anyone withstanding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can just reserve a couple minutes to respond.
Yes, yes, you will. Is there anyone, sir, I think you wanted to come up and speak?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Marco. I live on Kings Ridge Terrace, and that's the third road in the neighborhood. Moved there when it was 1996, when the neighborhood was first built. That was before Arbor Ridge. So north of this neighborhood, Timbercrest, there's Arbor Ridge. And then to the right of Timbercrest is Deltona Woods. That's 3 neighborhoods. And I do want to point out this Forest Edge traffic light is the only entrance and exit for all 3 neighborhoods and with the traffic light. In 1996, me and basically half of my family moved into this neighborhood. And one of them on Scenic Woods and a couple on Kings Ridge. So Scenic Woods is the second road. They moved last year, so they're super happy when they heard this. But growing up in this neighborhood, we were playing in the street all the time, hockey, basketball, just playing all the sports. And I can't imagine now kids on Box Elder shooting hoops in the street when there's people taking it as a shortcut. So as you know, eastbound on Howland, so if your racetrack is on the right, you can't make a U-turn, so a lot of people go into the neighborhood and make that U-turn to come back out. So if you go into the neighborhood, you can see there's like a hole, there's like a ditch there in the grass because so many people use the neighborhood just to make a U-turn. But I do want to go back. So my main concerns are using Forest Edge. The smell of having a fast food restaurant in your neighborhood is not going to be pleasant. Privacy and pedestrian safety. I'm a claims adjuster. I deal with accidents every day. Not only car accidents, also pedestrian accidents and fatalities. And I do want to point out some traffic concerns here. So I think it was pointed out earlier, if you're traveling westbound on Howland by the Dollar General, which is way on the right, past Dunkin' Donuts, a lot of people take that shortcut. They go into Deltona Woods entrance, and they just floor it all the way down Box Elder. And that's just going to happen more when there's 3 fast food restaurants there. I was reviewing the traffic impact analysis, and there's a few recommendations on there. Grays from Kentucky Avenue to Normandy to 4 lanes, which you have to get a new bridge. That goes over I-4 right now is only 2 lanes. Not sure if you can squeeze in 4 lanes. But even just coming home from Orange City, traffic, like I live in Timbercrest, traffic's all the way by John Knox, like before Amazon, like almost in Orange City. Traffic begins way back there around 3, 4, 5 p.m., and that's when people are going to be coming to these fast food restaurants. Also, another recommendation on there was Howland to 6 lanes. Only from Forest Edge to Wolfpack, it said, to 6 lanes. But probably it would have to go all the way down, like I said, to Dollar General to 6 lanes. And also another one, Normandy from Graves to Rhode Island to 4 lanes. I believe that's the Amazon Road. And like I said, the main concern, I think, for a lot of people here is pedestrian safety. Tunnel, bridge would have to happen. Not just some flashing lights, not a 6-foot wide sidewalks. We would need a bridge or a tunnel. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And that was, everyone was standing, I believe, correct? Yes. Okay. So we will now go ahead and go to general public participation.
Terry Ellis, please.
Liz, can you read the list so that people are aware when they're ready to come up, please?
Terry Ellis, then Kathy Bryan, then Elbert Bryan, then Megan Butler.
Thank you.
Can I reserve my comment for public? I think it's already been addressed, so I'd just like to use public comment.
You don't want to speak now?
No.
Okay.
It's not necessary.
Okay. Then can you just recycle hers then for later?
Good evening, everybody. As you do, I have concerns. I don't have an issue with it changing the zoning, and I know what this is primarily about. But I'd like to see before you approve this is to get some commitment from the county first. Because I'm sorry, Mr. Paradise, I have no faith in what the county will or will not do. They can change their mind. I would rather get some commitment for them on what we're going to do for this. My first concern is that ingress or egress from Forest Edge, I'd rather see it all come from, I believe it's persimmon, but in the agenda it's spelled permission, so I don't know how it is on the actual ordinance, but if it needs to be corrected. I would rather see all the ingress and outgress go from there and then loop it around maybe behind the Wawa out to your traffic signal. The idea of a tunnel underneath is not a bad idea, except for that area has been known for sinkholes. I don't know if you guys remember the big one we had back when. Plus, they had another one over at the high school that kind of happened underneath the chorus room there, so that, but a flyover, I think with the continuing development would be worthwhile to think about. The traffic light at the racetrack on the opposite side, I think having a right turn lane coming out of Forest Edge onto Howland would be good. And I confess, since I started working at home, I don't remember, there used to not be a left-hand turn signal. So if you came out of the racetrack and wanted to make a left-hand turn onto Howland, you couldn't, because you could, but you would be 10 to 15 cars in line, and you'd have to sit about through 2 or 3 lights. So while they're redoing stuff, if there's not a left-hand turn signal there, that would be good. The high school students, as you know, that particular area is near and dear to our hearts. And we were told after our daughter got hit there that, we were talking to the police officer who actually responded to it, said, perhaps it would have been better if she was crossing on the other side of Forest Edge. Didn't think about it because people are coming out of Forest Edge, turning right. You look left to make sure no traffic's coming, but you don't think to look right. But that's where she was. She had the crosswalk, and you guys know all that if you've listened to us at any point in time. But, so now there's a lot of kids that cross over on that other side to go to Dunkin' Donuts and whatnot. But now my concern is you're going to have them crossing on both sides. They're going to go this way to go to Dunkin' Donuts. They're going to go this way to go to this area. And that's a huge, huge concern of mine. High school students have no idea what mortality is. None. So they don't think twice about jumping in front of a car and going, hit me. Problem is, occasionally somebody does. And then I don't know, coming, in the mornings, if depending on what goes in that center, I don't know what's going to go in there, but it may be extending, it might be something where you need to extend that turn lane onto Forest Edge if you keep the ingress in there, but I really would rather not see it there. I think that's a foolhardy mission. But yeah, let's get some commitment from our county first. They're a mess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Albert Bryan, please.
Wow. I've heard some BS in my lifetime, but what Mr. Paradise said earlier was just laughable. I spent 5 years after my daughter got hit speaking with the county. You think they give a shit about my kid? Hell no. Now that I got that out of my system, I'm going to tell you now, having that in and out right there at Forest Edge, that's stupid. I mean, that's literally stupid. I don't care what this engineer says at all, because my kid did get hit there. Now you're going to have more and more kids running around there, and you're going to allow this to happen like this? I hope y'all like signing death warrants.
Thank you, sir.
Megan Butler, please.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity, everyone. I am a resident of this neighborhood. I have been for over a decade now, and of this community. I am in the unique position to have gone through this before with where I grew up. So it was residential. A commercial business took over the household at the front of the community, and it is now back to residential within 15 years. It did not work well at all, needless to say. I can give you addresses and dates and everything you would like for that as well. Personally, the traffic will just be ridiculous. The pedestrian issues to and from high school, around there will be accidents. As we've heard, there already have been accidents. So why are we going to spin our wheels just knowing that there will be an issue? I have a whole list of things that else I've heard. I understand there will be around 4,500 daily trips coming to the front of my neighborhood just to go get Popeyes or coffee or whatever. That doesn't exactly give me a homey feeling, shall we say. The employment opportunities sound great. However, they're just fast food jobs. I think especially this community has had enough of traffic accidents, poor unemployment opportunities in naked strip malls with nothing in there besides a possible Verizon. I think as far as zoning comes to say, I don't look forward, and I don't think any of our commission members do, to saying to get to my house, turn left at Wendy's. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tara DiErico.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Tara DiErico. So it was asked how many new trips this would generate, and the number reflected in the agenda actually states 3,658 new trips. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone. We really need to begin forward thinking about pedestrian safety and look at pedestrian bridges. This could be a great example, and this could set the example, especially if we're looking to do more business development. Also, 2 of the restaurants have double drive-throughs, which indicates an expected high volume of drive-through customers. As these are not large lots, are we considering what happens to all that overflow traffic in the drive-through when the drive-through lanes no longer accommodate the number of cars that are waiting? So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
May that close this public comment?
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Now, Mr. Watts, would you like to address any of the concerns from the public?
Yes, ma'am. Just, again, for the record, Mark Watts with Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. I certainly understand the concerns about traffic, and as we've indicated, we are fully intent on following the process that you have in your codes and meeting each and every requirement that we're required to with regard to how we fit into the network with regard to traffic. I'll remind you that this is an area that you've planned for this type of commercial growth for nearly 40 years. And the employment jobs and opportunities with this particular site, yes, they're beginning jobs. They're the type of jobs that you've got high schoolers that are able to come over and fill and get their first experience, in the workforce. But they're also the things that support the workers at Amazon, the workers at the other industrial businesses that you're bringing into this area, so they have those alternatives for food and services within close proximity to their, to their place of employment. With regard to pedestrian safety, I absolutely agree wholeheartedly. You really need to be looking at strategic initiatives with regard to how you handle pedestrian safety and pedestrian access in this whole area. Because, the staff report and the traffic analysis says, hey, you've got more traffic, you're going to have to expand roads. Looking at things like, crosswalks or elevated crosswalks, flyovers, things of that nature, I think absolutely makes sense. They're not something one project can resolve or can fund, but you do have an initial money come in. You can do studies. You do have the money to coming in and work with the county to try and start putting together a strategic approach here. That's key. You've got to take that step. It's not something one project can solve. That said, we are more than happy to include in the development agreement the written commitment to work with the city and the county to make sure that we're doing our part to bring the highest level of pedestrian safety to the area and the access that's being provided into this site, and to do everything we can on the routes to and from this site to make sure that safe routes are being provided and that we're following the standards that would be the gold standards, for pedestrian safety. We've been actually trying to get a meeting set. We haven't had a chance to get it set with your staff in the county to talk about that. Really, it's, the question was asked earlier about, why can't we address that first? Ultimately, the vehicle that we have to address it through is the county's use permit process. So once you have zoning, you have to go in and apply for what's called a use permit from the county to coordinate how you're accessing their road network and the types of improvements that are going to be necessary to access your property. And that's that next step. That's part of that site plan review process. So that's where we're ready to go, and we're ready to start doing that work. But we have to establish the uses, again, because your comprehensive plan here doesn't let this property develop in any way unless you have that PD zoning in place. And so that's the first step. That's where we are now. And the steps from here are all absolutely aimed at addressing the concerns that you've raised with regard to how and why the connections are made and the designs are finalized. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Happy to work with staff to make sure you've got that written commitment with regard to pedestrian protection, in the development agreement when we come back for second reading. And we'll do our best to try and have at least a preliminary meeting with the county staff before that second reading, so we can say, here's the things that we think we're going to be able to work out for this project with regard to that.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with that being said, to the applicant also, we are the largest municipality in Volusia County, and as you see, we are moving forward with a moratorium to discuss things like this, right? How do we visualize our community? And we would like to be a leader in safety here. This is as you enter our city. It is on the front line. We've had injuries in that area before, and I can't impress upon you, working with you, Mr. Watts, as long as I have now, know that you are persuasive, and I will hope that you will have the applicant take our seriousness and our serious concerns about this, because not only do we want the highest and best, and I do mean that markedly in those words, for our community, and innovative also, because that's what it calls for in our comprehensive plan. And so we are looking for that maybe by second reading when the applicant comes back on that, and stringently, and I do mean stringently, encouraging the county to take this seriously also as we move forward, because just good is not good enough, and the minimum is not good enough here, and we need to do better and be better with this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. So no one else is on the board, but I have a question for you, Mr. Watts. You stated that what was the amount for the prop fair share? 160,000?
Correct. And we'll have to verify that that's based on the most recent numbers. Those numbers may be updated based on construction costs, going up as they have in the year since they were calculated. But it's about 160,000 currently.
So in your professional opinion, not going to hold you to any type of dollar amount, when we're talking about, let's say, a flyover, what kind of cost are we looking at?
You're in excess of, you're a seven-figure number. You're in the millions.
Could you say that one more time?
In the millions. I would say probably my ballpark would be $2.5 to $4 million, probably for an elevated crosswalk at a minimum.
So, and I wanted, the reason I bring that forward is that all of our discussion concerning traffic is very concerning, especially concerning the cut through that the gentleman talked about on Box Elder and the commissioner talked about on Lob Lolly. And there might be some traffic mitigation things. I know we hear all the time, we don't like speed tables, we don't like this, obviously not the bumps, but the tables are used in other municipalities. We have them out on Laredo. Those type of traffic calming measures in a residential area might be possible, but when the realistic talking about doing a flyover, you need grants, you need the TPO involved, you need to get in line for the TPO money, and $160,000 isn't buying you a study. It's not buying you a study to see how you are going to place that, where you're going to place it, and who it's going to serve. So, I understand the traffic impacts, and they have to be addressed, but until we talk about realistic numbers, we have to be really clear about looking at strategically placing traffic calming devices and things like flyovers. They're great. The one on International Speedway is awesome. When you look by the Speedway, and that was helped to be paid for by the state. You can also look at state funding for that. But it's a process of cobbling together money to create this type of an item. And if we're going to do it, we really need to look where strategically on Howland you're going to place it. And then we have to really start looking at grants and state money and so on and so forth. So when you have that discussion with the county, maybe that can be part of it, because the county doesn't have the money. They barely got Howland finished. We don't have the money. So we have to look and see if that's a partnership we're willing to explore in that entire area, because that area is going to do nothing but grow, especially if you go further west. And you're talking about Kentucky and everything there. Everything's growing on the other side of I-4. That is going to be completely restructured, and massive amounts of commercial and residential development are going in on the other side of I-4 as well.
Correct.
So maybe it's something we can look at, but for general intents and purposes, know, ladies and gentlemen, that this is an expensive venture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we already have our motion and second. Commissioners, do you have any more discussion on this item? And if no one has any more discussion on this item amongst the dais, I will ask Joyce to please reread the motion. Yes, she can read. She's going to read the motion? The ordinance, right. But you have the motion ready, right?
You want me to go?
Yes, go for it. I don't see anyone else here on the board.
Ordinance number 17-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 5.3 acres of land located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Howland Boulevard and Forest Edge Drive from Ag A and single-family R1 to business plan unit development BPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Joyce?
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 17-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezone, give or take 5.3 acres of land from agricultural and single-family R1 to business planned unit development BPUD at first reading and schedule a second and final reading for October 17th, 2022. The following reasons/facts are hereby stated to support approval. A, the BPUD rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and furthers the vision of the city activity center. B, the request can be supported by public infrastructure such as central water, sewer, and reclaim services. C, the BPUD is compatible with other land uses in the vicinity. The project is approximately designed to provide a high degree of separation from residential uses in the area through the strategic location of buffers and fencing and placement of stormwater infrastructure. And D, traffic will be managed through access improvements and a fair share payment to Volusia County. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections to Scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you very much. May we vote, please?
It passed unanimously.
7-0? Okay, and we'll have second reading coming up then. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, old business, an update on the 4B project, the straw project on Lake Monroe. Mr. Peters, this one is yours, right?
Yes, ma'am. This is a difficult one.
Hold on, wait, Mr. Peters, I'm sorry.
May I just make a comment?
Yes.
I just want you to know, I voted yes on this at the first reading, but I want to see the changes. I want to see what's happening. I'm not going to vote yes on the next one if we don't see some really cool stuff coming in. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peters, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Let me just start with a description of the 4B. We have affectionately referred to it as the straw project. The concept of the project is that we would take water out of the Lake Monroe/St. Johns River. We would transport the water up to the Alexander Rib site, which we have capabilities of treating surface water, about 4 million gallons, to either put it into ribs or to put it into our reclaimed water system. This project is an integral part of our consumptive use permit, which was approved by St. John's. We have a 20-year permit in large parts of the project. As many of you are aware, we have had some issues. The original location for the pump station on the river was in the, I'm sorry I don't have any map because things are changing rapidly, but if you look at the westernmost portion of the community center site, that's where the pump station was supposed to go. Our consultant brought in a geotech firm to do geotechnic engineering on borings on the original site. Unfortunately, they did not do a bathymetric head evaluation. And so consequently, when they started digging, when we reached down about 20 feet or so, we hit an artesian well. And, it's not real surprising given that you got Green Springs just to the east, and just to the west is a discharge that goes into the river down by the Methodist Children's Home. So some evaluations were done to see if it was retrievable. The determination was it not, we were not able to get a dry enough environment in order to proceed with construction. So we realized that we needed to look at an alternative. The consultant brought in another geotech firm. We did an evaluation on the, if you go look at the boat ramp to the east of it, the area that bordered by retaining walls. We looked at that particular location. They did the piezometric head on this one, which is similar to what we would have expected on the first one had we done it. But at the 23 to 28 foot level, the piezometric, and let me explain. If you were to go into the ground and you have water that's at a higher elevation working its way down, at some point it will try to come back up because there's enough head pressure to push it up. When they did the piezometric head in that 5 foot level, the piezometric elevation was 4 feet above the ground. So literally the water, if it could, in a column, would come 4 feet above the ground. And so the only construction technique at that point really available is to build a cofferdam. So we had some discussions about the cofferdam option. It was determined we couldn't go back to the original site because it had become so impacted by the artesian well that we can't even do a cofferdam. So we told the consultant to start developing the plans. The contractor, in fact, submitted today a shop drawing for the 50-foot-long sheet piles that would be part of the cofferdam. It would be about 45 by 20 feet in order to allow the construction. The plan is that once the consultant gets the plans together, the contractor gets the availability of material and all that, we will get an updated price. It is my intention that to set any difference in cost above what it would have been if it was properly engineered and we had done a cofferdam to begin with. Any additional costs in that, we will submit to the engineer's insurance company for compensation. It is our opinion that the engineer was negligent in not doing the proper testing. And so, that's the way we will proceed with the additional cost. The good news out of all this is the original project estimate for the project was about $12.5 million. We went to the state for state revolving loans and grants. The actual price came in closer to $9.5 million. So there is room in terms of the original estimate and where we are for some additional costs. But what we will be doing going forward is we will have a series of neighborhood meetings in the area. We have been having them more with the condo association, but we're going to send out notices to a larger area because people are impacted by Lakeshore. We opened Lakeshore back up last week. We plan to close it around the 28th of this month so that the contractor can put some sheet piles on the river side of Lakeshore that was impacted by the artesian well so that we can stabilize the embankment and the road. That will take several days to complete, a couple weeks in fact. And then we will open the road back up. And at that point, we hopefully will have some plans so we can start meeting with the county and discussing long-term the road impacts. And we'll start developing pricing and all. We will come back to the commission if we have more information, and we will also be meeting with the resident on how we're going to restore the original property, how we proceed from here, all kinds of information because people are being impacted. If you all remember, we had complaints about the fees on Garfield. The county allowed it to lower the speed limit, but while Lakeshore is open, they've asked us to remove the lower speed limit to return it back to the original speed. So We're going to be going back and forth on the speed limits on Garfield, which is not a desirable situation because, people don't like change on things like that. But we're trying to make the best of a bad situation. And our goal is to keep the commission and the public fully informed of where we are going from here. And as I said, our intention is to hold the engineer and the geotechnic consultant accountable for not doing the proper testing the first time on the original site. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm absolutely over it. You know what I mean? We live in a lake-rich, water-rich environment, and I'm upset for the residents about this. I understand what you're telling me, right? I'm not an engineer, but I am expressing the residents' frustrations, the ones that have reached out to me regarding this, regarding why this wasn't caught, to begin with. They have further concerns about clearing trees along Lake Shore, right? Because what was sold in the beginning, when I say that, what was described in the project at the beginning of the project is now not what they are getting. And I appreciate the fact that we are doing meetings with them. It's not only appreciated, but it's necessary because I was sold on this also, what this would be, and now what it was going to have to be based on pulling up these wells here. And, further road closures is one of the messiest things also about this project. The residents are pissed about this. I don't blame them that have to travel that road every day. I will say this, that I worked on having that speed limit lowered on Garfield with the residents out there. I know that it's county, and they reached out to me, the residents did, because they were not getting help from their county representative. And that speed limit needs to remain consistent. I'm sorry, but the residents from the county don't live in that area. They don't travel that area. They haven't had cars upside down in those curves in their residence. So to change that right now until this project is finished is, I think, a horrible idea. Just go talk to the neighbors. Go talk to them about that. There's a bike crossing there at the beginning of Garfield coming off of Lake Shore, and I've traveled that a lot looking at turning into that passable area there. The speed limit, I believe, is fine in my estimation. Is it frustrating for the residents? Absolutely. But we need to talk about keeping Lakeshore open as long as possible. And when I talk about this, having the expectation with the contractor, if they say a month, hold them to 2 weeks, because it's ridiculous what the residents and the traffic patterns are having to put up with out there. I'm also concerned about the natural habitat out there as we go to work and clearing more trees out there. And the impact that is going to have on the natural beauty. How do we redo that area that's already been messed up? I was sent pictures today, and the parking lot there, or what used to be the parking lot, is a lake there now. And so I think that all of those need to be addressed, and I think that we aggressively, and when I say aggressively, I mean do what we can to get out there and talk to those neighbors about this, because, and we need to talk about the financial impact with them also. This taxpayer money, I feel duped. I'm pissed at the engineering firm. I know that I brought this up several times because I've had to go in my own district and talk to people, whereas there had been engineering done on the property, but yet there still continues to remain free-flowing water on the property, and it's just a mess. And I think that you know this, that we're coming up now talking to people in my district right now in 3 different places about this very matter. So I thank you for holding them to that. I want assurances that we are recapping this money and that our residents will not pay for this, and that we get out there ASAP and start aggressively speaking with them about these concerns. And I want those assurances this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question for Mr. Peters. I just have comments. I know I've gotten a few questions, excuse me, and some emails asking the same questions. And I want to assure everyone in this building and everyone who's listening that we have had meetings with residents, excuse me, around that area, bringing them up to date on everything that's been happening within that area. And there have been numerous meetings with Mr. Peters, with staff who's sitting here, even with the deputies of Sheriff's Department. And that's where it was decided to place deputies on Garfield Avenue to monitor traffic because of the schools and stuff like that. The closure, and I know this is probably Mr. Peters' comments that should be made, but I know that having met with the engineers and city staff, the closures of Lakeshore was done for the safety of the residents due to the construction trucks and all the machinery that's going back and forth. You know, we try to put a lot, the city staff has tried to put a lot of information out there, letting residents know detours, don't turn right, don't go this way, don't go that way. But I just want to assure you that we've had numerous, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 meetings with the local residents there. I know that there are county residents, and we apologize that you were not included in these meetings, but listening to Mr. Peters today, I think that's his plans moving forward to include all the residents up and down that road. You know, I just wanted to let you know that we have been meeting with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any members of the public sign up to speak on this item? No one from the public? Okay. I just have a comment on that. Garfield and Lakeshore are both county roads. County has been indulging the city of Deltona in reducing the speed limit on Garfield for the residents, county residents. And the county has also indulged the city in shutting down Lakeshore Drive for a longer than necessary period because of this mess. So have we informed the county that we are going to ask for a road closure on the 28th of this month?
Madam Mayor, we had a meeting with the county last week. They were insistent that the speed limit on Garfield be returned to where it was while Lakeshore is open. But I will personally reach out to Mr. Cheney at the county, engineer to engineer, and implore on him that, you know, from the standpoint of the public, knowing that there are going to be opening and closures of the road during construction, that people are far better off when they have consistency with speed limits. The worst thing you can do is close the road for 2 weeks, change speed limit, and the poor officers have to go out and enforce it. And the first thing people are going to say was last week it was 45. You know, now it's 35. And then next week we take it back to 45. So I'm going to reach out to Mr. Cheney personally and see if we can't work out a compromise with regard to Garfield to keep it at a lower speed limit throughout the course of the entire construction project. And quite frankly, we could have a situation where the road's open and something happens and we have to do an emergency closure. It'd be better that the speed limit is at a lower level already. So I will personally reach out to do that. And just to expand on the Vice Mayor's comment, at the last meeting we had out there, we specifically told the residents that as soon as we know what the plans are, we will start the process of restoring the property where the trees were removed so that if restored sooner, my ideal situation is we would create a pocket park so that those residents can enjoy it. But we will continue, my commitment to everybody is we will continue with these neighborhood meetings, but I think we need to expand the area of outreach so that more people that are impacted by the project are notified.
And you've notified the county that you want to close the road the 28th of this month. They're aware of that. It's just an unfortunate situation that, I'm not going to beat this thing to death, but that the engineers, which receive a lot of money for their expertise, in such a wet area, had no clue or didn't look as to what was going to pop up there, because in that whole area, you just go down and you've got a spring coming up, you've got a well in that whole entire area. So we all, I believe, got, or some of us got an email from the Condo Association with a list of questions. I'm not going to go over those here, but they were addressed to you as well, I believe, sir. So if we can address their situation again and their questions, that would be good. Okay, thank you for that update. Now we'll move on to new business. 8A, request for approval of consultant for state government relations and lobbying. Mr. Peters, this is yours.
Yes, Madam Mayor. As you all are probably aware, I hope you're aware, Georgia McCune has been our lobbyist for some time. We put out an RFQ earlier this summer. We only received one proposal, and that was from Ms. McCune. She had proposed basically to keep the price the same as it's been, which is, $45,000 at $3,750 a month. Ms. McCune has been incredible to work with. We have gotten money for expanding the Eastern Water Plant through the filter project. I believe that was $500,000. We received additional funds this year for stormwater project. We just were informed that the legislature in the last, the state, let me rephrase it, and legislature, just in the last couple of weeks, has approved another $250,000 for the city. The Vice Mayor would be pleased to know that it is the Lake Gleason project in her CRA area. Basically, what we're looking at is surface water treatment, chlorination, and putting it into the reclaim system. This is the outfall for Lake Gleason is very limited. It's a very small dish system. It can't be expanded. So the only other alternative for getting water out is something such as the surface water treatment project. It's been done in other areas of Central Florida with great success. We are doing this as a pilot for the city of Deltona. We have places like Lake Windsor and other lake systems in the city that this type of project will benefit the city greatly. And so we're hopeful that if we proceed with this project on Lake Gleason, that it will have application elsewhere. Last year, we actually requested money for Lake Gleason and Lake Windsor. Ms. McCune said you can probably get one or the other. Lake Gleason was more appropriately sized. Lake Windsor is going to require quite a bit more reclaimed water pipe to discharge the water, and so that will be a larger effort. The coming year, we're going to be looking at funding for Lake Gleason, maybe additional funding for additional funding for Lake Gleason and funding for Lake Windsor. We have several other projects that we're looking at, whether it be a fire training facility or even as part of the accreditation process, if we determine we need a new fire station, making that request legislatively. Several cities in the area have gotten money for new fire stations. We think we should get that also. Ms. McCune also keeps myself and our staff very much up to date with new legislation that will have impact on the city, and we'll be better able to respond to it with our legislators as to the impact on the city and the residents. And so we're recommending strongly that we award the contract to Ms. McCune next year.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford?
I'm just going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the award for state government relations and lobbying for annual services to Georgia McKean and Associates LLC at a price of $45,000 annually.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Is there anyone from the public that signed up to speak on this, Liz?
Manny Rodriguez, please.
With all due respect, a fire about this high burns my butt, and the other one is the word consultant. That's all I ever hear out of this administration. One thing I have not heard is that they hire consultants to determine which toilet paper we best use by the city. So I have a suggestion for you all tonight. Why don't we just hire a city manager and deputy city manager, give the fire department to the county like we did the police department, and fire everybody else and just hire consultants? Because that's all the seems you people do. He does, and the one preceded him does. Consultants, consultants, consultants. Do we have anybody on staff that is worth their salt, that can decide and determine and recommend to the city what needs to be done? Apparently not. So we bitch and complain about legal fees. I am complaining and bitching about consultant fees, because what you are spending and what he's spending is taxpayers' money. Have you ever thought about maybe looking at your community, see if there's people that could help you in these issues? No, you don't. You hire a consultant. Consultants are great, because consultants come in here and you know what they do for you, all of you, and you, they tell you what you already know. And then what you do is hire them so you can hold them responsible to the screw-ups that you make. That's all consultants are good for. So I go back to it. Why don't you just close shops, keep the commission and a city manager and a deputy city manager, and hire consultants? That may be more effective. That may be more effective for the city. It may be more satisfying for us citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Closes public comments, Mayor.
Okay, that closes public comment on this item. Commissioner Bradford, are you still on the board or no? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to reread the motion, please?
I move to approve the award for state government relations and lobbying for annual services to G.A. McCune and Associates LLC at the total cost of $45,000 annually.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 7-0. Now we'll move on to item B, request approval of Brown & Brown coverage premiums. Is Mr. Peters or Rebecca?
I'll start. I may have to rely on Rebecca. We received rather late this year the package for our insurance. Sad to say that we have had high utilization of insurance, specifically in the area of worker compensation and other areas. As a result, there is a significant increase in the cost of our insurance. And as I sent you all an email previously, because of the deadline involved, I signed the booklet with a note that's subject to commission approval. But, we were able to get on the agenda for tonight, so you all have an opportunity to vote up or down for the new insurance in order to continue coverage for the city.
Any questions, commissioners? Yes, no? Commissioner McCool.
Yeah, thank you very much. The workers' comp is the 28.7%. It went up the most, yes? Did we have a rise in claims this year, or was it just it budgetarily went up 28%, 28.7%? Is that just a result of natural progression, or did we have a rise in workers' comp claims?
We had a significant increase in worker comp claim and valuation of those payouts. So the insurance company literally lost money, so they're having to raise the rates in order to
Do we have a
cover the
breakdown?
costs.
I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's it. That's all I was going to say.
Do we have a breakdown? Okay, so what I'm looking at here is for next year, as far as risk assessment or whatever, do we have a breakdown of this workers' comp? What I want to understand is if there is a rise in workers' comp, that means there has either been a higher propensity for accidents or there's just a higher propensity for claims. And I want to understand for myself and my fiduciary responsibility to my residents where those claims are arriving from. Do we have that information, or can I have that information?
We can get you the information. I do know that we had a significant increase in claims within the fire department. A very substantial part of this is due to claims within the fire department. But we will get you, I will get all of the commissioners to break down on that so that you have it.
And the drone coverage here, yes, not to exceed 25%. I mean, that's the liquor liability, the storage tank liability, I get that, and the trust liability, property casualty, that's for overall for our properties, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I believe is a representative here from the insurance company as well?
Yes, Ms.
Do you have any questions, Commissioner McCool, for the insurance company's representative?
No, I'm just trying to understand the overall raise. 28% is significant in dollar value. What is that? And that's $122,000 for last year for this, for the fiscal year, correct?
Did you have any comments on that from your perspective?
I'm talking about just from us handling.
No, I'm
risk
talking about her. If she
management.
has anything she'd like to say, or that can clarify things, or are we pretty much clear on what it is?
Michelle Martin from Brown & Brown. Nice to be here this evening. I would very simplistically reiterate the comments that Mr. Peters had. We are glad to get into more information on that, and perhaps the detailed claims information that will be provided to you. We could also have some individual meetings on that to explain the impacts of those on the premium and the cost to the city. It's a direct impact. And in addition to that, the city's growing, so there was increased payrolls that about 8 or 9%. Of that 28% is increased employee cost.
That's a good thing, that's a good thing. That's what I'm talking about. It's what I want to understand, what that liability is, right? What's open in any of these, right, as far as budgetary. It's a big part of our, it's a big part of looking forward that we need to do. And I'm happy that we're growing. I'm happy that we're growing our fire department, you know what I mean? But I just want to understand where those liabilities lie, prepare us for that.
Well, and just secondarily on the other section, the property and liability insurance, we did do a property replacement cost assessment back in 2021. And so part of the increase there was an impact from increased replacement cost values due to the economy.
Mm-hmm. What is what is our highest replacement cost?
I could provide that information to you tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't have that on the top of my head.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
Are you like a cost per square foot? Is that what you?
Yeah. Where is our value lie, right? What are we, Okay, so what are we need to concentrate on? Maintenance, upkeep, right? What is our highest priorities? What are we looking at there? Those are the things I'm interested in. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Is there anyone from the public that signed up to speak on this?
Mayor John Vicker, please.
John Vaccaro, Local 2913. Just coming up because apparently the fire department is the cause of the workers' comp issue. But I think we should all remember there was a pandemic. Our guys are frontline. We did receive a lot of money to offset costs incurred through COVID, which are some of those workers' comp issues. We used a lot of them for replacing meters. We may want to reconsider how we allocate those funds, especially when those monies come to the city with options other than just water, but to offset costs incurred by COVID or by our guys being on the front lines and transporting people that have COVID in units that we now transport. So it would be nice if you could include one of us on the committee or when you have these meetings so we can actually evaluate the actual impact, because I do appreciate them saying the increase in revenue to our employees is one of the causes. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford?
Yeah, actually, before Johnny Crockett, I was going to ask, so what did our consultants say about this increase? And yes, I'm being a smart aleck. My comment was going to be, too, I really doubt that it was just the firefighters. Having an increase in payroll raises your workers' comp. Any sort of claims, as she will probably say, would raise your workers' comp. I know several businesses this year that have had substantial increases based alone just on workers' comp. So I guess my smart aleck side said, well, what did our consultants say about this?
Commissioners, any other questions? Because in the report that is here with the program overview, when you look at the three major factors are the insurance market and economic conditions, claims history, and underwriting exposure changes, including employee growth, which was 8.92%, vehicle fleet increase of 9.77%, additional assets, locations, or increased valuations of property assets. The city implemented a property appraisal in December 2021. Replacement values increased by 8.28%, and just growth is a net increase of 15.85%. So all of those are factors in, like everything else, unfortunately, is going up. So do we need a motion and a second on this item if the commission so desires? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Did you-
Is it me?
Yeah, because no one
Okay.
else is on the board.
Sure, Mayor, thank you.
Did you click in? No, there's nobody else on the board.
I move to approve the award of state government relations. Am I in the right place?
No.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I move to approve the Brown and Brown coverage premiums. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Properly moved by Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Joyce, will you reread the motion, and may we vote, please?
I move to approve the Brown and Brown coverage premiums. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please?
Okay.
And the motion passes 7-0. The next item is item C, approval of budgeted purchases for fiscal year 2022-2023. This was the topic of discussion under the budget. This is the list of 300-plus purchase orders that have been provided to us for approval. Mary, you want this approved in one fell swoop, every one of these? Because I don't believe we've ever seen this come forward like this, where we have 300 purchase orders to approve at one time. Am I wrong?
No, I think since John had changed the policy, anything over $25,000 goes before the commission, all purchase orders or contracts. And I would like to just take a few minutes to kind of to explain what our process is as we approach the end of the year. October 1st is the beginning of our fiscal year, and materials cannot be purchased or services rendered unless we have a valid purchase order. So in between the time the final budget is approved and October 1st is a rather short window. As you said, there's over 300 purchase orders. So what we do at the city is our purchasing department around this time will review our current purchase orders, and that's what this list is derived from. And I just want, you're absolutely correct that John Grady ended up on this list because he is a current purchase order. But I just want you to understand that we have a number of different levels of checks and balances, so the purchase order would not actually materialize just because it's on this list. It's on this list because most of them exceed the $25,000 limit. What happens after the budget is approved, departments will put in a requisition for a purchase order. The next step after that is the purchase request is routed to our purchasing department, and they review it first of all for compliance with procurement and purchase order procedures, state law, to make sure that the purchases, the contracts are valid. We have enough quotes. After that level of scrutiny, it goes to the finance department. The finance department reviews the requisitions for budget compliance. So at this point, if there isn't any funds budgeted, the purchase requisition will stop. It's not approved, it won't go any further. After that, there's other levels of approval, usually with, depending on the dollar level, it'll go to John Peters, especially for something like John O'Grady's $174,000. So I just want you to understand that, unfortunately, this ended up on the list because it was last year's purchase order, and I just don't want you to think that we just randomly approve them. There's a number of different levels of scrutiny before the purchase orders go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could
Yes.
jump in one thing. Previous managers, one of the things that surprised me when I took over was previous managers took the position that if there was a line item in the budget, that they had the authority to spend that line item without coming back to commission. I took the position that anything over $25,000 needed to come back to commission, even if the money was in the budget. Because to me, that's transparent. You're involved in the approval of something larger than $25,000. So that's why we changed the policy, is to be more transparent on anything over $25,000.
You know, and that being said, John, because it has to go through this process, it comes before your commission because it's a lengthy process to get all these purchases through the, you know what I mean, the review process. And we want to be able to continue to function as a city once October 1st rolls around, so we can transition from one year to the next, because we're not allowed to purchase anything or render any services without a valid purchase order. So it's just a way to try to get ahead of the curve and get all these processes before in a matter of like 2 weeks.
So you're telling me that everything over $25,000 comes to the commission?
Correct.
So in these purchase orders, you have 339 of them. 128 are over $25,000. That leaves 111 that are not.
Right. And, you know, this is just, it probably wouldn't have to go because it doesn't under the threshold, but it's just part of the transparency that we do.
But the transparency, where was Mr. O'Grady's contract for the $174,000? When was that in the commission budget? Because it wasn't. And then it's a purchase order, so but that was last year, but now it's a different amount. So because the contract expires at the end of this month.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So when you look at $174,000 that is a purchase order that's listed at number alphabetically 223, and cost to the city, it's number 19 in terms of high to low. Also listed in these purchase orders is the Volusia Sheriff's Department, Waste Pro, the County of Volusia for solid waste landfill tipping fees. The Sheriff's Department contract usually comes to us as a separate item. So do other things. So when we're looking at a purchase order, how many purchase orders that are on this list are not in our budget, just like that $174,000 contract? How many more are not in the budget? Because that's my concern.
Yeah, I understand. And I think what happens is that these are vetted by the departments. And I think that, you know.
And if that's the case, then the $174,000 was vetted by department number 121. What is that department?
City manager.
And that never came to us.
It's before you right now. So, and
It's
on
correct,
here
and I
by
want to
error.
prove this with that in there.
Right. Right.
And I just want to know how many other items, because I went through some of these big ones, but how many other, like the Sheriff's Department is the exact same budget as it was last year. You know, some of these are listed, but how many other ones are not in our budget that are on the purchase orders?
Well, the Sheriff's Department, we talked about at length during the budget process, and the contract is going to stay the same from 22 to 23.
I understand that, but
So, you know, that was what I was trying to explain, that John O'Grady's contract was on here by error. And I just was trying to explain the process. Even though it was on this list, it would never have become an approved purchase order because it would never have made it through the requisition process. So yes, you're
Then
absolutely correct.
how many other ones are on here by error?
I'd have to probably review the whole 300 list.
I think, you know, when we start looking at that kind of $174,000 error, that's a little bit steep. It's not a $5,000, what are we looking at here at the bottom of the list? Because I have this by dollar amount. It's not a $300 for Lynch Oil for fuel for a public works admin building generator. It's not $190 or $500 for cleaning supplies for officers and trucks. So it's not $750 for tree removal that are hit by lightning. So I'm not so sure how I feel about this whole item right now, because I really don't have time to go through 339, 338 now purchase orders. Commissioner Bradford?
Yeah, and that's the reason why we do them all in bulk here, because if we had to bring every single one before the commission.
Did you bring every single one to the commission last year?
It was on a list like this.
And we approved the whole thing?
Correct.
And Madam Mayor, you know, those were my questions as well. When I look at this, item 7, $300,000 for well rehabs as needed. So I'm giving you a blank check. I mean, at this point, there's a lot that needs to go through on this yet, and I know you want an approval tonight. I think this is one of those items right now that I would like to have a little bit more time to review against the budget and see what's there. I mean, we're talking a lot of money here.
Right.
You know, I didn't get a chance to go through the whole thing. I'm going to tell you probably halfway through going back and forth against the budget. And there's things on here that we don't need to have approval for right away. And I do understand and I appreciate you wanting to get, you know, a jump start on that. But to put through a $300,000 purchase order for well rehabs is needed, and there's other things in here that are as needed. They're not even 100% necessary yet, you know. So as much as I appreciate, we received a budget, we received a line item, we had that, but that doesn't mean I'm going to blanketly improve over 300 purchase orders.
Okay.
I can't do this with a conscious mind. I mean, if anything, I'd like to see this tabled. I make a motion, Madam Mayor, to table this list until a date certain. Do I need to give a certain date, Ms. Marsha?
The only problem with tabling is then you have to have a motion to bring it off the table. And I don't know, based on what you're all saying, how soon some of these things might then become relevant. And one of you would have to make we'd have to determine all of that and then determine when you need to take it. So to me, the easier thing to do would be to continue it for, you know, like your next regular meeting or the meeting after that or something like that. That's always the problem with tabling.
Okay, then I move to
Continue.
I move to continue this into our next regular commission meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a date for the next commission meeting that we can?
October 3rd.
October 3rd. Okay.
Yeah.
So your motion is to continue this till October 3rd.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second for Commissioner Bradford's motion? Seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. So we have a motion to table until the next commission meeting, a motion and a second. Before we go forth with that, has anyone signed up for public comment on this item, Liz? Because if we're going to continue, we don't do public comment, correct?
No, I mean, I think if you continue it to another date and you all are going to discuss it, then you would have public comment. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't.
Okay, so we'll go ahead
Yeah.
with public comment. Is there anyone that signed up for public comment? Okay, then go ahead and read.
That's exactly my point. See what I'm saying? 174,000 is nothing. It is to a lot of people in this town. That gets them through for years, some of these people. There's so many things in there probably that you don't need. And really, I don't want to sound like a harsh guy. I realize it's election time and all that. I really don't like to get involved in that, you know, criticizing people. But these things got to be looked at. I mean, and then before, gentlemen here, the consultant fees that go out the window. Come on. This is what I talked about before. I didn't know you were going to go like this, but now you got, how many items were on the list that you don't know about? I mean, so, you know, when you get a pair of dice, it's a crapshoot. You shake them, throw them, hope your number comes out. Is this what the people have to hope for? I mean, it's a crapshoot. No matter how hard you try, Heidi, you ain't not going to win. This system don't work. The whole system has to change. It don't work. You were schooled into it, okay? You're trying to keep it going that way. It ain't going to work. You got to change it. The system has to work. This system don't work. It's a proven failure. Look at the debt. Look at the people. How can they have faith? And then they hear, oh, it's only 174,000 that was going to sneak through. I don't know. You got to change it.
Thank you, sir.
Carol, please.
John Vaccaro, Local 2913. Just a question about purchase orders. I've heard multiple times tonight that anything over $25,000 in expenditures needs to come to the commission. The state and local financial recovery fund that was given to Deltona was about $15 million plus. We spent quite a bit of that on water, meters, in fact. Do you guys, because obviously it's over 25, do you guys, does that come to you to vote on the expenditures of that for each individual thing? Okay. I was not sure of that. And so, again, that was a lot of money, and there's a lot of people out here that were concerned about increases. Maybe we need to look at the funds that are coming in for that act to a little closer, because one of them is by supporting the health of the community and helping households, small businesses, impact industries, nonprofits, and public sector recover from economic impacts of COVID, using the funds to provide government services up to the amount of revenue lost due to the pandemic. There's multiple ways we can spend this to offset costs to employees and to other individuals. It may be in the future something we should look at a little closer rather than random, spending it on meters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else, Liz? Okay, that closes the public comment. Commissioner Sosa.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You again? Me again. People need to listen in this town. We're speaking on the $25,000 that the city manager can spend. What I suggest is, instead of him having $25,000 to spend, Eddie, without going to y'all, you're to allot each one of y'all commissioners X amount of dollars to spend within your district, instead of letting this happen. It works. South Carolina, it worked fantastic. So why not give them the money to spend within their district, but make them responsible to spend that money that year, not carry it over to the fourth year to buy votes. So that's my concern is, and also too is, the sidewalk funds. What is the sidewalk funds? A person buys a new house out in an old development and a pretty house. Then all of a sudden, they come in, a contractor that's building the house has got the option to put that sidewalk fund into a fund with the city here. But yet the person buying that home has got to pay for it, but yet get no sidewalk. They use that money where they want to use it. That's what happened into the Deltona in the old areas. It happened to me. But the contractors poured the sidewalks, covered the swales up. And you got an ordinance that says you won't cover the swales up. Who handles, I can't call on name, that's supposed to go out and check and make sure the swales hadn't been covered up, didn't do the job. Now here it is, I got water backed up on me. And I'm having a problem that the city manager done been out there one time, well, 3 or 4 occasions, still haven't solved the problem, has made it worse. But yet they have wanted to hire an engineer to come out there and suggest how to do it. The engineer come out, I spoke with him, but he wouldn't give me what he come up with because I didn't hire him. So all I know that the city manager come out there the following 2 days later, said, well, I'm gonna come up with a solution. Yeah, he come up with a solution, but it ain't done no good, made it worse. All I'm saying is, people that are buying houses in a old development, there should be sidewalks poured if that person buying that house is paying for it. Don't put it in a sidewalk fund to let the city commissioner or who it is make a decision where that money, where that sidewalk going. It's not fair to the homeowner that's buying it. So I'm going to let it go at that, but I'll be going later on with crushed concrete. Remember, people.
Thank you, sir.
Carried away with it.
That closes the public comment portion. Commissioner Sosa.
I just heard the water meters come up a couple times tonight. Those water meters did come up multiple times. We used ARPA money for them. It was a much needed thing to have done. We have residents that send us emails on a daily basis about water bills that are in the thousands of dollars, that they have no idea how that water got there. If they had these new meters, they would know real time what the problem was. To me, is this $11 million invested in the water meters a good thing? Yes. And if you ask me, I'm a thrifty nickel. Is it a bargain in the long run? Absolutely.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying that. Commissioner Bradford.
Actually, I would like clarification. It was my understanding that the state expenditures, we did receive funds from the state. So part of the money that was used to purchase these meters was money that was received from the state for COVID, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We received almost $14 million from the federal government, and the meters and the install will be paid out of the federal dollars.
That is correct. And I believe what they are talking about was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we would have been allowed, as you know, you've discussed our cost of workers' comp going up, and when we had firefighters and our EMS, everyone off due to COVID, that funds could have been utilized for our first responders. And since we didn't put aside the money for first responders, we probably put it through another means. So funds came through that could have been utilized, but we chose to use the funds for the water meters, is what I think they're discussing and they're saying. So did we put funds aside for our first responders when we received that $14 million? How much money did we put aside that went to the fire department for the first responders when they were off?
Commissioner Bradford, it was my understanding the desire of the commission was to put an emphasis on the new meters and the install. We would determine once that was completed how much of the federal dollars was left and how we would wish to spend it at that time. We will be getting pricing here soon for the installs. We have already purchased the meter boxes, and so we will be ready to start putting meters in the ground hopefully in the month of November, and we will have a better handle on how much of the original $13.95 million, I think it was, from the feds, that will be available after that. So, it was the desire of the commission. My understanding was to put an emphasis on the meter program. It was part of a study that we did a couple of years ago on cost saving in the water and sewer department. There was a $200,000 study, and one of the things that was discussed was by converting over to the meters that we're looking at, there would be a need for fewer meter readers, by being more efficient with our data and the customer being able to go online on a moment's notice and look at their meter water usage, that the need for customer service would be diminished. And we're completing the SCADA system.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt because it's already getting late, but my basic note was, it was just said that we used like out of our regular funds to do that, when in fact we used, as they stated, COVID funding that came in. That's all I wanted specified. And yes, as a commission, we decided to do that. That's what was presented to us, and that's what we decided to do. So I just wanted that clarified.
Okay.
Commissioner Sosa?
Now, just for clarification, we received money through the CARES Act first, which was about 3-point-something million. Out of that CARES Act money, how much of that did we put towards the fire department?
Almost all of it.
Mary, can you help me with that one?
You're right, we got money through Volusia County for the CARES Act, and I don't remember exactly. I thought it was $2.9 million, and that money was used to pay firefighters' salaries.
Okay, so we did use about 2.9?
I think so, but please don't hold me to that.
I think you're right.
It was
I think
a while.
that's pretty accurate. So we did use 2.9, almost all the CARES Act money we got the first round.
Right, we also got money.
Dedicated to the salaries and benefits of the fire department.
Right, we got CARES Act through CDBG also, and I'm pretty sure that some of the money were sanitation machines that were used to fund for the fire department also.
And then the second round of money came through ARPA, which was a total separate federal funding, which this commission opted to replace the water meters to keep us from going into debt to replace the water meters. Is that correct? Otherwise, we'd have another bond for $13-14 million to replace water meters. So
that's correct.
It's not like it was all one-sided. There was split in funds, correct?
Correct. They're from different sources.
And just to clarify that, initially, when the first amount of CARES Act funding came out, it was specifically directed to be used for COVID relief and it was specifically directed for things like sanitation. Other cities used it to hire someone to sanitize their city hall. Other people used it for sanitation machines, dispensers, and so on and so forth. As time went on, the federal government revised what you were able to use that funding for, just like they did with ARPA funds. And they began to say, instead of it only being used for sanitizing and so forth, you were able to use that for salaries and wages for those people directly impacted with COVID. And that is why it was allowed to be used for public safety, for firefighters and frontline people that were directly affected by COVID. It had to all have a direct correlation at that time. So that is what we did. Initially, we looked at doing sanitation equipment. We looked at, like some of the other cities did, all the fancy sanitation items. And then what we did is we ended up, because some of those were already in our budget, we ended up using that money, and I think it was either 2.89, something like that, for wages, as did 99% of the cities in Volusia County that I know of did the same thing once that was cleared. Then with the water meters, the second amount of the ARPA money was used more to stimulate. It was still COVID-related if you needed it for that, but it was also used to stimulate the economy with infrastructure. And that's why we chose to do, as Commissioner Sosa, you're 100% correct, we chose to do the water meters because otherwise that money would have had to come out of Deltona Water, and the residents who use Deltona Water would have had to pay the $11 million for the meters. And we've been looking at those meters for as long as I've been sitting up here. We've been talking about getting some more meters and different ones for the residents to have control over their water use. The other thing I wanted to say is we also used some of the money we used the CDBG money and we used some other funding when we started looking at using it to help the residents directly in terms of rent and other items. We had a really, really hard time, and correct me if I'm wrong, getting rid of that money and finding people that qualified for that COVID money. We really had a hard time getting rid of some of that money. And so we did what we could at that time. And if you remember, we also didn't require any, we waived the late fees on the water bills and so on and so forth for a long period of time. Correct, Mr. Peters? I think we waived the late fees on water bills and so forth during COVID. We did a lot that we could for the community. And as times changed and the government sent different rules and regulations down, we adjusted. So that is what we ended up doing with that COVID money. And at some point, we'd like to have I think the commission would like to have an update on how we're doing with the meters. So right now, we have, Joyce, a motion to continue, correct? And a second. Do you want to read that motion again? And then we'll move forward with this.
I move to continue this item to the regular commission meeting on October 3rd.
Okay, so may we vote on the continuance, please? And the motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner King dissenting. Now we'll move on to item D, which is a contract proposal for public scoping regarding land planning and development matters as part of the City of Deltona temporary moratorium regarding detached single-family density increases, ordinance number 12-2022. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services. For the record, in light of the City Moratorium Initiative, which, just for the record, was a temporary pause on entitlement increases that involved rezonings and future land use map changes that resulted in single-family dwelling unit type of projects. Staff sent out a request for proposals to conduct public scoping on planning, land development, and related growth management matters. After very limited responses to the city request for proposal processes, city staff went out and contacted a group by the name of Access Infrastructure to see if they were interested in performing the scoping. Access Infrastructure indicated interest by proposing a scope of work to conduct a robust public scoping process with the intent of discussing land use, land development, and growth management matters impacting the city. Access Infrastructure cogent scope of work has a price tag of $189,000 and $189.50. The relationship with Access Infrastructure will be procurement appropriate through a piggyback arrangement with another local government. The scoping process will take about 12 months to complete. This will protract beyond the initial sunset of the moratorium, which is December 31st, 2022. To give some more time for the scoping process to mature, staff will be advancing an ordinance to extend the temporary moratorium another 3 months until March 31st, 2023. Staff suggests the City Commission approve the contract with Access Infrastructure and direct the city manager to execute all forms to facilitate as such. I'll be happy to field any questions y'all may have with regard to this.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool?
Ron, do we have enough time to, so first of all, I don't feel enough conversation has been had in a workshop environment regarding this, right, to just present this here. Is there enough time for us to plan within the next month a workshop or whatever you and the city manager work out, that we have a workshop on this moratorium, because we need to understand this scope, right, and be able to talk about it in a free environment, which is going to take way longer than what we have here. Is that possible?
I think it's possible. I'm going to defer to the city manager because I don't have a good handle on the scheduling for these workshops.
Mr. Peters, we have discussed this for a while, the moratorium, so that we can move forward in a proper manner. Do we have enough time, sir, to have a workshop on this before we move forward with any type of contract like this? Because I'm not comfortable with doing that. Can we plan that, please, sir?
You want a workshop before we award
Before,
this?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
We could have one next Monday.
Yeah, that would be fantastic to me, because in spending this type of money, we need, if we do it by next Monday, at least we have a minute to shoot across the bow that we want to do this, right, and have input from the residents. I believe that if we can arrange that and have residents at the workshop, that we need input from the onset, and I believe if you can do that, that would give us more time. So I would like to, if that's okay, Madam Mayor, just make a motion that we table this discussion until we've had a workshop on this matter.
You want to
I'm sorry,
continue this?
We continue it, please.
After our workshop?
Yes.
And then at the workshop, set a date certain?
Absolutely, time certain, within the next 30 days, if that pleases the requirements, City Manager and Madam Mayor.
Okay, that is a motion by Commissioner McCool and seconded by Commissioner Bradford. And before we go any further, Joyce, do you have the correct motion?
To continue the item until we have had discussion at the workshop, which is going to be on Monday, September 26th.
Mm-hmm. And did you say something within 30 days, Commissioner McCool? Did you want to keep that in there?
I would think so, because we only have a 3-month extension on the moratorium. I have read over what the engagement and proposal is on that, and just really would like to bring the proposal and, give us time to look at it and talk about it, right, in a longer session in the workshop. So absolutely within the next 30 days.
Okay, Joyce, do you want to include that in there?
So just within the next 30 days, you're going to come up with a conclusion?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You good with that, Commissioner Bradford?
We will go over the scoping process and what the contract called for. We will also discuss timeline, because the plan is at the next meeting to have a 3-month addition to the moratorium which legally, as far as we can go, that would push it to March 31st.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else from the commission? Hold on one second. Commissioner King, yes, sir.
Yeah, I think I might be confused. I'm not doing the math right. You're telling us that it's going to take about 9 months?
About 12 months.
12 months?
Yes,
It's
sir.
going to take 12 months to do this survey. We only have 6 months before the moratorium is up if we approve it for another 3 months. Well, what's the point? That doesn't make any sense. How do you figure that? That's what you're telling us, right?
That is correct. We
Okay, so what-
anticipate.
We're already then 6 months behind. I don't know, you're telling us you're going to get, how can we make a decision if we need this information first, and it's going to take about 12 months? How do we have the information we need to make the changes and decisions that we need to make before the moratorium is up? Make me understand that.
I think that this will give us a good foundation for moving forward. Yes, it will extend beyond the moratorium, but it'll give us a good foundation for upgrading our comprehensive plan policies and our land development regulations.
Ron, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to offer that, I mean, we just basically have more on our plate than, we've been able to say grace over, but we may be able to try and salvage this by trying to look at some key deliverables that you all agree on that we can get in place before the moratorium expires. And that's, we're trying to figure out a way to make this work. And the difficulty we have is when this whole thing started, you had X period of time. Everything was going on, nobody could get to it. And so now we can only, based on that ordinance, we can only extend for another 3 months. But if we can get a good handle on, getting the public in, talking to the P&Z, talking to all of you, getting a good idea of where the real breaking points are, we think we may be able to write some code that will salvage some of this.
Okay. I don't understand then, are we going to have information in the next 6 months that we would be able to use for us to sit down and make these changes?
I believe so.
Commissioner King, Mr. Paradise and I have had extensive conversations. What would likely come out of this is by the end of the moratorium, we will not have a document per se, but we will have policy statements that will guide us with ARPA going forward. For instance, I'm just using numbers, don't quote me, but for instance, if we were to decide that we want a 50-foot setback from all wetlands, that the new definition of density is something, we would have a series of policy statements that would be agreed to before the end of the moratorium. Then Ron would focus on the code writing. And with the policy statement, that would lead him with the code writing that would take the balance of the time. So the goal is by March 31st, we will have a series of policies, much like you have in a comprehensive plan. There would be a series of policy statements as to what we're looking for on an ARPA project. And
Okay.
that will guide us from then on.
Then my question would be this. Do we need to spend the money on this, or do we have to have meetings with the commissioners, with P&Z, and with the other staff and people that we're already working with? Let's get that done. maybe we don't have to spend this money. I mean, see what I'm saying? Am I not making sense?
No,
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I think this is a good investment for us to bring in access infrastructure to facilitate these meetings, facilitate the outreach of these meetings, and to generate a report that, gives us information as how we want to move forward on this stuff.
Let me ask you a question, Ron.
Yes, sir.
When you put out the information for public response, how many responses did you actually get?
We only got one response through the RFP process, and we consider it to be a marginally qualified consultant, and they want $412,000 to do this project.
Okay. And you've asked the public to participate?
Through the procurement process, yes.
And how many people in the public participated?
I think we're talking about two different things. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I think I'm talking about, the request for proposals.
Oh, okay.
For firms. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay, I thought you were talking about you sent out something to the public.
No, sir, I'm sorry.
And you wanted a response from them. Okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I'm sorry, too. I'm yelling at you maybe for not a good reason.
It's okay.
All right. But I still think that we should be working on this right now. The commission should be working on it. The staff should be working on it. P&Z board should be working on it. We should be sitting down and having meetings on this, because if we just do that, we might have enough information to get done what we need to do. But I don't see any reason at all in waiting for another study in order to get started. That's where I'm coming from. So I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that's me.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Henceforth, that's why I asked for us to do the workshop first, because there is an amount of public scoping that can be done. As that's what I was trying to reach at between now and then. In reading what the proposal is and the time span, I mean, at first we do need the data analysis. I mean, we have all of that here in-house. And the public engagement and outreach, again, agree with you that it can start immediately. That's what I was leading up to and intimating, to talk about those things in a longer period of time, so that we're not sitting here, so we understand one another moving forward, what that looks like and what we want. It's our comp plan, it's our residents' input, how do they want the city to look, and that's where we've been trying to go with this. That's why the moratorium was brought up to begin with. So I think that the public outreach part, that's what he was talking about, that, you know what I mean, that no one, that it really hadn't been put out there yet for public input. So thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Sosa?
So basically, we want to hire a consultant to get feedback from our public.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why is it that we cannot just have some meetings and get feedback from our public? Why can we not put up a survey and mail it like they're going to do? The last time we paid all this money for a consulting company for parks, what was it, $125,000? They mailed out 5,000 surveys and they held one meeting. So why can we, getting to Mr. Rodriguez, why do we always have to hire a consultant to do something this simple? I'll tell you what, I've had more than enough public feedback from sitting up here. Every time we have a rezone and there's 100 people out there that come up and tell us what they want. So I think we have a pretty good idea what folks want. Why can't we just hold meetings and workshops and save the $189,000? I mean, they're not going to write anything, right?
They
They're
will.
just going to say, yeah, most people want 3 houses per acre, 2 houses per acre. Some don't want any more development.
They will generate a report at the end of this.
Okay. Is that not something we could do?
It is possible. The benefit of bringing in a consultant is to ensure that the task, they'll be focused on that task. Independent of your staff may be dealing with, an ordinance rewrite or a rezoning request that's coming before you through the process. Also, the staff has made certain, recommendations on certain projects, and bringing in an independent third party. They're not, associated with some of those decisions that have been made in the past.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Stocha, let me try to address, I know there have been a lot of concerns expressed this evening about the number of consultants we have. We have been very aggressive this last year trying to get a moratorium in place, do a rental ordinance, do a pass-through ordinance for legal fees. Those things take time. I'm already getting beat up about how long it's taken development projects to get through the planning department. No fault of Ron and them, it's just strictly a staffing situation. Are our employees capable of doing this? Yes. Are you willing to take the heat from people who are trying to get projects through this city that we don't have the staff available to get it through? I doubt it. So consultants oftentimes fill a void. Rather than hiring a bunch of people full-time, we bring in consultants to help with the load. Ron right now has got an incredible number of commercial projects coming through the pike, apartment projects, semi-fortunate that we have a moratorium, but they're getting about as many projects now, and you all just dealt with one this evening. It was a difficult project. Yes, there's pedestrian issues. When we go back and look at it closer, solutions are going to be difficult because everybody forgets at that location we have a high-power transmission line that comes from the substation over by Amazon and snakes its way over to that intersection. I'm not sure you can put a bridge over the road. The bridge would be 16, 17 feet up. It's 10 feet tall. You're 27 feet. I'm not sure that has adequate clearance for those transmission lines. Those transmission poles, Mr. King probably will verify this, are going to be $1.5 to $3 million per pole to relocate. So yeah, I mean, a pedestrian bridge is going to cost a fortune, but moving the poles is going to cost just as much. But our staff is extremely busy, and the consultant helps to alleviate the stress on the staff and allows it to proceed with projects that are coming in, and they have a level of expertise that we may not have. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. And talking about consultants, and sometimes what do they do? And it's legitimate. And other times, there's no way that this city has a staff to take one person and send them to Tallahassee to try to get money for us and get appropriations. We don't have that. We just don't have people to do that. And when you look at what happened with this moratorium, we were in a rush. Let's get a moratorium. Let's stop everything with no plan. What should have been done is this discussion should have been had before we put a time certain moratorium on. We should have had a process. At what point are we going to go ahead and bring somebody in to do this public scoping and so on and so forth? The reason you bring an independent third party in at times is to have an objective view, because we're all very subjective up here. You guys are subjective. It's the nature of the beast. There's not an objective view. You can see that of sometimes how the votes go on residential rezonings. And there also has to be a legal aspect. What can we legally do when you have a future land use designation? How can you legally get around that when the previous commission said, or years ago, the activity center is going to be a commercial area with XYZ or multifamily housing? How do you get around that when those people bought that land knowing, even though it's ag now, that the future land use designation underneath that says they can have something else? So you have to have an objective viewpoint at times. For this situation, this commission is going to have to decide how to move forward prior to engaging an outside group to help us facilitate that. Because I think when you look at our timeline, we're 3 months into this gig, we got 6 months to go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, we need to get with the program, or the moratorium is a failure if we don't have any set ideas and set ways to go forth. So I think a workshop is a good idea. I think if we do that, 1 week isn't going to kill this one way or the other. But at that workshop, we are going to have to really put our heads together and make some hard decisions how to go forward with this. Or the money that you're asking for a consultant, you might as well toss out the window. It's not worth it if this commission up here has no plan forward. And sometimes that's why you bring an outside objective group in to help you formulate and get through the emotion and subjectivity that you have. So Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner King, you are both on the board. Say whatever you would like to regarding this, and then we're going to go ahead and vote on if we're going to go ahead and move forward with a workshop. Because that's the motion, right, Joyce?
I was going to actually say, let's call the vote.
Commissioner King, did you have any other quick comments?
Yeah, I did want to say something. Mr. Peters made a statement that I think needs to be clarified. And that statement is that we don't have enough people to do all of this. We've hired people this year. We have new people hired in. We have a good staff and almost full staff, if I'm not mistaken. But what we sometimes lose sight of, and I think the community doesn't see, is we have tasked our staff to the max. In the past 2 or 3 years, especially, we have taxed them and tasked them with so much work. Writing new ordinance. We've got a new ordinance for animal control, and we got a new ordinance for
rentals.
Everything. We got like 5 or 6 new ordinances just in the last couple of years. Now we want to look at the comprehensive plan, and we need to change it, and it has to be changed because it's broken the way it is. So I don't want people to think that, oh, we need to hire more people. That's not really the issue here. The issue is we have tasked these people to the max, and they're keeping their heads above water, and they're doing what we're asking them to do. But I know it's a hard job for you guys. I know it. So I just want to make that clear that, we've done that. We've laid a lot of work on these people. So let's just remember that.
Okay, Joyce, will you reread the motion and then we'll vote? And yeah, Commissioner Bradford seconded it. Yep. Okay, the motion passes 7-0, so we will have a workshop on this next Monday and then move forward from there. Item E, resignation of acting city manager. Mr. Peters.
Yes, ma'am. I met with all of you all individually to discuss my reasoning. I was somewhat vague in this agenda item because the situation in public works was somewhat in flux. But in accordance with my contract, my intention is on this is on November 17th, I would go back to Public Works as Public Works Director.
Okay, I have a question on the contract that we were handed out up here. It's not the same as the contract that's in the agenda memo? Am I right, wrong?
Ma'am, unfortunately, the agenda memo included the original contract from December of 2020 or whatever, 19, whatever year it was. You all earlier this year, when we were looking to fill the Public Works Director position, I came back to you all with a modified contract that included a severance because I no longer had the ability to go back to Public Works. And in addition to that, a termination without cause because of the risks involved, we changed it to require 5 votes. The other changes that we made at that time was on the car allowance and the phone allowance. But the key change with the provision for a severance should I be terminated. If I initiate the resignation, I can either leave or go back to Public Works if it's available.
Okay, for clarification, Mr. Peters, this second contract that you presented us tonight, was it signed?
No, ma'am. It was approved by the commission, and for some reason, it would not process for signature.
Does anybody have a date when this was approved by the commission?
Pardon me?
Does anybody have a date when this was approved by the commission, the second contract that we got?
I believe it was May 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
I think that's when it occurred.
Okay, so on May 2nd, 2022, because I went through and reviewed the video, and I made some notes, but I don't recall keeping the portion about going back to Public Works in the contract. And because this contract was not signed, what is the legal validity of these of the contract when you have a contract that's not signed? Because I truly don't know.
Well, part of the difficulty that we have here, because when this item came up on the agenda, I went in and pulled everything I could find, because, Mr. Peters' contract with the commission has undergone a number of changes since the beginning, and there's a number of different parts where things change back and forth. So I tried to, and I didn't even look at benefits or, car allowances or anything like that, which is something that should be also kind of charted throughout all those changes. I was just trying to look at, like where it started. When the contract first started, there always was that option with the consent of the commission that Mr. Peters could go back to Public Works. That was a theme through all of it for the most part until May 2nd. On May 2nd is when Mr. Peters talked about Mr. Danskin being appointed permanently, so that option kind of disappeared. And he discussed with all of you the different things that he wanted. And, I didn't have a verbatim. I was just trying to chart it through. And I think that there were some additional benefits that he asked for that were granted. The piece that I cannot substantiate is the vote. you know, at the beginning of his contracts, he was in a 4-3.
Right,
as
right.
acting.
I remember that.
And was very similar to Mr. Cooper's situation also. And on 5-2, on this May 2nd, I know Mr. Peters believes, he did discuss at length in there that he felt that he needed the security of that charter vote, which would give him a 5-2 instead of a 4-3. But I can't find anything that, you know, when I looked at it, that you all voted on that specific issue. And I'm not saying that I'm just telling you what I could find. It was very difficult going through all these contracts and trying to figure out when they changed and when they didn't. And, but the best I could find, I could find the severance, I could find some increases, car allowance maxes with regards to vacation and sick leave and all of those things, but I could not find, other than the discussion, where the commission included that in the motion.
I just don't recall the 5 members. I mean, that is what the charter says for a regular city manager, not an acting.
Charter.
Acting interim.
Yeah,
The
charter.
acting or interim was always a 4-3. From
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I'm perfectly fine with a 4 vote. You don't have to have 5 vote. I mean, my intention here is to resign and go back to Public Works. You know, I'm perfectly fine if y'all want to do a 4 vote. You know, that's certainly your prerogative. You know, I know the discussion we had at the time was, you know, I was losing my right to go back to Public Works, and I felt like that I needed a higher level of protection. That's why the 5 vote was put in there. But at this point, I'm perfectly fine with a 4 vote.
All right, thank you, sir. I have a couple of people on the board, Commissioner Bradford and then Commissioner Ramos. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, I'm totally confused. So why do I need a vote of 4 or 3 if somebody is resigning a position? Why do I need a vote? You're resigning your position as acting city manager. So why would I need a vote? In my eyes, if somebody's resigning a position, that doesn't entitle you to 20 weeks of pay. You're resigning. You don't get 20 weeks of pay.
Ma'am.
And I clearly remember when we had this discussion that I questioned why we were going to do this, and the answer was because I have to put this person in Public Works, I don't have a guarantee going back to my position. And I voiced concerns that I don't want to give another golden ticket out. And here we are, you know, so if somebody resigns, I guess, Madam Attorney, why do we have to have an acceptance vote because he's resigning?
I know, but you have to look at the whole here, and when that first contract that you all did, I'm just going to call him John, but anyway, that you did with John, he had, you know, the option, there was an option there that he could go back to Public Works. And so that's where this all started. Okay, so he had the option that if he decided whatever, he wanted to go back, he could go back. So that's not a resignation, that's like another option he had. And that continued through all these iterations of these contracts that John brought back to you guys. Everything still came with that, I can go back, I can go back, I can go back. Until we get to May 2nd, at that point, he was making Mr. Danskin permanent, so that took away, I can go back. So at that meeting, then you all talked about, you know, like how his contract could change at that point. Well, if he can't go back, at that point, he could not go back. So he wanted more protection, and I think there was a salary increase in there, but he wanted more protection, and he was, so then it was, you either, I can resign and walk away, or I can resign because of some reason and would get, and that's when the severance provision first appeared. Okay, so that's what was there. So the question then becomes, I think what John's saying now is, or he's going to say, that position is now available. So when he put this resignation in front of you in this agenda item, he was saying that position is now available. I would like to resign effective whatever the date is and go back to where I came from. So that is what has changed. So then the question becomes, all of these are always with the concurrence of the commission. So where the severance comes in is if you all say, we don't want you to go back there, or whatever, we don't want to happen. And so at that point, he's asking for severance.
But on May 2nd, it was never that if anything were to happen, that if he doesn't go back to his position, he gets his 20 weeks. It was very clear in that May 2nd meeting that I want this severance because I need a guarantee that if anything happens to my position, I have 20 weeks of pay.
Commissioner, can I just real quickly?
Yeah, and then you don't need a motion, but just go ahead.
No, to your point, I'm not sure why we're talking about a severance, because that only comes into play when it's a termination by us.
That's what I'm questioning, why we need to do a vote.
There is no termination by us. We need to be looking at Section 13, termination by the acting city manager, meaning he has resigned. As far as I know, I didn't ask him to resign, or no one on this dais asked him to resign. So the whole thing about severance should not be a conversation here.
Okay, so I want to make a motion, and I know it's not required, and I just want to say, Mr. Peters, you stepped in about 2 years ago. You said you were going to be here about 2 years. And I want to say I appreciate you stepping in and you doing that. I hereby make a motion to accept the resignation of John Peters III effective immediately. There will be no severance paid based on his voluntary termination of the agreement.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Bradford. Could you repeat your motion again?
I move to accept the resignation of John Peters III effective immediately with no severance paid based on his voluntary termination of the agreement.
I thought we were.
I'll second that for purpose of. I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
Effective November 17th. Correct. Not immediately.
But
no, I'm
that's
making a motion effective immediately.
And I'm seconding it for purposes of conversation.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for accepting the resignation immediately with no severance. And there's a second on the floor for discussion. So, legally, because I'm looking at trying to compare these two different contracts that I have up here. With the motion on the table, is that a viable motion per the contract? The original contract, because the second contract is not signed, and we just got it up here on the dais, like when I sat down, so I'm trying to compare these two while this is going on.
I've got a copy of that too. When I was pulling all of the contracts, trying to find what we had in the public records, I couldn't find that one that John has prepared. I know for sure that he's entitled to all of his accrued vacation and sick leave and whatever other benefits he gets under the contract. The question becomes whether there's still, and again, I wasn't at that meeting on May 2nd, whether there was intent by the commission to offer those options, that he could go back to Public Works, that was part of what he believed was part of his agreement, and so that when he submitted the resignation effective in November, that to him, he was going back to Public Works. And that's about all I can deduce from all of this, because all the documents don't sync. And so I don't, on the severance, the question then becomes is, as to what he believes he was contracting for and what he believes he received from the commission. And then similarly, what you all believe that you were agreeing to. And from what I'm hearing right now, it seems like there's differences of opinion. And I guess I would have to go back, try and, listen to that meeting again, and then talk to all of you to get your opinion, those of you who are at the meeting, on what you all think happened and what you heard. That's the only way, because I think it's clear in all of those agreements that there was either Mr. Peters was going back to Public Works or he would get severance. I mean, I think that continues through those contracts. So that's the best I can, there's just too many differences at this point.
Commissioner Ramos, are you still on the board for discussion? And then Commissioner Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is where I'm a little confused. John, we spoke last week, Friday. In our conversation, not sure theirs, you said that you were looking to apply outside. You said you were not looking to stay in the city. You wanted to be outside of the city. For me, looking at your contract and our meeting that you and I have on that Friday, you have voluntarily resigned your employment with the city in our conversation. That's my interpretation. Now I'm hearing today that you want to go back to Public Works when that was never a conversation, at least that you and I had. So I'm confused what happened between Friday and today.
You want me to go through everything we talked about?
Oh.
Because there was a reason I said I felt like I needed to leave. And that was that when I first wrote my contract, it was for 2 years. Because I fully knew at that time that with the firefighter negotiation coming up and an election during those negotiations, that I would not survive here. That's what I said to you.
Yes, you did.
I also said to you that there is a rich history here in this city that people disappear. They lose their jobs over that same matter. And so for that reason, I felt like I needed to seek employment elsewhere. If I could be assured that I'm not going to be retaliated against when I go back to Public Work, I could stay here. I enjoy, this city has an incredible group of employees. Deltona Water and Public Works has, I'm not going to go any higher because I don't want to upset anybody else. We're very fortunate to have a good group of people. There are things that I would like to see through here. If I was assured that I would not be terminated later because of what had transpired up to this point, I would stay. If I could be assured of that, I would stay here. I know I'm capable of doing the job, but that is the fear structure, and that's why I told you what I said.
And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Peters, but let's say you go back to Public Works and we put an interim city manager. It is not our responsibility to be able then to interfere with any of the hiring or firing. So to sit up here and say that, at least I won't assure you anything, because I can't, because you wouldn't be working for me. You would be working for that interim city manager that would be here.
I fully understand that.
So again, for me, I respect what you're saying. I see it as a voluntary resignation. He said he would prefer to be outside of the city. I then don't see why, if someone comes into my office, and this is not the first time we've had this conversation, that's the other challenging part about this. It's not the first time. Maybe it's probably not the second or the third time. But the reality is, at some point in time, is he had plenty of time to think about this because he said he did in his drive. So this wasn't a spur of the moment situation. But at this point, And I've said, I appreciate everything that you've done. You've brought stability. You're educated. You're knowledgeable. But at this point in time, I feel like, thank you so much. Appreciate what you've done, but you have checked out. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Sosa?
Going back to the second contract, I know it was approved up here 6-1, because I know I voted against it, because I don't, oh, that's right, you and I, that's right. 5-2, because I don't believe in golden parachutes. So that is correct. Commissioner Bradford and myself, we voted against that contract. Now, that being said, is that contract even legal since it's not even signed? I mean, in my opinion, if I sign a contract, I'm bound to that contract. If I don't sign it, I'm no longer bound to that contract. I mean, that's a legal issue we really need to look at.
The difference is that if you're in the normal course of business and two people, you usually don't have an audio recording. We do have an audio recording of that meeting. So, you know, but I agree, I can research the legal issues with regard to it, but you can sit and listen to and that's why I did, because I didn't hear the 5 vote was necessary. And so I guess the question is if there was a majority that gave him the terms that he's asking for, then I would say, and I'll do the research on it, that it has a good chance of being a legal contract. By the same token, it's very hard, you know, it's difficult to just off the top of my head say that, but I'm more than willing to do the research on it.
So is it at this point, should we delay this till the next commission meeting to actually have a concrete, solid answer whether or not the contract is legal or not legal?
I would say that's up to all of you. I mean, again, I can't just, just do the legal research, because we do have a number of interesting angles to it, because there is a recording of it, and all of you can listen to it. So I just have to then determine, what does that mean if it's not signed?
Okay.
And I can't answer that.
Well, if we have a contract with a vendor and they don't sign it and they forfeit on the contract, do we have any repercussions because they never signed the contract?
But it is not recorded, and so the recording of it and the recording of how you all voted does make a difference in this. And most, when you're out in the business world entering into agreements, usually they're not recorded, so, and then you sign them in the ordinary course of business, you sign, you get it notarized or whatever. So this does make it a little different. And I really, I don't want to put John in jeopardy by me not being able to have done the research and give you a complete answer. So that's...
If I may, the section under which I'm resigning, which is initiated by me, has not changed at any point. Whether you want to use the original December 14th contract or the latest revision, the chapter, the paragraph under which I'm resigning had never changed. So the whole discussion of whether the second contract's legal or not, which I believe it is, because there's a recorded vote, the section under which I'm resigning has not changed. So the discussion about severance and all that is immaterial to the conversation tonight, unless, you all choose to terminate me yourself. But, I'm resigning under the terms that my contract allows in the very beginning.
If I can, because I see puzzled looks. Okay, so what he's saying is, when this whole thing started, his option was, he was basically signing on as an acting city manager with the option to be able to go back to Public Works at the salary he had at that time, and all of that's in there. So up until recently, that position wasn't open. So, and when he talked to you in May, it wasn't open. So then he was asking, that's when severance was first put in. So he didn't have the option of coming to you and saying, I want to go back, because somebody was already in that seat. So now the seat is open again. So this thing, on one hand, yes, it is the same basic provision, but circumstances have changed in time that has made it more complicated.
Okay. Commissioner King?
The motion is to terminate immediately. Accept the resignation immediately. That's the motion. The resignation was to resign with an effective date of November 14th? 17th. So if the resignation is for an effective date of November 17th, but this commission wants to accept the resignation effective today, then you are terminating him. He is not resigning. So let's get that straight first. So if you do that, he is eligible for everything in his contract that he's asked for. And I hope he gets it if you guys decide to make him resign before his date. So y'all better think about that, because you got a lot of people out here that are not wanting you people to spend money, including me. Don't spend the money. But you guys are going to spend the money tonight. When you vote yes on this one, just remember that. And that's all I got to say, because I think if anybody up here that wants this man to resign at all is absolutely foolish, because he has done more for this city in 2 years than every other commissioner has done in 26 years. And don't you forget it. So anybody that's interested in getting rid of this guy, you better think again, because he has made this city what it is in 2 years, 2 years he's been here. He's moved it forward. He's done exactly what he said he was going to do. He's been so transparent on everything, and he's doing everything to benefit the city and help our residents. Right. He is a dedicated man. I don't care whether he lives here or in Timbuktu. Right. He's done a good job, and you guys now are sounding like he's a villain, and you want to can him tonight. You guys are crazy. This is why we don't have city managers. Right here. Right here. Oh, Lord. Why we don't have city managers. So y'all better think about it tonight, or else just pay out some more money. John, I don't accept your resignation. I think you should stay here, and if anybody gives you trouble, we fight it. That's what I say. That's my position, because you're the best thing that's happened to this city in 26 years. Right. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford and then Commissioner McCool.
Okay. John, when we met Friday, I believe, I said good luck. You told me that you were going to be turning in your resignation, that you had a really good interview that morning, and, you would stay till whatever, November 14th, or possibly have to leave sooner based on you had a good interview, correct? At our meeting on Friday, you told me you were leaving, and you said you were going to try to stay through to November, but, you did have a really good interview earlier today, so depending on how your interviews go, depends on how long you're going to stay, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of our conversation on Friday.
Okay, so you don't remember telling me you had an interview on Friday morning?
Speak up.
Quite honestly, Commissioner Bradford, I was shocked with the first thing that came out of your mouth after I said I was resigning. I think I just kind of blanked out on the rest of it.
So good luck. I wish you well.
Pardon me?
I believe I told you good luck. I wish you well. Anybody who comes into my company and says I'm leaving, I'm going to wish you luck.
First words out of your mouth is what's going to happen with Daisy. Those were your
That's
first
not
words.
probably the first or second, but I did say, I said, my words were, I hope you're not planning on putting her in the place. But that's not my question to you. Please don't change the subject. My question to you is based on our conversation, you stated you had had an interview that day.
It wasn't an interview.
You had a phone interview, and that you may not stay
Ma'am,
based on that.
I didn't call it an interview. I just said I spoke to a city manager in another jurisdiction, and it
Okay.
was an unpleasant conversation.
So
That's all I would characterize it. The
All right.
position, there is no position open there at this point. It hasn't been advertised. I just had a conversation with them to see if there was any mutual interest.
Okay.
That was the purpose of that conversation.
And you said it was a really good phone call, and, if something comes up, then you'd be leaving sooner. So it is important that I make sure we have that. Now, based on Section 17 Code of Ethics, it basically states the acting city manager agrees to comply with the Code of Ethics promulgated by the International City Managers Association of ICMA, and it's incorporated herein and mere part of said Code of Ethics shall furnish principles to govern the acting city manager's conduct and actions. Correct. Under that code, seeking employment, members should not seek employment for a position that has an incumbent who has not announced his or her separation or been officially informed by the appointive entity that his or her services are to be terminated. Members should not initiate contact with representatives of the appointed entity. Members contacted by representative of the appointed entity body, regardless prospectus interest in the position, shall decline to have a conversation until the incumbent separation from employment is publicly known. What? So you have been actively out seeking employment. So we're up here getting chastised because we're looking out for the city because he straight up told me if he finds something sooner, he's gone. So he's actively seeking employment, but we can't look out for our city. We can't look out to just hand over another golden ticket. So I'm sorry if I have to look at that. And this is exactly what I was concerned of is happening right now. It's going to be flipped during the May 2nd. And now I'm going to take part of contract 1 and part of contract 2 because it works for me. I have never seen a contract until it lands on my desk after termination. This is ridiculous. To me, this is just horrible. You want to talk about ethics? Put a contract on my desk that we've never seen before and act as if it's a contract. Where did this come from? We voted for it? No, we did not vote for this contract. This contract is not what was voted on the May 2nd meeting. I encourage you to go back and listen to that meeting because during that meeting, it was specifically questioned, why are we given another golden egg? Why are we giving this parachute out? And the answer was, because there's not a position to go back to, and if you guys terminate me, I want that. Never was, I don't ever remember us discussing a 5-2. Go listen to the tapes. And now all of a sudden, I'm going to take part of that contract and part of this contract because it benefits me. Why don't you guys try to do that somewhere? You go try to take part A and part B and part C and part D of a contract that suits you, write it up, throw it on somebody's desk, and say, this is what it is. Good luck.
Commissioner McCord.
Firefighters back there clapping away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see the
Come on, Mayor.
date that is asked to accept the resignation is on November 17th, 2022, and I see Part B of that being that there is lack of clarity for the information that we're being asked to vote on. Somebody says immediately, somebody says this time, somebody says this contract, somebody says that contract. What I will caution us against is this. Not more than 1 week ago, we sat in a shade meeting, and this commission here, with the exception of 2 commissioners, voted on a settlement without having all of the information, and voted to settle on something that, in my opinion, should have gone to litigation, making the best choice for the city. But it was said, no, we're not going to do that. It's going to cost the city. This is going to cost the city no matter what we do here. But I will tell you this. In reading the terms of this settlement here that you have a copy of, reading secret files and emails and notes that were kept by this person, it is excoriating not only to people sitting on this commission, but people that have left this commission and people in this room. And I would advise everybody to have complete information before you vote on jack crap. Because we just did this before having all the information. I've read the information that was provided after the fact. Did that this morning. So I'd advise this commission to read completely and to know what you're voting on and have complete information before you vote. Because the stuff that was in those files is very interesting. And I'm just going to tell you something. Before you vote on this, just remember that sugar and salt look the same.
Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner King, with all due respect, y'all didn't bring this to the dais.
Including me.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But since you say y'all, we didn't bring this upon ourselves. Again, I don't recall anyone on this dais asking Mr. Peters for his resignation. So while I respect and I hear where you're coming from, this whole statement that we're making this, it's not necessarily true. And I would hate that this is becoming very political in a time when it shouldn't. Again, I think Mr. Peters is great, but this is not the first time we're having this conversation. It's not. I could understand the first time. We sat back and we said, no, we can make things better. Apparently, it didn't work out. So at this point in time, you're right. As a CEO of a nonprofit, I tell you what, you come bringing that resignation, I'm going to accept it. Because to me, you've checked out. To me, you said you no longer want to be here. I'm not making this personal. I don't want to get this emotional. It's just being practical. I hear you, Commissioner, bringing another lawsuit into mine. Well, guess what? Lawsuits are going to continue to come back and forth. As long as there's lawyers, as long as there's people are always going to get sued. But I'm not going to sit here and say, well, you know, again, this, that. No. Mr. Peters, I even told him. I told him in our meeting. A state of mind is probably best than anything else. And if he's feeling the way that he's feeling, then, again, I believe he's done a great job. In times where we needed stability, he's been here. He's smart. But he's the one turning the resignation into me or to us. It's not me asking him. So to try to make this an us against them, I just don't appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Madam Mayor, I'm off the board and will reserve whatever it is that I need to say. I think that we should call the vote.
We still have somebody on the board, so I'm not going to call a vote until everyone has had a chance to speak. Commissioner Sosa, and then Vice Mayor.
John, do you regret ever coming from Public Works to fill a void as an acting city manager when the city needed you?
Can't hear you.
On the mic, please.
I don't regret coming over because I think we accomplished a lot of good things in the last 22 months. We have an incredible staff here at City. I felt like that the one thing I preached to them was I'm going to ride you hard. We're going to accomplish a lot, and I'll have you back. I don't feel like I can have their back anymore. And then second of all, in the course of 22 months, I found out that people who take on the fire union here at the city don't survive. And there's records in the files that show that. It's a pattern. And so, I became concerned about, I was convinced there was no way I was going to make it past the election. When I wrote the original contract, it was for 2 years because it would line up with the election. And the city attorney asked me why I had 2 years, and I told him, point blank. It's come to pass. It's very apparent. You can tell by the reaction in the crowd who's the one that's clapping about me resigning. I find it reprehensible. These are people that I work with, but they're able to come up here in a meeting, call me a liar, call Ms. Kipolo and I bad actors. They constantly, we provide you all with factual information about the pension, about the MOU. They constantly saying the answer is not correct, but to date they have never provided the data. I think you even told me you reached out to one of them who offered to give you data, and it's now well past 2 weeks and you still haven't gotten it. That's the trend.
That's correct, yes.
And so it just became obvious to me that I needed to get out of this particular seat. Then the question became, okay, if I go back to Public Works, well, at the time it wasn't available. So I was basically resigning to resign. So I felt like I needed to start looking for my own purposes. The situation in Public Works has changed. There is a position available. But the thing that I had struggled with is, given the city's history of people disappearing, whether it's under another city manager, whatever, there's documentation here at the city that shows what happened. And knowing that, I was concerned. Still am. That's why I said earlier, if there could be, a guarantee that lay off of me, it'd be about my performance only, then I would stay here till I retired. But there's no guarantees. And it puts me in a very awkward position. But like I said, I would love to stay here, continue working with Deltona Water and Public Works, getting the meters installed, continuing our cost savings initiatives, doing things to help with the stormwater program. Right now we're dealing with high groundwater table. Phyllis Wallace and her staff are doing an incredible job trying to keep up. That's what I want to do. I'm just not sure that I can safely do that. So.
Well, I'll be honest with you. With what you just said, what Commissioner McCool said, and then Commissioner Bradford wanting an immediate resignation, I have some real concerns about what happened in that Shade Tree meeting. Therefore, at this time, I would like to put a hold and preserve on all forms of documentation, emails, notes, and all documents on the hard drive from the previous HR manager, Richard Adams, because something tells me some of that information may disappear. Yes. If we're looking to get Mr. Peters out of here tonight, before we all have access to that information. I have a gut feeling. That's what my gut is telling me as I listen here tonight. So at this time, I would like to hold and preserve on all that information.
Commissioner Sosa, we have a motion and a second on the table. We're still under discussion on that. May I suggest that this is going to impact what is coming up under city attorney comments?
No, just leave, Elizabeth, you've got that, right? A hold and preserve. I think we're good.
But that's your request.
That is correct.
But that needs to be, does the rest of the commission feel the same way? That needs to be, we need to have consensus on that.
Yes.
This is the commission's time to have a very difficult discussion. A very difficult discussion. It will be a public record, absolutely. And obviously, there are people up here that have viewed those files, and none of us were given that opportunity. I certainly wasn't. The last I heard, legal was looking at whether or not we could view those files right now before anybody in legal looked at them. That was last Friday. So it seems that information has been provided to other commissioners that have been allowed to look at things, and we're all flying a little blind here with 2 contracts, some people seeing stuff, other people not seeing anything. So I haven't seen anything, and yes, sir, I would like to see what's on that hard drive, absolutely. But I have not seen it. I don't know who up here has, nor do I care. So Commissioner Sosa, you are asking that this hard drive be preserved in the way that it is. Who has custody of the hard drive right now?
Robert does.
IT.
Yes. What is that?
Hello?
Thank you, sir.
And Madam, I got here at 8 o'clock this morning and spent most of the day. I've reviewed all the files, and I'm not a tech kind of person, so it's not technically a hard drive. It's called some other kind of drive. It kind of looked like a roast to me. But anyway, so I've reviewed everything. So you all are. Now some, I believe a couple commissioners were like, wanting to get in there as quickly as possible. I believe Commissioner Sosa has an appointment on Wednesday. I believe that Commissioner McCool did look at some of the material. Any of you can look at anything tomorrow. I've gone through everything. And it is all in custody of IT, and it's not going anywhere.
Okay. So let's finish this discussion. Vice Mayor and then Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, that was one of the questions I had on my list right here. These files are coming up, and at the Shea meeting, we were under the impression that we would not have access to these files until the, legal took care of it. So, my question was going to be, how do some people have access to these files, view these files, and most of us walked away thinking that we had to wait for legal to give us the okay to look at files. So that was one of my questions. The other comment I have is I work very well with Mr. Peters. He knows it. We did meet. I told him, what jobs he did, and we did together, and I think there were a lot of work that we did together for District 3. But I also want to say that, we sit up here and we all have our own personal opinions and our own personal comments. And to sit up here and get yelled at and sort of, to me, is like a threat from other commissioners on how I should vote. And if I don't vote that way, that is, come on, we're all adults up here. We need to respect. I'm sorry. Can I finish?
Madam Vice Mayor, I want to remind you of how you acted when you sat there and yelled out loud at
Point of order. Vice Mayor has the floor. Then, sir, you can speak.
Okay.
Well, that opinion depends on who's talking. People say I yell. Some people say it was just the way I was talking, just like I'm talking right now. But that's not what I was referring to. I'm referring to, when other commissioners sit up here and say something, how we get attacked from other commissioners, and that's not right. We're up here to make our opinions, and I think we all need to respect each other's opinions. That's why we're all different. You vote yes, I vote no, she votes maybe, and it just doesn't look like we're working as a team up here. So you cannot sit up there and say, if you people vote this way, shame on you, or if you, think about this, or these files out there and your name could be on those files, so be careful how you vote. That's not acceptable. And my way, what I did at that last commission, Commissioner King, had nothing to do with this. I was asking questions, which I never got answers to. So I'm just saying, I just don't appreciate being attacked or being threatened. If you vote on this, your name might be on those files that we never got the authorization to look at. But now we find out that other people have looked into it. I'm just trying to point out, we all need to accept and respect each other's opinion and the way that we vote. Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to clear up something, because obviously I must have been muddled in my conversations. We were all sitting in the same shade meeting, okay? I saw the files because I made it my priority to see the files. That's why I saw the files. I hounded, no, don't let me tell you. Let me ask a question to clarify. Madam Legal Representative Marcia, did you receive a phone call from me since Friday asking about seeing these files?
No, ma'am.
Did Skip receive a phone call?
I don't know, but I received a phone call from Skip.
Yes.
So I can tell you that that happened, and I committed to coming in and, at 8 o'clock this morning and look at everything so I could clear all of that. And then, as far as I know, then Mr. Peters talked to Commissioner Sosa and talked to you, and once I got done, I did not call everybody today to tell them they could see them.
So we were sitting in a shade meeting on Wednesday. On Friday, I was sitting in HR because I was told that that's who had the files and that I could go look at them. And I've asked every day since we had that shade meeting about the files. That's how I got access to them. To intimate that somebody played favoritism or that I snuck in is BS. And it's just disrespectful. Because I've been accused of that before, okay? So I made it my priority to see the files because after sitting in that shade meeting, I felt that it was wrong that we didn't have all the information to vote on the subject that we were voting on. That's why. And I didn't threaten anyone. I simply said that we should certainly have all the information, be armed with all the information, because we have a lawsuit that is settled, and it's been settled and signed. I have a copy of that. Everybody has a copy. It's settled and signed. So I'm allowed to talk about that. I checked to make sure I was doing that correctly before I opened my mouth. Okay? So I have the files because I asked. And I asked that we have all information before we make a decision, because we have a dispute of contract, we have a dispute of the resignation verbiage. What are you voting on here? Effective November 17th, if you accept the resignation on November 17th, that's what is asked for. So there's 3 or 4 different issues that matter here, which I'm trying to clarify. So I don't remember ever threatening anyone, and I don't remember ever not trying to work with anyone, because there are plenty of times when there have been pot shots taken at me up here on this dais, and I've chose to take the high road and not call them out, because that's how I operate. And I take care of my stuff in private with whoever I have a problem with. I don't need to excoriate anyone out here. So thank you for bringing my character into question. I simply would like clarification on what we're voting on and what we're allowed to vote on. I understand Mr. Peters has handed in his resignation. I'm not trying to talk him out of it. He wants to leave. He wants to go to Public Works, whatever.
but we certainly need clarification so that we're not opened up to another lawsuit. That's what I'm asking for clarification on. So if we can get that, that would be great.
Commissioner McCool, who are you directing the clarification to? Legal?
Legal. Absolute legal.
Basically, you have in front of you a request by John to resign on an effective date. And it's my understanding that he plans to go back to Public Works. And that's what I understand. Now, if you all don't want, now, he doesn't have that same provision to go back to Public Works that he had before May 2nd. You all can let him go back to Public Works. You can say, no, we aren't going to let you go back to Public Works. Or you can, and so the question becomes, if you say no, he doesn't have that provision. But then the question becomes, is there any severance component with regards to what he is asking for, depending on what you all do?
And that is what I want clarification on, because as Commissioner King brought up, is it a de facto termination, right? And do we, pay out because of that? If we terminate before the resignation ask, what those legal ramifications are, because I understand, it's the contracts not being signed, first of all, is troubling to me. I would not leave my contract unsigned, and it's putting the commission in a difficult position to try to work through that.
And I think Commissioner Sosa asked a similar question. There is you can listen to a tape, and that is what changes this. And I would have to do some research on exactly what my opinion would be, because it is not like a typical contract where people, if you're meeting with another person and you're going to enter into a contract with them and you don't sign it, or the other party doesn't sign it, or, then there is a very clear answer. In this situation, it's not so clear. And just like I said earlier, I have worked for a period of time with Mr. Peters also. I respect him. I respect what he has done. I have respect, and I have enjoyed working with him. So but I represent the commission. That's all of you together. And so I am unwilling to just off the top of my head give you that kind of clarification, because I would have to do research on it. I can't give it to you that way. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Ms. McCool, I would ask the city attorney if verbal contracts and written contracts have value. Can a verbal contract have value?
I think it can.
And so if you have minutes of a meeting where
Yes.
terms were discussed, that becomes
Yes.
a verbal contract.
Yes,
All right,
but, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sosa, and then we'll go to public comment if anyone signed up for public comment on this item.
To go back to these files, I think after that meeting that night, Wednesday night, I think I sent Mr. Peters an email. When's the files ready? That night. I didn't wait. Like Commissioner McCool, I want to see them. Then again, I think Thursday, I sent another email. Hey, when the files ready? And I think he referred it to Joyce. I didn't get an email back as of today, so first thing I did this morning was I called Mr. Peters. Where's the files? It's not that he reached out to me. It's I wanted to see him because I want to know what's on them, and I reached out to him multiple times to get access to them. So we'll leave that there. Now, my major concern is...
If I may.
That's all right.
Just for clarification, I received a request from you, Commissioner Bradford, and Commissioner McCool. I said to every one of you all that the legal was involved. Initially, it was the attorney for the insurance company. Then Gip had a conversation with him today, basically saying you could put eyes on him for now. And I had a conversation with staff that as soon as they were available to be had, that we would provide them to all the commissioners at the same time. So there was never an intent to withhold anything from commissioners. The intent all along was as soon as those files could be copied and distributed, all 7 of you all were going to receive them. So I just want to clarify that.
And, you know, I'm still here. If I need a legal opinion on this. If we accept Mr. Peters' resignation effective November 17th, that's it. He works till the 17th, he is done. Unless the commission decides to allow him to go back to Public Works, as was initiated in the initial contract. Or if we basically, if we want to make a motion tonight to have his resignation effective immediately, that is a termination, is it not? Okay, and if we terminate him, then he's entitled to his severance package. Okay, so that's where we stand. Do you want to pay out the golden parachute, or do you not want to pay it out?
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford?
If we were looking at this as a company way, what was our budget, $103 million? Okay. If somebody in a president's role of a large company actively told them they were seeking employment, they turn in their resignation, effective XYZ whatever, what are they going to do? They're going to protect that organization, and they're going to accept that resignation effective immediately because of the ramifications and the consequences, number one. What time did you view the files this morning, if you don't mind me asking? What time did you view the files, if you don't mind me asking?
This afternoon.
Okay.
This afternoon.
Because I made a request first thing this morning on my way in to see him, and I was told no.
And I wasn't given files. I was allowed to read files.
But I'm not doing it to be malicious. I'm doing it because we're dealing with a $103 million budget. And we just saw a 300-line item purchase order with whatever to go through. I have a problem with things as they just progressed. So do I have concerns? I do. As I said, nothing personal. If somebody comes to me in an organization and says, I'm going to resign, by the way, I'm actively seeking employment, which we already know, you're going to be effectively terminated. I do not understand, and it's not a termination. When you accept a resignation, you're accepting a resignation. We didn't initiate a termination. We're accepting a resignation. We're just moving the date up. So I'm trying to figure out, how is that a termination if we're accepting a resignation?
You know, I've consistently asked for time to do some research on this, and none of you want to let me do that. The difficulty that you have is we have a number of different contracts over time that have different terms. And so John put in and requested, I want to resign, and I want to resign as of this date. Okay? Now, if you let him resign as of that date, then, then I would say that the severance wouldn't come into play. But if you change the term of what he's saying, now you have a different situation. And so severance can come into play if I had been able to do research that determined that because we had an unsigned contract, but we did have minutes or a recording to document it, that there was a change that could precipitate that severance. That's why.
Okay. So then, if we're going to go by the contract, if somebody therefore writes in their contract that they have to go by a certain code of ethics and they violate that code of ethics, does that then forfeiture their contract?
Well, at that point, then, you would be in a situation of, you would be calling cause, because you would say, but again, I would tell you that you sat through the shade meeting, you know the kinds of issues that we have to deal with, and of course, we would always prefer to have a situation that is clearer and more cut and dried than that, because then the question is, do we really have cause? Have we done the investigation to determine that we can make our case? And I can't just sit up here and say, yes, so I would say that I don't, at this point, I couldn't see that as, it's not that strong a position.
So let me ask you,
Okay.
because Commissioner McCool said we're able to talk about the shade meeting. Is that correct or no?
No, you cannot talk
Okay.
about the shade meeting. And I never got to talk about what I passed out to all of you, but there is, the insurance attorney told Skip and I today that there's a 7-day provision where the gentleman that we settled with can change his mind.
Okay.
And so that is where so we're being told that's why you can see it, but you can't have copies of it, you can't make notes. We're not done. In typical fashion, we wouldn't be talking about any of this until everything was signed, the time had elapsed, and everything's done. And until everything's done, everything with regards to a shade meeting is confidential under Florida statutes.
I just wanted to verify that, because it was brought up that it's done, it's over, and I didn't think it was.
It's done, it's signed, but we have to, there's a provision in Florida statutes that if the individual is a certain age, they have 7 days to be able to change their minds. I guess it's like buying a car.
Madam Mayor, can I extend the time, please?
Yeah, I was just going to do that. I was waiting for everyone to be done talking. We need to extend by 30 minutes. Are we good with that, commissioners? We still have public comment. I know, Commissioner King, I know.
I mean, how much time, Ms. Marcia, do you need? I mean, I'm sure Mr. Peters can take a couple vacation days and if we have to have another meeting, but
I got through looking at all those files all day today. I mean, I can work pretty fast, but there are a lot of possible issues here that I don't think it's fair to not be able to look at them, and because to me that also prepares the city for the future. We have a good idea how viable everything is, and, before you take a position. That's all.
I guess I'm still concerned. I mean, I got to look at what can happen in a period of a few months, and a lot can happen. So, I mean, certain things happened tonight during our meeting that raised concerns for me, and I still feel that effective immediately is very important.
Commissioner Ramos, Commissioner King, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Sosa mentioned something, and I think you kind of touched a little bit on it, Commissioner Bradford. So I wish he was here, but I think what he said, if I understood him correctly, if we give him to the 17th, he doesn't get any severance package or whatnot, then it's up to this dais to see, well, not to this dais, because it will be a new election. Who knows who will be up here? It would be up to those individuals whether or not to move him, to allow him to go back to Public Works. So it seems like we're concerned the fact of the severance package and he has a due date of 17. Well, I've seen this done in the past in the business world, and that's where, Mr. Peters, thank you so much. We will pay you to the 17th, November 17th. Have a great day. Is that something that is doable? Because we're giving him up to the 17th. We're not taking time away from him. Well, I guess I'm talking to myself. Madam Mayor, should we just take a 10-minute break? I hate to say this, but we're going to go back and forth, but I think, unfortunately, the way this was brought to us, I feel like we've been cornered here with a lot of loose ends, and I don't think it's right that we're being put in this situation or at the same time with legal, and if it takes to midnight, we've been here longer than that for other things here for the city, and I think this is important. If our city attorney needs 10 or 15 minutes to do what she needs to do, because the reality is I feel that I'm being cornered here, and I'm trying to find ways, because again, I did not ask for this. He brought this. Commissioner Sosa, I was talking to the fact that you said if we leave him up to the 17th, we don't have a severance package then, and then it's up to this dais, whomever is here after the elections, to send them back. My ask to the city attorney before she was interrupted was, how about, and I've seen this done in the business world, Mr. Peters, thank you so much. Effective immediately, you won't be here, but we will pay you till the 17th. Therefore, we're not breaching any contract.
Okay, and this is why it's so difficult to do it this way. Okay, as I was just talking to Mr. Peters, he, and I keep talking about the May 2nd meeting, when you all discussed this with him on May 2nd, he was telling you the position was not available because Mr. Danskin was going to become permanent. So at that point, he lost the option he had had from the very beginning, which was, I can go back. Now, when he offered this item to you today to resign effective that date, he was in his mind saying, I want to resign effective that date and then go back to Public Works because it's now available.
But and I hear that, Marcia, but what happens for that person that comes here for that interim part, and this is what he's afraid of, and there's no way to cover him on this. No. That person can come in the following day saying, Mr. Peters, you're no longer here. You're no longer working for the city.
That is true.
So again, we're finding ourselves in a bind. It's a no-win situation here.
Yeah, because then if that happened, or say it happened 2 weeks later, then we have a situation where, John would be saying, hey, I've only been here for 3 weeks and I've done a good job, so now you're terminating me without cause. And that brings severance in.
So then I would say in return, with all due respect to Mr. Peters, Dan, you're setting us up. I hate to put it that way. Because there's no way, John, for anyone here to guarantee after November 17th, whoever is on this dais and whoever is sitting over there, that can guarantee, and it would be wrong of them to guarantee you a job, that you will not be touched. So I now feel like you're tying my hands, and I didn't ask for this. And again, Madam Mayor, I don't know if we need to take a break or not, but somehow this has to get resolved tonight.
We're also making decisions for a dais that's going to look completely different after the election.
Well, to your point, Commissioner, regardless of what that question is going to be, that's on election day, Mr. Peters or whoever, we don't know. So the reality is that has nothing to do with the other. Whomever comes, if we decide, and someone comes sits here next week, they're only going to be here for a period of time. And I would encourage whomever's on this dais that after the election you start a search, because either way you're going to have to do it. Again, I just feel that at this point in time, doesn't matter what we do, we're losing. If we allow him to stay here to the 17th, we bring someone on the 18th, 2 weeks later, a month later, he's let go. He's going to turn around back, and whomever's here are going to probably be having one of those shade meetings because of what happened then.
And we also have the whole interim, who do you seat, right, as interim, 10 minutes.
But these are consequences of what's being brought in front of us.
I absolutely understand that, sir.
For good, bad, or ugly, it's a decision that this dais should be making.
I understand that, sir.
So again, I'm not sure if that works. Thank you. November 17th, we'll pay you up to November 17th. If whomever is here or whatnot, or whomever is in their interim would prefer to give him Public Works, but we cannot control that. There's no way for us to control that.
Mr. Ramos, you don't need to control it. The information is out now in public. If somebody were to try to terminate me for anything other than for cause, then I would have we've seen lawsuits. If somebody tried to terminate me for any reason, as I point out tonight, I would have a wonderful lawsuit. The reality is I don't want that. As I said tonight earlier, I just want to go back to public works.
John, you answered the question. You're right. In one way, you're saying something, but your actions are saying something else. Because you just stated right now, if something happens to you, you will be suing the city.
But is Florida not a right-to-work state? Is Florida not a right-to-work state? If someone gets hired here tomorrow as manager, if he goes back to Public Works, anybody, that seat becomes vacant. It doesn't matter what happens with Mr. Peters. And a new manager comes in here. Can they not fire for any reason but the wrong reason? Is Florida not a right-to-work state?
Yes, but when you have an employment contract, it's very different.
But we have one contract that's signed, another one that we just got tonight, and we got minutes, video of some other changes. We have way too many variables here. We have at minimum 3 different contracts we're looking at. The original signed one, this whatever we got tonight that's not signed and has 5-2 votes in there, and then what is on that video from May 2nd. That's number one. That's number one. That's an issue right then and there, because no matter what option we pick with 3 different contracts, it's going to be, you're going to pay. Any which way we do this, no matter what. And if Mr. Peters goes back, the way I see it, November 17th, which is right the week after the new commission gets sworn in, and after that, there'll also be a charter vote on whether or not the manager needs to live in the city or not. Yep. This new commission, whoever is on there, is going to have to do a manager search, because you will not have a manager. You will have an open seat because your manager, your acting manager, will be in Public Works, if that's the way these contracts read and that's what this commission desires. So on November 17th, you got nothing. So the first meeting of the new commission needs to pick a manager, an interim manager, and start a search, if that's what you so desire for the new commission. So here you sit with nothing, unless the commission that's sitting up here puts in an acting or an interim manager effective the 17th, which is another variable. And then you have a manager now that has a contract, multiple, to go back to Public Works that is publicly stated that if he is terminated, he's going to sue. What does that do for an interim manager coming in under those circumstances? Look at the optics, people. Who wants to come here? I mean, look at the position we are in on this dais. 3 contracts, or versions thereof, 2 contracts and an audio, lawsuits, a new commission coming in, complete instability. Is that the goal? It's not my goal. I don't know. But we have spent an hour on this tonight, and it is nowhere near ending. Nowhere near ending. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we're all going to cool our heads, and then we're going to go. I have Commissioner McCool, King, and Sosa. And how many public comment do I have on this item, ma'am? Nine, 10 public comments. So 5 minutes recess, please, timer, and then we will return. start calling for those people that have stuck it out or are still here.
Richard Belly, please.
How did that magically happen?
I don't know. It's just fate.
Time started. Go, Richard.
Okay.
Keep talking, your time's ticking.
Here's my thoughts. The first thought. John Peters goes back to Public Works. He can handle the storm sewer project. Got to give him that. Now, I said earlier tonight, this system does not work. This whole thing has to change. And Marcia, I love you, but I think the law firm has to change too. I mean, come on. This is going on over $1 million a year, and you can't get direct answers on nothing. You get story after story after story. It has to stop. You just keep saying, oh, well, a new group might be in, this and that. You just pushed everything down the road for years. And Mr. Peters got into a deal where he was more like forced to push everything down the road. I mean, everything was continued. Look at tonight. I mean, you just get a chance to talk. I'd love to talk too. But you got people out here that want to talk. You got people out here that want to give input. Now, this system of governing here in Deltona, it's a proven fact. It's 27 years. It hasn't worked. Now, if that's not insanity, I don't know what is. It's failure after failure after failure. It's in debt. The people are unhappy. I mean, here's one night. If it wasn't for the big thing with him, there'd be nobody here. I mean, you just got to start thinking. Some of you have been there through 3 city managers. Lauren, Ramos, Vasquez, and Bradford. 3 city managers. You've done nothing to put a safety valve. You've never searched for a city manager. You've never searched for a city attorney. You settle for the status quo. And who suffers? Right out here, this is who suffers. On your malfeasance. And that's what it is, malfeasance. Yous don't care. Yous push things down every week. Oh, let's push it to the next meeting. Meanwhile, you take a paycheck. Then you complain, oh, it's only a little paycheck. No, but you're still taking a paycheck. And this is the way it is, and it don't stop. Now you're fighting with each other. You're arguing with each other. I told you, 7 o'clock tonight, this system does not work. It's got to be changed. You talk about consultants, get a consultant to get you a government that'll work. Get somebody in here that knows what they're doing. This don't work. I mean, you got to worry about the guy suing you now. I mean, come on. Yous are the ones that put him there. You signed the contract with him. Now you're just saying, can he get in? Can he get out? Can he get in? It shouldn't have to be like that. This should have been rock solid. The lawyers, they should have had these contracts in a proper form. That's their job. Over $1 million a year they get. And then you don't even want to tell the truth about that. You don't want to show nobody no figures. The people you represent have to guess. Oh, am I wrong? Can any of you say I'm wrong? I'm not wrong. I'm 100% right on everything I said. It's your own malfeasance, and it's your own, the camera. Take that camera out of there, because I think you all want to be movie stars. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Brandon Brower, then Kathy Bryan, then Robert Trombetta, then John Vaccaro, then Manny Rodriguez. Brandon Brower, please.
First, I just want to say, it sounds like he picked this date to put you all in a bad spot, and he's playing politics, and that's what he's been doing to this union since he's been here, and that's why we're upset. So I wrote some stuff down. My name's Brandon Brower. I've been a firefighter paramedic for 16 years for the city of Deltona. I've been a resident for 30 years here. I've seen many faces that have sat up in these seats here tonight over my 16 years as a fireman. Most of them are good men and women. Personally, I've never seen disdain for this fire department and union that I've witnessed over the past couple years. There have been actions to reduce morale and halt the forward progress of this fire department, specifically regarding transport. Under the prior administrations, there was a plan in place to add additional units and additional staffing. What happened to that plan? Where did it go? We've added 1 additional unit in the 4 years of the transport. I have personally been assigned to a medic unit for the last 2 years. Sorry. It's been a difficult 2 years of my 16-year career. We are all overwhelmed and hurting on these units with no reprieve in sight. Personally, I have struggled as a result. Loss of sleep, physical and mental exhaustion. Not only have I struggled, but my family has struggled, and that's what hurts the most. Sorry. I come to work every day giving 110% to the citizens of Deltona and the surrounding cities. I try my best to not let it affect my work. I know that I'm not the only one that is struggling. I'm here speaking for them as well. It's hard to see a city manager and a deputy city manager actively attempt to remove hard-earned benefits from the good men and women that serve this city and their families. Accept Mr. Peters' resignation and please remove the politics, the roadblocks, request honest transport revenue spreadsheets, and let this fire department thrive again. Devise a plan that this administration can follow, the fire administration, and provide them a path to an end of what the original vision was. This city, this is going to be tough to hear, is one multi-casualty incident away or a school shooting from total chaos. God forbid if it happens, it will be the ones in charge who didn't act on this that will be held accountable. There will be multiple videos of this union body urging the commission and the administration to act to add additional units and staffing. And it will be played all over the news. Because if something like this happens, there will not be enough resources to handle this situation. And it's tough for me to say this. If the status quo continues, I'm afraid we will begin to lose the good men and women to other fire departments. And with the current staffing shortages, firefighter paramedics, it could be detrimental to the city. I ask that you look to the Orange City Fire Department and observe their current staffing shortages. These are real issues that affect the health and well-being of everybody in this room, whether you like the fire union or not. There are fellow neighbors and we serve them. I hope these issues will be echoed by other active groups in this city, as I believe it needs to be fixed sooner than later. I just want to read some transport revenues that we've received. This is January, February 2021. We received $132,313. March and April 2021, $161,593. May and June, $149,799. July, August, $203,333. That's only 6 months. That's $650,000. Where's the money? Where's it at? And why are we hearing that there's no money in transport? And why are we telling other cities that there's no money in transport?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Captain, please.
Hello again. I really wasn't going to say anything about this until we got into all the squabbles up on the dais. Did it ever, first of all, who's negligent with this contract not being signed? Obviously, if there's supposed to be a contract and it's signed, who's the negligent party? Number two, was there ever any consideration that if it may not be all politics, if the man said he'd stay, there's always something professional called transference of duties, and you continue the projects you started and continue on there. I say let the man go back to Public Works if that's what he wants to do. But I just, where's the negligence? And why couldn't these questions have been answered sooner? It's a long night.
Thank you.
Robert Trombetta, please.
Robert Trombetta, 439 Golden Arm, Deltona. This is kind of confusing to the average person here. Many of us probably worked in management. And what I don't understand is somebody resigns, and maybe this has to be determined by a lawyer, but when somebody resigns, I don't know of them getting to dictate how long they get to stay on the job after they turn in their resignation. I mean, 2 months? Okay, John could have said 4 months, 6 months. I mean, what's the limit here? Is a resignation dependent on how long he gets to stay? I agree with Commissioner Ramos. I mean, once somebody resigns, they're gone. Once they've said they want to look for another job, I as the vice president of the company that I work for, when they say they want to leave, they want to look for another job and they resign, I could love them as a brother or sister, but I don't want them working for me. And so that's all I'm saying here is, if you can't do it immediately, I think you should vote to basically accept his resignation to the 17th. You can pay him to the 17th. Maybe it'll be determined, Marcia, that you could pay him to the 17th and ask him to clear out his desk in a couple days. I think that's reasonable. That's what we would do. But this is just kind of crazy, and I think he wants to go. I think you should let him go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Vaccaro?
Who?
All right. Well, heard a lot about the fire union. Wow, we're pretty good at this. I was going to come up and have a conversation about, sometimes you don't hit it off with people. Me and Mr. Peters from day one, I documented several comments he made to me and my position, and I might be called to the carpet for things. I might have took him a little offensively, but I tried to work with him. I was going to come up here and say, listen, good luck, go on. But apparently, it's accusation night. Apparently, I've worked to get rid of city managers. And you have documentation, apparently. You openly said you do. So I'd like that documentation. I'll make a public information request if I do need it. You have a group out here you work with that are loud and proud about getting rid of Ms. Shang. Pretty sure I had nothing to do with that. Cooper? How far do we need to go back that you're making these accusations of me? So I'm going to help you out. August 16th, 2021, 6:13 p.m. Mr. Sosa might remember this. I was inadvertently let into City Hall, and I sat outside your office out the glass window with my cell phone, and I documented a very interesting conversation you were having with Mr. Sosa. You were discussing emails. You provided Mr. Sosa with public information requests. And Mr. Sosa was kind of put back and said, maybe I shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do this. And you said, I don't care. I'll give them to whoever I want. And they can come talk to me. You also had a conversation with him about video allegations about the sheriff. He wanted to build a case against Mr. Chitwood. You asked for a favor. You talked about Mrs. White's settlement, that you were openly working with her to resolve it. I also documented $24,000 and a maybe just an apology on my cell phone. So watch when you make the denials. Did you have that meeting? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Sir, direct the questions to the comments to the chair.
Okay, sorry. So maybe you guys might want to look into that date, August 16, 2021, 6:13 p.m. I got a few more documented. It's on my cell phone. I had my cell phone at the time. It's date stamped. I have a diary. I wrote it all down. I think it's pretty good, a good thing to start off since, the fire union is the bad guy. I have a paper here you had in the back of the room. You're supposed to be telling these people about why the rates went up, right? You said workers' comp because of the fire department. I don't see that on here. I see a lot of numbers you probably should have gave them. Employee growth payroll increased by 8.92%. Vehicle fleet value increase, 9.77%. Additional assets at locations and increased valuations of property assets of the city. Appraisal, December 21, increase of 8.28%. Growth, population increase, net position increases of 15.85%. But you chose to say what? It was the fire department. See, that's when you provide misleading information. And that's when I say, Mr. Peters, like I did day.
Thank you, sir. Manny Rodriguez, please.
I think he left.
Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona, District 1. Well, I have some concerns about that last statement, but I'll do a PRR for that. I was actually going to say I was going to bill you guys for this legal advice I'm about to give you, but it's once again free. Is an unsigned contract legal in Florida? Because that's what y'all sat here and argued about for like the last hour. It's called a verbal contract. It's legal in Florida as long as it has a couple items in it: an offer, an acceptance, mutual agreement, adequate consideration, capacity, and legality, all of which are in there. So y'all arguing about this, and I don't understand why you didn't just come up and say it was a verbal contract that's legal in Florida. It's squashed. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. The second one that you guys agreed upon verbally is what stands. Secondly, I keep hearing a lot about in a private organization. Well, that sounds familiar because I say that a lot too, and I'm told what? This isn't a private organization. So same thing applies. You can't use that example when it benefits you, but not every other time. Sure, a private company would fire you if you want to resign at a later date, but that's because there's no severance contract in most of those employment agreements. In addition, most places want notice, at least 2 weeks. So I don't know why everybody's like, oh, we're appalled that he's giving us notice. Like, that's typically what people do, is give you notice that you're going to be leaving at a later date. It seems strange that this is even a question or an argument, to be honest. And I'm finding that some of y'all are actually like nitpicking certain things and then twisting the actual truth of it and making it more complicated than it is. Who's going to run the city if it's effective today? All these projects in the works. I haven't had a chance to meet with you, and I'm sure you're amazing at what you do, but is she prepared to step into that role so soon? Like tonight? I want to talk about, now everybody wants to talk about, he said lawsuit. Come on, don't twist this. You heard what he said. He stated that he would, if he was wrongfully terminated, like any other city employee has done, if it's wrongful. He stated he's not asking you to guarantee his appointment in the water department. He's saying don't allow retaliation that the city is known for. Again, nowhere in there did he say if I do a shitty job, you can't fire me or I'll sue you. He's saying don't retaliate against me. I also would like to state that I'd like that hold and preserve, and I understand they're saying jump drive and files. I want the whole hard drive preserved off the original computer. Somebody brought up politics, and what I'm starting to hear from up here is it started to look like it's more personal than what's in the best interest of the city. Paying him to stay home until the effective date is beneficial how? I think making it effective immediately would be a big mistake. It appears that you guys, if anything, should maybe hold off on making a decision tonight, let legal do what they need to do, figure out the contract issues, and guess what? You guys just agreed to have a workshop Monday on some items. Throw it on there for Monday, and then you guys can discuss for 8 hours, for all we care, the intricate details of what this is going to do. I'd also like to bring up that I can't believe the union and the politics got brought up again when they wrote a 4-year illegal contract for the purposes of lining up with elections. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Santiago Avila Jr., please.
I don't know whether I should say good morning or good evening to the commission. I try to not come to these meetings anymore, just so there is no politics portion into it. I watch them from home for the most time. But I think where the commission is failing to realize is most of the residents are not mad because Mr. Peters wants to resign. Mind you, I'm looking at this very objectively because he's not a resident of Deltona. We're violating our own city charter. He should be a resident of Deltona if he wants to be a city manager. So objectively, I'm saying this. The fact that a contract was not signed by somebody that just requested to have their payment raised to $1 million why is that not the argument? You guys, not all of you, but some of you that were there in the prior administration, some of you have been up there for 12 years, okay? Where was this anger when Jane Chang wanted to quit on a specific date? Is that because his name is not Chang? And then I keep looking to the side and I see our city attorney, who's supposed to have the interests of the residents, the interests of the commissioners up there, have an emotional conflict on what to tell you guys because I'm going to call him John. And you can visibly see that she has a conflict on giving you guys legal advice. It's visible. Let the gentleman retire, resign, November 17th like he wants. Heidi, the only option isn't, oh, we're stuck with nobody. No, you have until the 17th of November to put an RPF out there if anybody wants to come to the city because there's no leadership up there, and start looking for an interim city manager while he trains her to replace him until we get somebody that can stay here and actually help run this city. But I'm so appalled by the nonsense that I hear up there. Some of you, I mean, I'm sorry that we're losing at least somebody up there that has some common sense. I wish you guys would literally look at it as some of you used to do when you were residents. And I'm going to say it like I said it one time before. Hopefully I won't get the sheriff's office visiting my house. That dice is way too high. I'm still in the belief that it needs to be knocked the heck down so you guys can be seen at our level. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Albert Bryan, please.
Good evening. Yep, still evening. I'm going to echo what Brandy said. You know, when it comes to the decision tonight, shut it down. Continuation for at least 48 hours so this lady over here can do her job as a lawyer. That being said, Mr. Peters, you know, I tell you what you need to do. When you leave on the 17th, you smile that you still have your reputation intact. Now, for every other employee of this city, this should be a sign for you that these people act like children up here and they want to take and tear you down and ruin your reputation. I advise every person that works for the city of Deltona to resign ASAP. Because if not, the people up here will destroy your reputation. We've already seen it, haven't we? I'm going to tell you, If any future manager's looking at this, look at the previous 4 to 8 to 12 years at what happened here, what's happened there, and what's happened up there. Because this is almost like sitting back here watching Romper Room. It really is. And I know it's an election year, and I know it's really difficult to do the right thing. I understand that. But you know, it shouldn't be that difficult. Because it's funny, I keep hearing these echoes behind me like they're trying to intimidate me. It's amazing how that works. No, you're smiling and laughing about that. You think that's funny, Mrs. Bradford? That's great, you know? That's great. That shows you what kind of leadership we have here. That truly shows you what kind of leadership we have. When we sit here in silence and let other people rant and rave at other staff members and stuff, it's amazing. It really is. You know, I've been here for 7 years, right here at this podium. You know, I've seen the firemen come up here, in that 7 years, maybe 5 times. And yet they say that they're looking out for us. That may be true in a fire truck. But when they say that, when they come up here and speak, that they're looking out for the best of us, I have to wonder, because I haven't seen them here. And I've only missed 2 meetings in 7 years. 2 freaking meetings I've missed in 7 years. How many of you can say that? Oh, that's right. Y'all can't, can you? The only person up there that has more meetings here than I do is you, Heidi. That's because you've been here 12 years. You know the fiasco we went through with Jane Shine. How hard it was to get rid of her, even though she committed a crime. What's this man's crime? I ask, what's his crime? Oh, I hear echoes behind me again. That must be the intimidation factor I'm getting from the union.
Thank you, sir.
Kurt Broman, please.
Good evening, Kurt Vroman with the Deltona Firefighters Union. I'm not going to say you guys have bad leadership, because I think it was this leadership up here that chose this gentleman. I'm hoping you guys all have some leadership tonight. So let's look at Mr. Peters' contract, the one that was made public to everybody. Page 6, Section 17, Code of Ethics. I think we already went over that, right? He's following ICMA. Let's go to that. Tenet 1. Professional management is essential. Tenet 3, demonstrate by word and action the highest standards of ethical conduct and integrity. Tenet 5, provide them with facts. It's talking about what the city manager is supposed to do when he's providing you guys with stuff. I came to you guys almost 2 months ago at a workshop where obviously you guys couldn't take action, and I talked about the city manager lying. And I'm going to say it again, lying. On June 27th, 2022, at a city commission workshop, the acting city manager, John Peters, stated at 2 hours, 53 minutes, and 55 seconds, the pension's 7.6% has only happened once in the last 20 years. Fast forward, July 25th, this is when I pointed out that this guy lied, John Peters. On July 25th, 2022, City Commission workshop stated at 10 minutes and 35 seconds, 7.65% rate of return over the last 10 years has only happened once or twice at most. It just hasn't happened. Those are conflicting comments. That is a violation of those tenets I just told you guys about. Read the contract, fire him for cause. You don't have to argue about, does he get severance, does he not get severance? He's violated his contract. Let him go whenever he wants to go, or whenever you guys feel he should go. You got him on cause. That's not being truthful. That's not leadership. He's killed the morale of the city. Yeah, the fire union's up here speaking. You know why? Because we're protected, because we have a union. You know how many other employees I hear wish Jane was back? Yeah, that's bad leadership. If when they want Jane back, really bad leadership. So all this information on these rates of return are public records because the Deltona Firefighters Pension Fund's public record. So he had plenty of opportunity to get all the accurate data he needed to give to you guys on June 27th and July 25th. Secondly, he has the finance director as a board trustee on the board who could have provided it to him. I would have provided it to him. All you got to do is ask. It's a public record. It's no different than anything that you guys do up here. In the end, hopefully you guys will do what's right. When you have a city manager lie, give mistruths, whatever you want to call it, that's not showing leadership to the rest of the city and to the members that work for them. We've fired people in the fire department when they filed a complaint where they thought they were being targeted by their supervisor. They instead just found where there was inaccuracies and terminated them for lying. So I think right here, the contract says everything you need. It doesn't matter whether it's the severance package, whether it's the verbal agreement, not the verbal agreement. He's violated his contract. You guys can terminate him tonight, and you don't have to pay him anything. Let him hire an attorney and try to sue you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hector Samario.
Good evening. Hector Samario. I represent ABM out of the Sanford office, and I just wanted to come up here and provide a business perspective. Most of you know who I am. I'm not envious of what you're facing tonight, the challenges, the decisions, and certainly the politics. To the firefighters and the police force that are here, I have tremendous respect for them. I always have. I've served as a Navy pilot for 20 years, and these guys have been my brothers, but by my side, brothers and sisters at my side for many, many years. So I'm not trying to go against them or contradict what they're saying. But from a business perspective, I sit here and I think, what's the best thing for the city? And I look at November 17th, which is just a few weeks away, and I think, well, that allows a transition for all the businesses that you're dealing with all the investments that you have made in the projects that are currently ongoing, to allow them to transition to the point where on November 17th you can make a decision on which direction you want to go. You get, a $12, $13, $14 million water meter project. You've got storm water projects, SCADA, water plant upgrades, ADA compliance. You've got many things on the table that you've got to deal with, and for a few more weeks you'll have someone in that leadership position to at least provide you that continuity for the businesses, for the many businesses that are involved with the city, that have invested in this city, to allow them to see that at least through that transition for the next few weeks. I think it's the right move for the city for many, many reasons. I think from a business perspective, I think it's at least, that should be done. Whether or not you want to keep them beyond that, it's entirely up to you. I'm not here to dictate one way or the other, but as a business that has invested in this city, and I attend sometimes 2 or 3 commission meetings a week. Normally it's at least 1, but sometimes 2 or 3 a week, various cities throughout Central Florida. And I do think that you've got a pretty strong manager from my perspective on all that I've seen. Doesn't always work out. There are always can be personality conflicts, business conflicts, could be any number of reasons. You see people change. And I get changes. I deal with changes all the time. I'm going to deal with a new commission as a business, come November. So I get the changes. But in this situation, you can at least delay that transition for a few weeks before you either terminate or make the change that you think may be right. That's entirely up to you. But again, for the businesses that are dealing with you, I hope you at least allow that transition through November 17th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, that closes public comments for this item.
Okay, is that all public comment on this item? Yes, sir.
You're talking about getting lied to. I got lied to by the city commission. This project right here, I have called him out there on. He hired an engineer, then he come back and makes it worse. So, well, I use the word worse, I'm south. But anyhow, got a problem here with 2 houses being built, cover the swell up, when the ordinance says, you know, you don't cover swells up. All right, Mr. Peters and the fellow under him and Phyllis come out there and they looked around and stuff, you know, and they didn't see no problem. Now I got water backed up on me, and the only way they can fix it is to go down that way. And I made him an offer. I said, why don't you, let's come around this way with it if y'all will do it. He said, if you want that done, you do it yourself, which I did it temporarily, but I still want the flow to go the way it goes. Come out there and lied to me when Mr. Cooper was here. When I first started dealing with this, he looked at the problem and he said, I believe we can do it. And can't think of the commissioner's name, Nesbitt or Nebby. He come out there and he looked around and stuff, and they presented me with a piece of paper, ordinance. It says that I had to maintain it. I said, what you mean? I got to maintain it. He said, I got to cut the grass. He said, no, you want this done here, you got to do it. So that's what I got left with, and then they come out there with something, and probably cost the city more money than what they could come around my way with it, but he had it in an intent. He wasn't going to resod this, which I ended up resodding it and trying to get it to work out, but I still want this fixed back like it was, and the person that's over going back checking the swells and stuff didn't do their job. If they would, they would have caught this and stopped it. Now they done put a third driveway in. Now they got 3 driveways to deal with. So anyhow, my next issue is here in the city of Deltona and throughout
Mr.
Florida.
Fowler, we're talking about the city manager.
Okay, well, we'll talk about this later.
Okay, you want to talk about that one in general
Okay,
public
well,
comment?
I think y'all should go through with terminating him now and get it over with, because any way we go, we're probably going to end up in a lawsuit, but you can turn around and countersuit back when he loses. $1 million law firm can't run the mouth and give you legal advice. What they going to do on the stand except mumble? Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
That closes public comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner McCool, Commissioner King, you two are still on the board. Do we want to speak? And then we'll go to the city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is indeed a daunting task for anybody that has to have anything to do with this. There's undoubtedly political ramifications behind this, and it's sad, but Mr. Peters has asked to resign effective November 17th. I'll remind us to say that a good point was just brought up regarding finishing up business that has started, because there are projects that need to be addressed, and I don't believe that we're prepared for somebody to hit the ground running. I believe that we have, first go-to, as we've done before, is Mr. Paradise, but he is inundated with projects already as it stands, and they are way busy and behind, evidenced by anyone trying to obtain a permit. We have no one to do that. Stacy right now has her hands full with a couple of tasks, namely the contracts, the collective bargaining contracts. And I would ask us to remember also that we kept a former city manager on well past their date, if that's what the commission believes, that Mr. Peters has passed his date, that we kept somebody that committed a crime and did indeed retaliate against residents, and we kept that person up here. So I imagine that a little bit of levity wouldn't hurt anybody in this situation here. And this is not good for our city, and we need to be a little more compassionate to our residents on this. And I would ask that we take enough time and remember that, and also allow our legal department to do what it is that they need to do for us to make a good decision for our residents. So I would ask us to think about those things, as I know that there's a motion been made and it's way late, and I know that this is very important. But we really do have to think about all of those. How long did we keep the former city manager here, you know, after their shelf life? But we need to make the transition in keeping our residents in mind. First of all, if this simply said that to accept the resignation of November 17th, I mean, there are just too many factors here to consider. And I don't know what that is until I've heard from legal on that. So I would ask us to consider all of those things. It's an unenviable position for everybody that's involved with this matter here. We have a warring faction here that it looks like that our city commission or our city manager, whoever, our attorney, and our residents are fighting with our fire department. And it's not a good look. And it's not a good look for the fire department to be fighting with the city either. So the residents are the ones, those are the people out there suffering. We've held them hostage now for how many hours here? Almost 6 hours. So I would ask that we think about these things as we make our decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner King?
Follow that up, I would suggest that we rescind our motion and let our legal staff do their job and bring this back at the next meeting.
Thank you, sir. Marcia?
First, I wanted to bring up, I had passed out that settlement agreement. I'll put that on the next agenda. That will give everybody a chance to read it and everything, and I wasn't going to try and deal with it this evening, if that's okay with everybody. Mr. Peters asked me to put another offer on the table from him. And his offer is that effective October 3rd, he would return to Public Works as a Public Works Director and City Engineer at a salary of $150,000. So that's what he's putting out there. And, you know, so I'm doing that. But, you know, I don't really have anything else. I feel, you know, I'm not one to get particularly emotional, as some people have accused me of being. I just think this is difficult. It's difficult for all of you. It's difficult for us too. And all I can say is I've tried at every turn as these issues came up this evening to try and give you the best advice I could give on the spur of the moment. I'm one of those that, has to go to the books and examine the situation and try and look at it from all angles. So that's why I never felt comfortable just giving you an off the top of my head answer. And that's really, I don't have anything else to say unless you all have any other questions.
First of all, before we end this, is everyone okay with leaving that contract until the next meeting, or do we want to go through with that on the next Commissioner King? All right, Commissioner Sosa?
We're talking the HR.
Yes.
Discuss it tonight.
Okay, tonight. Doesn't matter.
Bring it.
All right, stays on, Marcia. Get that cleared up first. Okay, Commissioner Bradford, you are on the...
So I got a question. Are we in negotiations right now?
No. I was asked by Mr. Peters to put this forward, and I have.
Okay, so that makes me feel as if we're in a negotiation.
No,
so,
I mean, I just conveyed the offer.
Okay. I've got a lot of, when this first happened, and I spoke with Mr. Peters, one thing he told me was, and I thought it was a little strange then, how, let's go back to May 2nd, let's just go back there. It was brought up that we need to have 20-week severance pay because I have to have this individual in this position because I can no longer do this job. Okay, so to me, that took off the table the whole moving back over to a position, right? So let's fast forward to last Friday afternoon when we had our appointment where he discussed with me that he was going to be leaving his position. And I was kind of quite taken back when I heard that the current person in Public Works resigned. That's convenient. Madam Attorney, I really need you to listen. So I was informed at that disrespect. That's what that is. I was informed at that meeting that something happened and Mr. Daskin resigned, which, wow, that puts a position open. And I would like to know, Madam Attorney, did you see, so we don't have any more lawsuits, did you see any reason or anything on Mr. Daskin and why the immediate resignation?
Commissioner Bradford, I know nothing about that. I've seen no report. All I know is that Mr. Peters told me that Mr. Danskin resigned. That's all I know.
Convenient. So I have a serious problem with, I was told something came up and investigations and this and that there was a resignation. Okay? When that's what gets the city in trouble, that's what puts us in shade meetings, right there. A secret. So where's the investigation? Why did this person automatically resign? So when it was convenient that the position was filled, the position was filled. When it was convenient the position was empty, the position was empty. Am I the only one that doesn't have a problem with this? There's just too many coincidences. And for you, legal, to not know anything about it, again, I'm shocked. And it's because we have so many different private consultants that's handling this and handling that. I just have a major problem with it. And where I feel I'm at right now is negotiations. So when somebody gives me their resignation and then they're going back and forth and they're wanting to negotiate, at no point is that a termination if we don't accept the negotiations. And I would love to have that looked into, because at this point, this is the second offer, and to me, this is a negotiations. So if I don't accept the negotiations, that doesn't mean I'm terminating you because I don't accept your negotiations.
Okay, so I'm going to go to a point of order. We have a motion on the table. We have Commissioner Sosa. Are you finished, Commissioner Bradford, or do you have more to say?
I have a lot more to say, but it ain't going to matter at this point.
Commissioner Sosa, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap this up because there's a motion on the table. After Commissioner Sosa, I would like to have the motion reread again. Yes. Can you turn your mic on, Marcia? Either that or I'm...
Yeah, no, it's me. Mr. Peters has, under the contract, has to give you guys 30 days notice. So if you're extending the time until this is all finished or ended or whatever, then you need to, in that ending, basically waive that time requirement so that he isn't caught up in that 30-day notice. You see what? No?
Can you clarify that again?
Okay, I'm trying. In his contract.
Which contract?
let's say the oral contract, okay? In the oral contract, and he has to give you all notice with regards to what he's going to do. And all I'm saying is that as I, am going to try and give you all an answer on what I think of all of this, I don't want to get on the wrong side of the 30-day notice. So that's all I'm saying. That whatever I bring forward as the legal advice, and then what you ultimately decide to do, I don't want that 30-day notice to get involved in that. So all I'm saying is that we would not, whatever you're going to do, we hold on that and not let it interfere with whatever the ultimate result is. Okay? Does that, no? Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Sosa. Sorry.
Okay. Out of the 7 commissioners up here, it seems like 4 people on this commission really have it in to have Mr. Peters gone tonight. Why? I don't know. But that just seems to be the vibe I'm getting. We keep saying, I've heard John from the fire union said this is not political. This is political. You've got 2 candidates up here. You got the mayor, you got the vice mayor, both endorsed by the fire union. You got the mayor, probably took 20, 30 contributions from firefighters in the range of $20 to $50 in cash. You have a fire contract that has not been negotiated, that's probably going to an impasse because we can't get it settled. How do we get it settled? We get rid of the 2 folks that are in the middle of it. Okay? Yeah, we also have endorsements. I mean, you got John Vaccaro just told me that the reason he didn't endorse Victor Ramos for county was because somebody else jumped in the race. Otherwise, he promised him an endorsement. So when we say things aren't political, that's just not the truth. Things are political. Okay. Now, I myself, Mr. Peters, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Your last performance appraisal, the one before that, I was probably the only commissioner that scored you the lowest. Probably the lowest. However, I held Mr. Peters to accountability and standards. Everybody up here probably gave him a 4, 4.5, 5. Excellent. Not less than a year ago. I'm just curious, out of the 4s, the 5s that you guys gave Mr. Peters on his last performance appraisal, what all of a sudden switched in these last couple of weeks? That's what I'm sitting here trying to think of. I mean, we want Mr. Peters out of here. We want him out of here tonight. He's tendered his resignation, effective November 17th. Why are we not honoring his resignation? Why do we want him out of here tonight, is my question.
Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I normally don't like to do this, but since we're being political, let's be political. First of all, go back and check out the evaluations that I've given Mr. Peters, that I think if I'm not the lowest, I'm one of the lowest. And I've always kept it that way in my conversations with him. He's always said, well, I guess what do I need to do to get a 4 or 5 out of you? That's number one. And number two, I didn't ask Mr. Peters for a resignation. So it's not that I have anything against him. He's offered his resignation, and as an individual, I believe this is not the first time. We've spoken about this maybe 2 or 3 times, and I'm just saying, okay, I'm willing to accept your resignation. So it's nothing against Mr. Peters that I want him out, because I believe he's brought stability. I believe he's done a great job. But the fact that this is not the first time, Commissioner Sosa, that he's bringing his resignation up here, and the fact that, yes, we somehow involved with him has made this very political, and that is a shame. So I will still hang on the fact that, yes, Mr. Peters, thank you, great job, but guess what? At this point, then, I feel you've checked out, you want to resign. When we spoke, there was no conversation about public works. But then again, now we're hearing, to the amaze of everybody here, well, let's keep him to the 17th. He's willing to stay now to the 3rd. So again, who's playing politics up here? And not only that, 30 days has nothing to do with it because he himself can waive the 30 days and can say, he himself can say, Commissioners, Mayor, thank you. I'll accept what you have, whether it's resignation starting effective tonight and pay me till the 17th. He has those options. I'm not taking anything away from her, Commissioner Sosa. I'm not asking him to resign. I'm only accepting what he's brought to the table.
Join.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You didn't ask me, I didn't ask him to stay past the 17th. I honored what he asked for, and that is what I am doing. He asked to stay till November 17th and resign. I'm not here trying to change his mind because you're absolutely correct. He has, on a couple occasions, said that he would like to resign. I am honoring those wishes. However, I'm going to do it under what Mr. Peters has requested. He'd like to stay on until November 17th. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he has not done anything nefarious in the city for us to just lock him out tomorrow.
Well, we changed the date to October 3rd now.
So there's a motion and a second on the table. There's been a lot of discussion about putting a hold on this and either continuing it to another meeting Monday instead of the workshop, doing a special meeting or doing a meeting Monday, and moving this forward to get clarity on legal issues, specifically the contract and a potential severance or not, and what the contract says, because on May 2nd, there was discussion about cap on vacation, cap on other things like that. We don't know what that is right now. We don't know if a cap was placed, if he's even anywhere near that. There's also conflicting reports on what contract is legal and binding. Is it the verbal contract that we voted on May 2nd? Because in that one, from what I recall on the audio, there's no automatic back to Public Works. And that presents another problem. If there's no automatic back to Public Works, who puts him back to Public Works? Does the commission do that and create a new contract? Or is he then become back at Public Works as an at-will employee? And then there's the question of who becomes his boss as an interim. And if right now, Mr. Peters has stated he'll be willing to go back to that position provided he's not retaliated against. And we all know the word retaliation has been thrown around here every day, all day, by people up here, people out there, people in the city, former people in the city. So I guess I would have to say, what's retaliation? Define retaliation. If I do my job and I think I did a good job and somebody comes in new and says, no, you're out, is that retaliation? I don't know. It's all perception in some cases. Unless it's documented, it's perception as to what retaliation is. So you have to look at that fact. The commission has to understand that Florida's an at-will state, and most of the people, contract or not, are at-will employees in this state. And you're going to get sued no matter what. It's the bottom line. I've heard the threats of lawsuits all day, every day, across the board, by residents, by city employees, by former city employees. anytime someone's work is looked into and questioned, they're going to sue. Bad behavior is rewarded. A lot of the time, because it's cheaper to settle than it is to call it out and fight. That's the reality of the legal system right now. If your insurance doesn't cover anything more, you're going to settle and eat it. So we have a lot of questions out there. And Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner King, I believe, and Commissioner McCool have both asked if you would like to either amend your motion. Would you be open to put a hold on it until we get till Monday, because right now, Wednesday night is P&Z. We cannot have a Wednesday night meeting. Thursday night, there's a city event. So it would have to be Friday night or Monday. And if you have any desire to do that, please speak now, or we will move forward with reading the motion and voting.
I'm only contemplating 2 options to revise my. Number 1, I accept his resignation. He can take his vacation leave until November 7th, but I don't want him back in the office. Number 2, accept his resignation, and we will pay him from now, the 9 weeks, until his date is up. So I'm guessing you're not going to go with him doing his own paid vacation. So I will amend to basically accept his resignation, effective immediately, and we will pay him, what was the date?
17th.
October?
17th of November.
November 17th.
The other option that he put on the table is to stay in the position till October 3rd and go to Public Works.
No.
Commissioner Ramos, you were the seconder on there. Do you have any comment on that, on what Commissioner Bradford is proposing?
I mean, my thought process was that, accept it, pay him to the 17th. Question, Madam Mayor, how soon, what do we need to do to have an emergency meeting?
Call it. You can have a special commission meeting, but it can't, we can have a special commission meeting when the commission is available and agrees to it. But right now, Wednesday night, there's a planning and zoning board meeting here.
Because the only challenge to that, then, the only open date that I see is Zoom, because waiting till Monday, I think might wait. Again, there's just a lot of playing chess thing going on here. And the longer we wait, the longer we prolong, the more situations are going to happen. So never mind, I'm okay with seconding her amendment to effective immediate and pay him to the 17th, which what he requested to be, to the 17th. And then, hey, at that point in time, there'll be a different commission intern, and he can apply for the Public Works.
Okay, Commissioner Bradford, would you restate your motion? Or Joyce, do you have enough that what you need?
You want me to reread it? I hereby move to accept the resignation of John Peters III, effective immediately. He will receive his regularly scheduled pay until November 17th, based on his voluntary termination of the city's agreement.
Marcia? You're going to have to clarify that.
Okay, so I've got accept his resignation effective immediately, and then you're going to pay him his regular pay.
Until November 17th, November 17th.
Okay, and then you said.
Based on his voluntary resignation from the city, basically.
Okay.
And I want it documented that we voluntarily received a resignation. That was effective November 7th.
And if we don't?
Then what?
And if we don't what?
If we don't receive I'm sorry, if we
We've
don't.
already received a voluntary resignation effective November 17th,
Okay.
right? We've received a
Yes,
voluntary
other
resignation.
than, I mean, this
We're
is.
just saying we're going to pay you to that. Guess what? Surprise, you don't have to work.
Okay.
You resigned, we're accepting it, we're going to pay you until that date. You get to stay home and get paid.
Okay.
I believe that's what I asked earlier, that Commissioner Sosa was the one who mentioned it. That what would happen if we agree to the 17th, and then after that, we're
That's
done.
where
And my understanding that, yes, so therefore, this is the same thing.
Exactly. And according to what Mrs. White told us, a verbal contract is holding, which means the May 2nd meeting where it was specified that he's not going back to this position, there should be no question on severance because that was a verbal contract that was holding, so.
Okay, but our problem here is words that were not put in. I believe that Mr. Peters' understanding was that he was resigning until the 17th. He would resign effective on the 17th and go to Public Works.
That's an assumption.
Okay. All right.
That was his assumption. So would
Okay.
you like me to reword it and specify that I'm accepting his resignation that he gave us effective November 17th?
Okay.
He does not work with pay, effective immediately, and I do not want him back in Public Works. I mean, I don't know how, this is like crazy.
There's just so many legal issues here.
But we were just told that the May 2nd meeting is the last negotiations we had on the contract. And that was the negotiations where we clearly discussed what we're all worried about right now, and nobody was worried about then, was walking away with 20-week severance.
Okay.
So during that meeting, it said the position's not going to be available. So I can't take part of this contract and part of this contract and part of this contract and put them together. So the May 2nd's the last contract. The going to Public Works was off the table at that May 2nd meeting, which is the last verbal contract. And if you guys find a way to put all these contracts together, please, my email's abradford@deltonafl.gov. Please send it to me on how you're allowed to do that. So do I need to go over the motion one more time? I just want to make sure that we're clear and that come November 17th, there's no surprise I'm back. One more time. Okay.
I won't second that.
You're not what?
I hereby make a motion to accept Mr. Peters' resignation dated November 17th, effective immediately. We will pay him for the 9 weeks he does not need to come into the office or work because his resignation is immediately. I don't know how you want to put that, but I want to make it clear. And he will not be going to and not go to Public Works position. I know, I need to write it down.
And Commissioner Bradford, earlier you had also added, and that he voluntarily resigned.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said in the beginning, that he voluntarily resigned. We are accepting his voluntary resignation effective November 17th. We will pay him, I guess you call it a severance. We will pay him a 9-week severance up until that date. And according to the May 2nd verbal contract, there is no position to Public Works available. Is that better?
Sure.
What's it, okay.
Pardon me, you cannot use the word severance. Henceforth, ergo, why I've asked for legal to take a look at this, and I'm trying to understand in my deepest heart, right, for the betterment, for the understanding of our residents, we need clarification from legal on all of these points, which goes back to saying we need to understand legally, and I do not, just me, I do not understand the rush before we get this from legal. And we can schedule a special meeting, whatever, but I understand the actual point until we get clarification from legal, right? Why the burning, not to have Mr. Peters in the office doing the job if you're entertaining the resignation on the 17th. I just want clarification from legal so we don't have these issues. If you want to accept the resignation, then fine. But we need, for edification from everybody, clarification from legal before we make that decision. So if the motion is to immediately terminate, that should be the motion. But any other alliteration of that, I believe, has to be cleared by legal before we can do that.
Madam Mayor.
Can I ask a quick question?
I was on, Madam Mayor, may I please have 5 minutes to speak with our city attorney on the motion? Oh, Madam
She
Vice
stepped
Mayor.
off, right. So, okay, so we have a motion that you modify?
I have a motion that we're trying to do, but may I please have 5 minutes to go confer with the attorney?
Yes, you can. Yes.
Can I just, we adjourn? I mean, we recess.
Marsha,
Yes, ma'am.
can we have 5 minutes?
Yeah.
They just gave us 5 minutes.
Are we recessed? Are we recessed because the assistant city manager did not
might be the board myself.
Okay. All right, let's get the show on the road.
Ready? I want to amend the motion as follows. I hereby make a motion to accept Mr. John Peter III voluntary resignation effective immediately with no option to return to Public Works. The city will pay salary from today until November 17th. Would you like to read it?
My only concern against, we have no authority. For example, if an intern person comes in and where to put him, putting him back, I just don't think we have the.
No, we accept his resignation effective immediately. We are only paying him from today until November 17th.
Paid leave.
Paid leave.
Okay.
Right.
And you have to include his whatever
no
earned
option
benefits
to
he
return.
has. Whatever earned benefits. Commissioner Sosa?
My question with that is, if you take them and you make it effective November 17th like he requested, but you don't have him here, that means you do not fill the interim city manager position till November 17th. Is that correct? So we're going to basically have no guidance.
No, that is not correct. My motion is as read again. I'm not saying he has he's on paid leave. We are accepting his voluntary resignation effective immediately. We will just continue to pay his salary from now until November 17th, but we are accepting his resignation effective immediately.
And his earned benefits, his vacation and sick leave that he has. He's entitled to that.
That should be understood.
All right. Are you seconding? Are you seconding?
No, we're trying to, I'm trying to keep any problems there. So do I need to specify with his benefits? Thank you.
Okay.
Which benefits are included? Is it?
According to the contract, it is any accrued vacation.
Sick leave. What? I don't know what benefits he has, so I mean, I can't offer you clarity. I didn't make any list of them.
Madam Mayor, wouldn't it just be the same benefits that he would accrue to the 17th?
Yes, yes. Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Understand I'm going to make one comment.
So do you have it as the city will pay salary and his regular benefits from today until November 17th? So after where it says the city will pay his salary, just put pay salary and his regular benefits. That's all you have to add.
Commissioner Ramos, you good with that? Yes. Okay. Ready? Call the vote. And the motion passes 4-3. So let's move on to the next item, public forum. Yes.
Madam Mayor, due to the fact that we just accepted his resignation immediately, what is now the next?
The next step is to put someone in as an interim until it can be advertised or gone to the range riders to get someone else in here. So we need to put someone in as interim for a period of 2 weeks.
Y'all have fun with that.
So I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice mayor. We tried to mitigate this as long as possible, and now the resignation is effective immediately with pay until November 17th. So therefore, right now, I'm going to make a motion to put in Marcia Siegel George for 2 weeks while we search for an interim city manager by contacting the range riders. Mr. Peters has indicated Mr. Parker and others that would want to be interested in possibly doing that.
Run.
Can I ask that it would be as soon as possible, no longer than 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as possible, no longer than 2 weeks.
Okay, motion made by Mayor to ask Marsha to take in temporary, and we need a second? First, motion made by the mayor, second by Commissioner Bradford, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel back to the mayor. Sorry. Can we call a vote, please?
No. I don't know. Marcia, do we need public comment on this?
I would always suggest that you allow public comment.
I'm sorry?
I said I would always suggest that you allow public comment.
Then before we vote, call public comment.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
Brandy White, Deltona. Obviously, what's done is done. Have a good day, Mr. Peters. Deltona will probably burn down in the future. Can I ask, the qualifications for her to run the city for the next 2 weeks? And since she still works at the firm, who is then the city attorney? Because I think that would be a conflict of interest, especially since the city manager can do things like amend contracts and things. So, thank you.
And we have a deputy city manager right there.
Anybody else?
Santiago Avila, I see you guys shaking your head. This isn't about personalities, Ms. Bradford. I like you a lot, but this is not about personalities. You might not like her. She's the deputy city manager. She at least knows something. What are we going to do with a city attorney that has a conflict giving you guys legal advice? We saw her right there. I'm done.
All right. All right, thank you. Anybody else?
No sympathy for me.
Thank you.
Okay. So, totally crazy. I get everybody's points. We scheduled 119 hours of negotiations. I believe the city's canceled over 75 of those hours. I don't think we're in a rush to get that end of it done. I will say that I've personally worked through really hard times with this attorney, and she's worked very diligently with some of the other attorneys to get things moving forward. I don't know what you're going to do. I don't have the answers. I don't think anybody does. Just hopefully you guys can do the best you can and we can get back on track.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we call a vote.
Madam Mayor, may I just say one thing? When you
Mr. King?
When you made the motion Our attorney sat there shaking her head no. She doesn't want the job. And I don't understand why you had someone sitting in the chair that would stay and work for us and do a good job until the 17th, and you said no to him. You want him gone tonight, out of the room, out of the office, be done, and you select somebody who's sitting there shaking her head no.
Then
She
we'll
doesn't
clarify,
wanna
Marcia, do you not want to do that for 2
a
weeks?
deputy city manager right here.
And let me clarify before we go through the vote. Marcia, as the city attorney, is the person that knows every contract, every lawsuit, every, for the most part, issue that's going on in the city right now. That is why I made the motion for Marcia. Marcia has been a county manager in the past. Marcia has management experience, and this is a 2-week period while, as Mr. Peters had suggested, we contact the range riders, Ken Parker, and so forth to see if there's someone that is willing to take this until after the election, when the residency requirement comes through or not. Marcia.
I mean, it's amazing how everybody, I'm tired. I don't know if I'm shaking my head or what I'm doing at this point. I'm willing to do this for the commission because I do know a lot about what's going on because I work in the organization every day. I know what's coming in front of you in the next 2 weeks or the next 4 weeks. A lot of the items that are on the agenda, like on October 3rd, Ron and I have 8 of them. So I am familiar with what's coming and what's going on. Probably it was just me shaking my head because I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. But by the same token, I'm just willing to help to try and not make any decisions so that when you get whoever you're going to get, that those decisions are not taken away, and I certainly am not going to be making decisions unless I absolutely have to, and keeping the commission. I've been doing this for 44 years. I've been a city manager, a county manager, a city attorney, and a county attorney. So I do have a fair amount of knowledge about government in Florida. And by the same token, like I said earlier, I've worked with Mr. Peters. I've tried to help on all of the items he's worked with. I'm affected by all of this too, just like everybody else is. And if I wasn't stoic enough for everybody who is, evaluating my facial expressions or whatever, I'm sorry. But I think it was a difficult meeting for everybody. That's all I can say.
Vice Mayor? I have a question. Mayor, you just said that Mr. Peters recommended reaching out to who? Range riders?
Ken Parker.
Ken Parker? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm kind of with Mr. King here. We had somebody that was sitting there that was willing to stay here on November 17th, but yet we're going to take his recommendation to who replaces him?
Commissioner Sosa, Mr. Peters gave me that recommendation.
That's what I'm saying. We're letting him go. We don't want him to stay through the 17th, but yet we're going to take a recommendation of somebody?
No, this is a gentleman that has contact with retired city managers that come in as interim. They're like range riders or the group of retired managers that will fill in for a short amount of time. That was a recommendation. There's also another individual that Mr. Peters reached out to about an interim position. That's had an interim position here in the past that he told me about. So this was all done in a conversation when Mr. Peters said he was ready to leave. When he had the meetings with all of us.
Don't we have a deputy city manager? Why do we have a deputy
Because
city manager?
I'll tell you what, we have a deputy city manager that is new to Florida. We have an attorney that knows sunshine law, that knows Florida law, that knows all the legal things. Florida is a different animal.
We have a motion on the floor, and I would like to call the vote, please.
I have a question.
Are you voting?
Well,
There's nothing up here.
Oh, I have something.
I have not voted, and I can't request to speak, but I just had one question to our city attorney, who we're looking into putting as in 2 weeks city manager. Well, Madam Vice Mayor, I think I have the opportunity to do that, and I thank you.
Go ahead.
And my question is just
Commissioner, go ahead,
very simple. If you allow me to do it, my question would be, I'm assuming that we will have someone else from the law firm to be here as a city attorney while you're in this interim
Yes.
position.
Yes.
Thank
well.
you. Very simple. I appreciate that.
No, continue.
Okay. Okay, motion passes 4-3.
All right, you're going to pass the gavel over now. Okay, public forum. Has anyone signed up to public forum for items that are new? Ooh.
Okay. Billy Fowler, then Nick Lully, then Barbara Santiago, Brandy White, Kathy Bryan, oh, he's gone. Jesus. And John Vaccaro. Billy Fowler, please.
My topic is right now the people of Florida on roofs. Right now, they are being installed improperly. Codes is passing them, state of Florida passing them.
Mr. Fowler, address the chair, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
The state of Florida passes the way that they are being done now, which is that way right there. Here's an inspection report for a residential home builder inspector. It says that finding this improperly installed, which is that. This is the way that it is supposed to be installed. But the people that it's got here now is like this, because I done been around so many houses in Florida, and I found two that is correct. But yet these leaking. How I know? Because I got them put on my house, and I'm replacing them, and I'm finding leaks already after about 3.5 years. I tried to get different people here I've talked with. They tell me there are two ways to put them on. Put them on the manufacturer's way or Florida's way, which is right. But my two ways is the right way and the wrong way. Okay, you take this one right here, and the state of Florida, which has authority to be more stringent than what International Building Code is, which is International Building Code is the minimum, which is the manufacturer's recommendation. So this way right here, I don't know how Florida come up to prove that their method is a better way than that method. But if you got it on your house like this right here, y'all need to get it checked out because it's leaking. No way to stop it. So you got a downflow, you got it open all the way around, even though they use a bucket or tar. That softens your shingle up. Your life expectancy is bad. But Florida needs to wake up and do something about, insulated roof, because the insurance companies is tightened down now. And the shingles are not being nailed according to the manufacturer. When you drive by a house and you hear an air gun go, drrr, drrr, improperly nailed, because you ain't giving that air gun time to do its job. You got to hold it in place with the pitch. And you watch them put on. They'll stand up, being at the head of the tack, that's where you notice a lot of shingles is sticking up. But Florida needs to do something about this, bringing it for y'all. Don't know whether it's going to do any good or not, but I tried to get it out to other home builders, homeowners and stuff. And they said, well, it ain't leaking so far. Well, too late. Even though I'm getting with the insurance company and trying to get with ICC, the International Code Council, that approves something like this through the state of Florida. But the state of Florida can be held liable because they are passing this and leaving it up to the general contractor to do the installation with employees and do their own inspections. But yet if I had to put them on my house, I got to sit there 2 or 3 days and wait on an inspection. So they'll discriminate against a homeowner than it is a residential contractor. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Wake up, please.
Nick Lally, please.
Hi, good Tuesday morning. It's now 1:15 or 1:20. I will try to make this brief because it is past my bedtime. Thanks for the opportunity to address you tonight. Nick Lully, 3690 Sunday Drive. Few issues I want to discuss this evening. First is an issue with some stormwater on Beck Circle that I investigated over the weekend. I observed some extreme amounts of water in that area. I did send my observations into the city manager's office, I'll say, for that to be addressed. I won't again go into the specifics now, but again, quite a bit of water out there. So hopefully that issue can be looked into. An update on the water bill, which was kind of what prompted me to come out here to begin with initially. I am down to $115, which is certainly an improvement, but certainly still quite high up there. Thankfully, the rain has given me some relief from having to run the irrigation system, though I worry what will come during our typically dry spring. So any additional relief that can be offered to citizens and residents on their water bills would certainly be appreciated. A couple of concerns tonight with the debate that's gone on with the now former acting city manager. Certainly, I imagine it was quite painful for you guys to discuss this evening and now into this morning. It was even more painful to really listen to. A couple of concerns I had as I was listening to some of the chatter that was going on. I had some curiosity about how the commission could even be asked to put someone into a non-charter officer position. That was something that kind of stuck out to me. And again, I have nothing personal against the now former acting city manager. I had a fairly cordial relationship with him, but those were just questions that I had. And I am still confused about this unsigned contract that apparently is floating around. I don't know how that happens. It certainly doesn't happen in my line of work. If I don't have a signed contract, we're in a little bit of trouble, and I do municipal government all day, every day. So there's just some concerns that I had this now early morning. I'm fumbling my words because it is past my bedtime. I'll see y'all later. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Barbara Santiago. Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona District 1. Just wanted to put some information out there for the public, although they're probably sound asleep by now. Nitty Gritty True Talk Ministries, Inc. is once again providing the community with a food drop. It'll be this Friday, September 25th, starting at 9 a.m. until the supplies run out. It'll be at 2886 Elkham Boulevard. And although I'm not affiliated with the organization, I have volunteered several times with their food drop, and it seems like it's a really easy in and out process. So if anybody's needing some food, that is where you should hit on Friday. In addition, I'd also like to thank Mr. Peters for his attention to the stormwater issues in District 1 specifically. He immediately made time for a quick in-person meeting with me after I didn't feel that our email correspondences were resolving the residents' concerns. We've since seen pumping on Lockwood, what appears to be a clean out of a canal on Whitehorse, and confirmation that they will halt the dumping of thousands of gallons of stormwater brought in from other areas. That was given by a conversation on Facebook with residents, and they will now move it to where some suggestions were made to empty retention ponds and low-lying lakes versus residential flooded areas. Let's see what else. the work isn't done, but I appreciate his response that we've received so far, and I'll follow up with whoever now to make sure that the rest of the things he had put into play actually occur for District 1. With my last 2 minutes, I wasn't even going to speak on it, but I will quickly. I also was really concerned about what we were watching and hearing tonight. Several things actually made my jaw drop. And I think a lot of the things that people are out here confused at is going to be real clear when some of these files are released. So I think everybody will watch this meeting again with a whole nother perspective once that happens. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kathy Bryan? John Vaccaro?
No, I'm proud of you. I mean, the commissioners don't have that information, and you've got the information. That's good. Hopefully, we will see it. Thank you. Maybe we should put those accusations and everything aside. Pretty sure I've been here for a real long time. I've never forced anybody to do anything. We don't use money to influence anything. Victor should be furious about that. Mr. Sosa went to the Volusia County firefighters for money, but he's not running anymore. So I said I would support Victor because, you know what, I made a gentleman's agreement with him a long time ago. Can't support him for county because it's not my district, but we'll leave that out and make it seem worse than it is. Negotiations is going poorly. Like I said before, 119 hours scheduled. The city's canceled at least 75 of those hours. You just gave them $80,000 more. They have a pretty large team. We've been trying to make as much time. We've been bringing our attorney up. We're pretty open with everything. I love the idea that we forced a 4-year contract. Not true, but it's okay. Because it seems like people build relationships. I think Ms. Bradford, actually, we went back and forth when Peters was being put in, and I was a little shocked, but staunch supporter. Now it's because of the union that there's a conflict between her and Mr. Peters. Now it's because the union, there's a conflict with Victor and whatever they said with Peters. Now, the mayor, it's the union. People build relationships. People destroy those relationships. And it's their own fault. Sometimes we just have to understand that, move on, and stop pointing the finger at everybody. Because sometimes when you look in the mirror, it might be your own fault. So good luck. Thanks. You've put a long night, and I hope we can get back on track.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that closes public comments.
Okay, comments on consent agenda. We have no consent agenda. City Commission special reports and requests. Anybody have anything? Yes, you did with your minutes or something.
I did, and for some reason, there it is, request to speak. So I would like us, I don't know what happened and when it happened, but we used to get some pretty awesome detailed minutes, and I believe Vice Mayor at one time even brought up to have more detailed minutes, and we voted on that. Now, I read through our minutes, and I get this commissioner made a motion, and this commissioner made a second, and how it passed. So when we have events like wanting to go back to certain minutes, there's nothing. I don't know if it was instructed to happen. I'm not quite sure. But I would like to see us, and I'm sorry, girls, if it's more work, but I would like to see us have a little bit more detailed minutes, if possible. Do I need a consensus on that, Mayor, or do we just go back to the way it was?
I think you need a consensus on that. Commissioner Sosa, did you want to speak on that or on something else? Okay. Joyce, what is the situation with the minutes? Do you do verbatim minutes now? Do you just do one line?
They're more like action minutes now.
Okay.
Used to be more discussion minutes. Really lengthy discussion minutes.
And when did that change?
months ago. I don't know the exact date. I'd have to go back and look.
We never asked for a change, so I'm guessing one of your management asked you to change that, because that change wasn't initiated by, I don't think, any of us up here. So, I'm okay with brief discussion minutes, but I think we need to have something. What we're running into right now is if we want to have something, we got to go back and watch a video. We got to go watch this video. That's generally not how minutes are done.
Joyce, can you come back at the next meeting and let us know how much more time that requires of you? Does it not?
Oh, yeah, it's more time.
And is it a burden on your department to do that? And the reason I'm asking that, Commissioner Bradford, I know you want that, but, and whatever the commission desires, but we have to also know what that does, because I know you've been turning the minutes over very well, like they've been coming up.
Yeah, action minutes are easy.
Yeah. So, I mean, and at one point, we were several months behind in the minutes. So please let us know if you're all right with that, Commissioner Bradford, that unless you want the commission to have consensus right now, but I would be concerned with what kind of staffing you have there. I mean,
I'm just concerned, was it changed because of staffing issues, or was it changed because of managerial issues asking you to change it?
I don't remember if it had to actually do with staffing and us being behind as far as we were because we were shorthanded in the department.
Okay.
Which kind of led to that.
Okay, so yeah, if you could just let us know if we're going to have adequate staff, because I believe we just did allow positions to actually give us a little bit more on our minutes. Okay, I don't want to be unreasonable, but we know we do need a little bit more information.
okay, any other special reports and requests? I don't see anybody up here. Sosa, hold on. Commissioner Sosa, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and do my public records request again. Once again, I'd like to do a hold and preserve on all files from our former HR director, Richard Adams, whether it's emails, notes, anything on his hard drive, his SSD drive, whatever he had, I'd like to have access to all those documents.
Good. Commissioner McCool?
I made this request, I don't know how valid it is now, but there have been a couple of requests for planning and zoning to be able to run under the same format that we run under, to extend them the same courtesy as we ask them to make decisions and take them seriously. So they have asked for iPads. I was told to bring it up here on the dais. They would like to operate under the same format that we do. I don't see where that should be a problem. I know that I was talked to city manager, and I also spoke to Joyce, and understanding that it would take someone to train planning and zoning. But I think that it's a small request from them to be able to operate efficiently. So if we could get the report on that, if I could get some consensus on that, to have them look at what that would take.
I thought, Commissioner McCool, we had discussed that all before, that they would be able to have the voting system and everything else, so that they had a clear track of who was requesting to speak and everything, correct?
We have, but yet here we are.
Is Mr. Paradise here, or is that possible, Mr. Paradise, for them to be able to use the iPads? I know it's been several months, at least 3 or 4 months, that it was brought up. It's very hard, especially if you have a packed agenda Wednesday night, for them to function without that.
They would probably need their own iPads, Mayor.
Okay.
Your iPads are used quite a bit. There's quite a lot of wear and tear on your iPads.
Okay.
And they're like around, roughly they're $400 a piece, so.
Okay.
And you'd need a couple of spares, so you'd need about 12.
Yeah, I think there'll be a learning curve too for our staff to, ensure that, these iPads were up and running and as functional as everybody would hope they would be.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, all right, that's the first thing. Second thing is, it's been brought up a couple of times this evening, that we still do have collective bargaining going on with our fire department. We need to pay respect to those issues, to that process. We have Stacy that's doing that right now. I do believe, however, that we have serious issues now between the very public nature of accusations and, two sides warring over this that have gone. I understand that we have not met, and I don't understand why we've not met the hours of collective bargaining. I don't understand that process. I do know that it has been ongoing. I've asked for bullet points and what the points of contention are, or what the concerns are. With everything that has gone on this evening, though, I don't believe that in good conscience that we, before elections, can continue the process of collective bargaining. I think that we have to have a team in place with clear vision and clear head on both sides. I think there's been too much contention on both sides of this, and I don't think that it does our public any good. It doesn't serve the public, and it doesn't serve the firefighters. I would ask that we put off collective bargaining with the union until, specifically the fire union, until after elections have been had and until we are situated with our city manager. I think it is the fair thing to do for our public. I also believe that there needs to be resolution moving forward with our city that we never hold any type of collective bargaining during an election year for the sake of preservation of both of those processes. I believe that they become muddled, and I don't think that it's good for our city. It's not good for our firefighters. It's not good for them to be called into question. It's not good for the city to be called into question. And so therefore, if we make it non-political, then in an off year, then we do that. So however we arrived at 4 years, I think that we need to visit outside of that in any type of collective bargaining that we have, whether code enforcement unionizes or whoever decides to unionize, that we never, ever, ever do this again, as to keep transparency and this from happening again. So I would ask that the city, whoever that is that we're talking about, that we should seriously consider that. And I don't know why anyone would not consider that, because it's been very straining on both the commission, the firefighters, the public, and it's not fair to any of the parties. We've all been damaged by this, and I'm looking forward to the time that we can move forward through the process and it be a pure process instead of filled with contention. So I'm asking for that to be considered. I don't know who I'm directing it to. I guess the interim, the deputy city manager and the dais. However, for transparency's sake, for God's sake, let us never, ever, ever make this mistake again. It's just very convoluted and it doesn't need to happen. So I would ask that that happen also, and that is all I have for my.
So are you asking for a resolution to be brought
Yes, I'm asking for a resolution, and Marcia can advise on that never, ever do we do this again in an election year. And I'm also asking for what we do now to allow the union to for us to not do negotiations until after election is over. We have too much to digest right now, and it's just become all too much. So, yes, ma'am, that's what I'm asking for.
Can we have consensus on a resolution, or do we want to bring this forth to a commission meeting at a later date?
I guess my question is legal. I mean, do we have time to put off the negotiations until November?
Can legal speak to this now that legal is interim? Can legal speak to this as legal now that legal is officially interim?
Sure, I can probably do ventriloquism.
But I'm asking if there's a conflict there, and I'm just asking before somebody else does. We now have an interim, right?
Yeah.
And so I need there to be a separation between legal and interim. So I'm putting that out there right now. I would suggest that consensus be taken and that the union also, well, for the one matter and then for the other. So with all due respect, I don't believe that you can speak on that. I believe that we have to have consensus on that, and then legal will have to come back. That's my opinion.
So you are asking for a resolution?
Yes.
And you are asking for a pause in collective bargaining?
Yes.
Let me ask one question. Does it need to be a shade meeting to discuss this, or can it be put on just the next meeting?
I have no knowledge about where this is at all, or like what's going on. So I know nothing about it. And so I'm not going to, I will tomorrow, I will try and talk with Stacy and see if I can find out what's going on. And then we'll just have to get back to you.
So I would assume that this evening, in order for, it's under special request, for there to be consensus that both legal and interim talk about this tomorrow. There has to be consensus on that and then bring back forward.
Commissioner King, are you okay with them looking into doing a resolution for no collective bargaining in an election year, and to talk about a pause in bargaining and have them actually just look at everything?
Yeah, I think we can look into it. My concern is, how long is a negotiation going to take? Because if we stop now, and then we get started again, and it starts to go, and we want to make sure that it's not a election year, then what is the contract? Is it going to be another 4-year contract then? Is it going to be a 3-year contract? I don't know. I think that needs to be figured out.
Please.
Because I can tell you, I was a union person for 27 years. We never had a 4-year contract ever. As a matter of fact, I believe it's illegal. And I believe that that's been talked about. And I think that our own legal staff has said, oh, well, but it was okay because we agreed on it together. If 2 people agree to kill somebody, it doesn't make it okay to go kill the person. If it's a legal issue and the law says you can't do it, then you can't do it. But here we can.
But can we ask for clarification? Like, can we ask that to be put on a?
We need to find out how that's going to work.
Yep.
And
that's what she's asking.
That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for consensus to present to us the mechanics of how that works so that we have all of that above board. And I believe that that negotiations, it would not roll into 4 years. That's why I'm asking for consensus for them to discuss, for legal to discuss with the other parties that happen.
Yes, 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 yes. Okay, there is consensus to explore that. Okay, Commissioner McCool, that was it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Commissioner King, and then Vice Mayor.
Okay, let me try to lighten up a little bit. I'm lightening up, can you tell?
Was that, I'm sorry, Honorable Commissioner, was that, that was only special request?
Hey, special
this is my time.
We're only on special reports and requests in.
I'm on. I sent y'all an email earlier today. I don't know whether or not you saw it, but I gave you a copy of it here. And I just wanted to make it public notice and ask for consensus on the dais that maybe we can advertise this event. It's not local, but it's an awesome event. It's during the Veterans Day Veterans Day weekend, and it's going to be the 37th annual Muster and Music Festival at the UDT Underwater Demolition Team, SEAL Team Museum in Fort Pierce. It's a 2-day event. The museum will be open. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. And by the way, the museum, the association is a 501c3, and all the money that they raise is actually used for veterans and specifically SEAL team guys that are coming out and need help with transition. They train dogs and give service dogs, and there's just so many things that they're involved with. But it's just a great time. It's open to the public, and it's just it gives everybody an opportunity to actually meet and talk to today's warriors that have come home. There will be demonstrations by an active duty SEAL team there on Saturday. And so I'd like to be able to put it out somewhere so that our staff and our citizens can see it and maybe go down there and participate if they'd like to.
You're asking for a consensus to advertise?
Yes.
I'm good with it. Commissioner McCool? Sure. Yes? No? Yes? Yes? Okay. Consensus to advertise.
Cool. Thank you.
Have you provided staff with this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you're done? One more?
One other thing coming up on, I misspoke at our last meeting, so I need to correct something. I told everyone that our Wreaths Across America was going to be on the second Saturday of the month. It's not. It's on the third Saturday at Deltona Memorial Gardens, and it begins at 12 noon. The other thing is that the American Legion in Deltona will be fundraising on the 23rd and 24th at Fresco on Providence Boulevard for Wreaths Across America. So if anybody's interested in donating to that, come out and see us. Wreaths are $15 a piece. For every 2 wreaths that are purchased, we get a third wreath for free.
There you go.
And it takes 1,700 wreaths to cover all the veterans' graves at Deltona Memorial Gardens. So we're working hard to get everybody covered.
Thank you, sir. You're good? Vice Mayor, special reports and requests?
Yes, Mayor, I just, going back to what Commissioner Sosa said, I also would like to be told when I can come in and see those files, please.
Just, if you can just call in and talk to Sharon or whatever, we'll just schedule you. There's only one set, so that means, however long each of you want to take. I don't have like multiples to give to everybody.
Okay.
So we'll just schedule you all in, as best we can.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
All right, Madam Mayor, I don't know if you were going to address this or if we need to have this in a affirmative motion. I personally don't think we should wait until next Monday's meeting to do what we have to reach out for a interim. If we wait till next Monday and then we vote, she's going to be sitting here for 3-4 weeks, and she's already said she's going to be overloaded.
Yeah, I don't want to.
So I know you're swamped, so I'd like to see, do we need to set up a meeting this week in order to see what we need to do to go forward with, some of the recommendations? I mean, honestly,
This week is not going to work for any kind of a meeting unless it's during the day, because we're looking at dates. If this commission decided to go forth with a meeting, P&Z is Wednesday. We have a city event Thursday that comes down to Friday. So my suggestion would be added on to Monday's workshop, which we already have the one item on there, and do that on Monday, because if anyone's free Friday night and wants to do that, or wants to do already, Commissioner McCool cannot do Wednesday during the day, Commissioner King cannot do Thursday during the day. And so I think for the sake of trying to juggle everything, I don't know that there's another day or night before the weekend that we can do that. Right? Is that okay for Monday?
Okay.
Can I ask If you talk to these folks and there are some people that are willing to throw their hat in the ring, we could schedule them even next Monday for you to interview some of these people if that's what you want to do.
I will, like I said, I was given the name of the gentleman that does that, so
Okay.
I don't know what he has in mind. You good, Commissioner Bradford? Okay, so there is an email that came through from Tobacco Free Volusia and SWAT, Students Working Against Tobacco. This is the email with the passage of House Bill 105 by Governor DeSantis. Volusia County is able to create tobacco use policies for parks and beaches. Tobacco Free Volusia and SWAT, Students Working Against Tobacco, have resources for you, including multiple sample policies, presentations, and possibly the ability to purchase signage. So basically what they are asking for is if the commission is interested at all in looking at resolutions now that the state has allowed municipalities to ban tobacco on beaches or in parks. And I emailed these people back and said I would bring this forward to the commission to see if the commission has any desire to look into any type of a resolution for tobacco-free anything. Commissioner King?
We have tobacco, indoor tobacco. Okay, we've done that. Leave people alone because they're going to be hitting cigars, they're going to be hitting whatever. No, absolutely not. It's overreach. Stuff it.
Commissioner King? Commissioner Ramos? I 100% agree, but Commissioner Bradford? Commissioner Sosa? So there's no desire, and not on my part either. Number one, I think it's overreach. Number two, enforcement. How is that even going to work? So, I mean, I know that the intent is good, and I vowed to tell them to bring this forward, so I have, and we'll move on now to the next item, which is going to be city attorney comments, which qualifies under whatever it is that you're acting as this evening, interim acting manager. You wanted to bring forth the settlement agreement.
That on your next agenda.
I think the commission wanted to deal with it tonight, yes?
Oh, you do? Okay.
Whatever. I don't.
It doesn't, yes or no, commissioners? Get it done? Get it done? Don't get it done? I'm for get it done. Commissioner McCool?
Whatevs.
All right, that's it. We're wrapping this baby up in less than 10 minutes. Marcia, go for it. Let's see what you got.
This is basically, it's a writing prepared from your discussions at the SHADE meeting as far as the settlement agreement. And Cindy Townsend worked on this with Skip. And it's just basically settlement agreement, general release, and then it has the provisions for that 7-day opportunity that state statute requires you to put in if you're over a certain age. 40, which I thought was amazing. So anyway, okay.
So what do you need from us this evening?
I basically just, I put it forward. If you're all okay with it, you think it represents what was discussed, to just vote on it.
Okay, you want us to vote on the settlement agreement tonight?
Yes.
Are we good with that, commissioners? To move forward and vote on it?
I know, and that's why at the beginning I said you might want to wait so you have time to read it. So it's whatever you would like, whatever you.
Does it delay this at all?
No.
It's already signed, and done, right?
Yeah.
Based on
Well, we
SHADE?
have the 7 days we have to wait, but that's all, and then it's totally.
And we have to vote on this, though.
Yes, but
We
you
had
can vote on
consensus
it
in the SHADE
next
meeting,
week.
but,
Yeah,
okay, there has to be a
Yes.
vote on this.
yes.
Okay,
But we can't vote Monday.
you would like to wait?
We can't vote Monday.
We can
at
call it, we can
workshop.
call a special commission meeting for
meeting.
this item before the workshop, 30 minutes if you'd like to do that.
We can do that.
Okay? Special commission meeting right at the time of the workshop, 30 minutes, and then the rest of the workshop. You all right with that, Commissioner King? Okay, he's like so tired. All right, agenda this Monday. Any other comments from you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, city commission comments. Commissioner Sosa, what you got? Commissioner Bradford?
Happy Tuesday.
Commissioner Ramos?
Yes, just real quick.
I knew he's got something.
No, just real quickly. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Sosa for his donation to our Harris-Saxon Boys and Girls Club. And also, I believe that what Joe wanted to mention in reference to the Boys and Club, just to say thank you for the extension of that hour for our boys and clubs in Harris-Saxon that serves about 190 members and 62 members daily. So just the extension of that to 7 o'clock. Thank you. Have a great morning.
Commissioner McCool?
Yeah, one thing, just wanted to announce that the Sons and Daughters of Italy would like to extend an invitation to you and all the city officials to join us celebrating Italian Heritage Month on Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. I will tell you that the membership barbecue on Saturday was fantastic. Myself and a couple of others went down there. If you've not been down there, they're a hoot. I love it down there. Dinner will be served between 4:30 and 6:30 for those who would like to attend. Your participation always means a great deal. And so I've been asked to extend the invitation to all city officials as well as Sheriff Chitwood. Y'all have a good night, and I hope we're much kinder to one another in the upcoming days than we have been this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner King, you're good? Vice Mayor, anything? I have nothing. We are adjourned. Thank you for hanging in there, ladies and gentlemen.